Copyright web novel. Chapter 1, Chapter 1, All I Can Make. Our anime cards. It was a scorching summer day in Nova Eden, deep within the residential sector of Harmony Hills. Russell blinked awake, dazed and disoriented. The TV in the corner was still on, droning out a news report in a crisp, mechanical voice. Master-ranked card maker Yama, real name Byron White, has officially arrived in Nova Eden. Local authorities extend a formal welcome. White is widely regarded as the foremost expert in the Netherborn archetype. His arrival is tied to the recent instability of the offshore rift zone, codenamed Devil's Nest. Sources suspect the Hollowed Tongues cult may be behind the latest wave of activity. Citizens are urged to report unusual behavior immediately. The broadcast hit Russell like static through a frayed wire. Then memories struck like a freight train. "Did I transmigrate?" he muttered, gripping the bed frame. In his old life, Russell had been a burnout anime fan and unemployed illustrator. After months of joblessness, crushed by the AI art boom, he'd drowned himself in cheap liquor only to choke to death on his own vomit. What a pathetic way to die. Oh no, my hard drive. I didn't wipe my reference folders. His face turned pale as he tried not to imagine what his friends or family might discover. Not his problem anymore. Because now his mind was filled with someone else's life. A different world. This one was called Blue Star. It looked like Earth on the surface, but here, power came from a single elite profession, card making. At first, history had followed familiar lines until the event known as Rift Fall. Cracks tore across the sky and land, linking the world to hostile dimensions teeming with monsters. In the chaos, a lone borderland warrior named Colin Stroud vanished into one of the rifts. Everyone assumed he was dead. He returned blood-soaked and victorious, clutching the world's first ever card. Just like that, everything changed. The crumbling old dominion suddenly had an edge. Over 6 centuries, card-making became the dominant system of power, transforming the Dominion into the world's superpower. The royal family was now ceremonial. Real authority lay with the council, and card-makers were its elite caste. Russell scratched his head. Okay, I get it. This world runs on cards and plot twists. In this new life, he'd inherited the body of a teenager same name, Russell, preparing to become a card maker. But that Russell had pulled one too many all-nighters and dropped dead from exhaustion. And now? Russell had a second shot and a system built around something he actually loved. Please let this be a protagonist-type setup. He grabbed the dusty Mythic Lore Compendium, revised edition 4.8. His heart leapt until he flipped through the pages. Wait. I don't know any of this crap. He could name a few gods and monsters, but crafting myth-grade cards required insane detail and lore accuracy. He had none of that. So much for being a legendary cardsmith. He tossed the book aside and reached for another. Narrative Building for System-Based Card Makers, by Redmany. One line stood out. If your concept is consistent and your logic solid, fictional constructs can manifest as real cards. Russell froze. Wait. Does that mean anime counts? His eyes lit up. He might not know ancient mythologies, but anime? He lived that stuff. Hundreds of series. Thousands of characters. Worlds, arcs, power systems all burned into his brain. Maybe this wasn't a setback. Maybe it was a shortcut. He kept reading about card crafting. Mental strength, material components, narrative logic, visual design. Of the 4, mental strength was the only one he didn't have to worry about. Maybe due to transmigration, his mental strength already registered at Black Iron rank, the baseline for novice card makers. Still, the process was brutal. Card making demanded creativity, discipline, and costly resources. But if you succeeded, you lived like royalty. He took a deep breath. Time to face this new life's mess. Loan debt, fantastic. According to the original Russell's memories, his parents had died during a rift invasion. All they'd left behind was this old house and barely enough money to survive high school. To fund his training, Russell had taken a desperate gamble. He borrowed 100,000 credits from a debt corp. If he didn't pay it back within a month, the house would be seized. High-stakes tutorial level. Perfect. But there was a silver lining. Becoming a certified card maker would earn him a 150,000 credit scholarship from Nova Eden First Academy. Enough to wipe out his debt and cover his future. But if he failed? I'll be homeless before midterms. The clock was ticking. Russell booted up his battered old PC and logged into the Card Maker Association Material Exchange, an online shop tied to one's rank. As a Black Iron novice, his access was restricted to entry-level materials. Creatures. Rookie Pirate, white. Elite Swordsman, blue. Snake-faced Wraith, green. Corpse Hound, green. New Spirit, blue. Avenging Shade, green. Equipment. Katana, green. Rune Steel Armor, blue. Curved Saber, green. Basic Training Gear, white. Russell drummed his fingers. He needed a working card fast. Then his eyes lit up. I think I've got it. He added to his cart. Elite Swordsman, blue. Avenging Shade, green. Katana, green. Blank card template. Total, 92,500 credits. Painful but manageable. He grit his teeth and clicked confirm purchase. Let's go. All or nothing. As the transaction processed, a strange emptiness washed over him. He leaned back and shut his eyes, prepping for what came next. Half an hour later. Tap. 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 A snow-white bird with an oversized head pecked at the window. A small messenger bag hung from its neck. What the hell? A cuckoo courier, according to memory. A white-tier support creature used for city deliveries. Russell opened the window. The bird plucked out a sealed envelope and held it out with its beak. Then it pecked a button on its bag. Please confirm the delivery, chirped a cheerful female voice. He checked the contents. Elite Swordsman, blue. Avenging Shade, green. Katana, green. Blank card template. All here, Russell said. He reached to pet the bird. It jumped back and pecked another button. Please do not touch delivery personnel during active hours. With a huff, the bird flapped away. Russell watched it vanish over the rooftops, a small smile tugging at his lips. He'd seen it now: magic, power, real cards in motion. This wasn't a dream. It was reality. All right then, he said, eyes gleaming. Let's make my first anime card. Chapter 2, The Demon Hunter. Russell cleared off his desk and carefully laid out the 3 material cards and the blank template. In this world, card makers could forge many types of cards: creature cards, equipment cards, and more complex formats like chain cards and legion cards. But for Russell, those were distant dreams. Today, he had a single goal: create his first creature card. He closed his eyes and summoned the image from deep within his memory. It has to be you. Gripping the school-issued sketch stylus, he began outlining the figure on the blank card: sharp black hair, a calm, unwavering gaze, and a strange reddish mark across the forehead. When he finally stopped, Russell exhaled deeply. The drawing had drained more mental energy than expected. But this was just the beginning. He stacked the material cards beneath the template and slowly poured his mental force into the stack. In an instant, the world vanished. He floated alone in a quiet, starlit void. Then a prompt echoed in the darkness. Begin writing your story. Russell focused, and the tale flowed through his mind, clear as crystal. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, born during Japan's Warring States era. Twin brother to Michikatsu Tsujikuni. Feared by his father for a mysterious birthmark, yet adored by his brother. By age 7, his swordsmanship surpassed all others, and he was named heir. But unwilling to steal his brother's destiny, Yoriichi vanished. He lived peacefully with a kind woman, Yuta, whom he married. While helping an old man, he returned home too late. Yuta and their unborn child had been slaughtered by a demon. He sat beside their bodies for 10 silent days. Afterward, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He created the original breathing styles, the foundation of all modern swordsmanship. He nearly killed Muzan, the first demon, forcing him to flee in terror. He spared Tamayo, a servant of Muzan who showed remorse. Later, his brother Michikatsu defected and became the demon Kokushibo. For this and other reasons, Yoriichi was exiled from the corps. He passed on the legacy of sun breathing to a friend's family. At age 80, Yoriichi fought his demon brother one final time, delivering a mortal blow, but dying before he could finish him. A pulse of silent energy followed. The story had been accepted. Russell opened his eyes. For a moment, shadowy shapes flickered across his vision, twisted demonic forms whispering through the veil. Then a figure appeared, stepping between him and the dark. A calm swordsman with flowing black hair, crimson eyes, and a glowing katana. Demon Hunter Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Rank, Black Iron. Rarity, Purple. Type, Creature card. Abilities, Crimson Blade channels focus into the sword's edge, devastating against demonic and shadow-type enemies, greatly reducing their regeneration. Sun breathing temporarily enhances body functions to surpass human limits. Transparent world perceives internal movements, muscle shifts, breathing rhythms, and blood flow for near-perfect reaction speed. Trait, Mark of the Slayer. When activated, all physical stats increase dramatically. Profile, a peerless swordsman forged in loss, wielding the sun itself to destroy evil. Synergy, deploying alongside Kokushibo, Michikatsu Tsujikuni, activates special ability, Bloodbound Legacy. Russell stared at the card, awestruck. I actually did it. He had forged a purple tier card on his first attempt. He understood it wasn't just skill, the narrative alignment, material synergy, and perhaps a dash of transmigration luck had all played a role. But that didn't matter. This card was real. Russell touched the card to his forehead and infused it with mental energy. The card shimmered and dissolved into light, embedding itself into his consciousness. Mentally, he reached for it and the figure answered. A swordsman in red and black robes stood in his mindscape, katana at rest. Silent. Watchful. Unbreakable. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Russell picked up his phone and sent a message to his advisor. To Mr. Willis. Message, Sir, I made a card. Purple rarity photo attached. At that exact moment, Mr. Willis nearly spilled his coffee. Purple? Is he serious? Even students in the top class at Nova Eden First High only needed a blue tier card to qualify. For an average student like Russell to claim purple was nearly unthinkable. He typed cautiously. Are you sure? If you fail the verification test, you lose your certification chance permanently. I'm sure, Russell replied. I'll take the test first thing tomorrow. Willis exhaled and nodded to himself. All right. Come find me after morning announcements. If you pass, welcome to the elite track. Russell placed the phone down and finally let the tension in his chest ease. He turned again to Yoriichi, still quietly standing in the corner of his mind. This is it, he whispered. My first step. Then the emergency broadcast flared to life from the still humming TV. Warning sign alert, Rift Zone Devil's Nest has entered critical instability. All residents near Sector 7 must evacuate to designated shelters immediately. Repeat, critical instability in Devil's Nest. Seek shelter now. Russell's eyes narrowed. Of course something had to go wrong. And just like that, his peaceful evening was over. Chapter 3, The Devil's Nest Unleashed. A shrill, high-pitched alarm pierced through the room, rattling Russell's nerves. He rushed to the window. Everything outside was cloaked in a suffocating fog. From within that haze, distant but unmistakable, came the sound of inhuman howls. The emergency broadcast looped on the TV, its synthetic voice urgent, while hurried footsteps filled the hallway outside. Opening the door, Russell saw his neighbors pouring down the stairwell in tense but orderly fashion. Across the hall, an older woman spotted him. "Russell! Come on, hurry," she cried, grabbing his arm. Drawn into the flow of evacuees, Russell followed the crowd. He noticed how composed they were. Nervous, yes, but not panicked. They'd done this before. In this world, rift incursions were part of daily life. People had learned to adapt. As they reached the gates of the Harmony Hills housing complex, a loudspeaker crackled overhead. "Warning sign: rescue card makers have been deployed. Citizens are advised to remain calm and await assistance." But the fog pressed in from all directions, thick and unnatural. No one dared step beyond the gate. They all knew the truth: rift spawn could only be fought using cards, and only trained card makers had the power to resist them. Ordinary people were defenseless. Even white-tier cards like courier chickens used for mail required baseline card-making talent. Most citizens barely had that. Murmurs of unease rippled through the crowd. This was a large residential zone. Too large. Would the Card Maker Association arrive in time? And this wasn't just any rift. This was the Devil's Nest, the largest, most unstable zone in the entire region. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the far edge of the crowd. "Monsters! They're here!" Rift spawn from the Devil's Nest. Dozens of glowing red eyes appeared in the mist. Someone near the front reacted fast. "Go! Hound Patrol!" With a flick of his hand, a young man activated a card. Hound Patrol white-tier creature card summons a random trained canine. A sleek German shepherd emerged, teeth bared and ready. "Take them down," the man shouted. The dog bolted into the mist. At first snarling, barking, snapping. Then a sharp yelp. Silence. The crowd fell still. The card user went pale. A child began to cry. "Where are the card makers? They only care about protecting the rich. I don't want to die. Mom? Mom, where are you?" And then the creatures stepped into view: 7 ghoul fiends, skeletal beasts with warped limbs and gore-slicked jaws. 3 still had chunks of flesh hanging from their fangs. Russell's breath hitched, but he didn't panic. His inherited memory told him everything he needed to know. Ghoul fiends were low-level rift spawn. Any competent card maker with decent materials could take them out. What worried him wasn't what he saw. It was what might come next. The Flesh Lord, for example, one of the infamous horrors lurking deep within the Devil's Nest. But still, he couldn't just stand by. Something in him, whether carried from his old life or born anew, refused to let innocent people die. He stepped forward. But a familiar hand gripped his arm. "Don't," warned Aunt May, her voice trembling. "Russell, don't be reckless." He gave her a calm smile. "It's okay, Aunt May. I'm a card maker now." She blinked. "You? But..." Before she could finish, he gently slipped free. He walked toward the front. People stared. "Who's that? Is he crazy? Get back here before you get yourself killed." But Russell didn't stop. The ghoul fiends hissed and snarled, pacing like wolves just beyond reach. He touched his forehead. A violet glow surged outward. And suddenly he wasn't alone. Yoriichi Tsujikuni stepped into the fog beside him, blade sheathed at his hip. The crowd gasped. "A card maker! He summoned a real combat unit. We're saved." "But he's just a kid." Russell blocked out the noise. He looked to Yoriichi and said quietly, "Go. You know what to do." The swordsman gave a single nod and drew his blade. The moment it cleared its sheath, the air shimmered with heat. Then he vanished. One ghoul fiend dropped, its head sailing clean off its shoulders. The others lunged, shrieking. Yoriichi bent his knees, sword glowing with radiant energy. He spun once, his blade arcing like the sun. A perfect circular slash. All 6 remaining monsters were bisected in one fluid motion. Silence. Then came the cheers. Russell stared, stunned. He'd known purple tier cards were powerful, but this? According to Cardmaker Association benchmarks, even a blue tier combat unit could handle only 5 ghoul fiends at best. Yoriichi had taken out 7. Instantly. Russell moved forward and swept his mental force across the fallen rift spawn. 7 cards shimmered into his palm. Ghoul Fiend green tier summoning material times 7 estimated market value, 20,000 credits each. He'd just made over 140,000 credits in less than a minute. No wonder card makers were considered the elite. But before he could savor it, Yoriichi raised his blade again and stepped in front of him protectively. Something else was coming. From deep within the mist, a massive silhouette emerged. Russell tensed. This thing was big, far bigger than a ghoul fiend. Could Yoriichi handle it? Then, a lazy voice drifted through the haze. Apologies. Ran into a gluttonous behemoth on the way. Took longer than expected. I'm not late, am I? The fog parted. A 2-story tall silver wolf padded into view, glowing eyes sweeping across the street. Its fur shimmered with raw power, muscles rippling beneath its frame. The wolf locked eyes with Russell. Whoa! Did you solo all those ghouls? It said, grinning with sharp white teeth. Not bad, kid. Russell blinked. You talk. Not me, the voice came from right beside him now. Russell turned and nearly jumped out of his skin. A man in a ridiculous floral shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops was standing next to him, casually sipping from a bubble tea. Yo! Name's Zephyr, the man said with a wink. Senior at Westbridge University. Cardmaker Division. The silver wolf strutted over and let him scratch behind its ear. Easy, Moonfang. Don't scare the newbie. Russell stared at the wolf, then back at Zephyr. Maybe the situation wasn't under control yet. But at least now, he wasn't facing it alone. Chapter 4, The Judge of Shadows. New Metro First. Hi, Russell, he said, breathing a sigh of relief as he saw the official insignia on the newcomer's uniform. It was a card maker from the association. The newly arrived card maker, a young man named Zephyr Flynn, looked at the corpses of the zombies scattered on the ground, his eyes wide with amazement. All 7 had been killed with a single, clean blow. It was obvious that Russell's card was far more powerful than a standard blue quality creation. The quality of your card is more than just blue, isn't it? Zephyr asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Russell nodded. It's purple. But then his own worries surfaced. My card. I just made it today. I haven't had time to register it with the Card Makers Association. Will I be in trouble? As an uncertified, wild card maker, he was technically not allowed to use cards above blue quality in public. He was worried he'd be held accountable by the association. Zephyr was stunned. He had assumed the young man before him was a prospective college student, maybe a recent graduate of an elite high school. For a university student, making a purple quality iron level card after years of study wouldn't be completely unheard of. But he hadn't expected Russell to be a complete novice, one who had just made his very first card. It's okay, Zephyr said with a reassuring smile. I'll report the situation here to the association exactly as it happened. But you're very talented, kid. I hope to see you at New Metro University next year. Although he was surprised, as a student of the university's prestigious card-making department, Zephyr had seen his fair share of geniuses. He clapped Russell on the shoulder. Don't worry, Russell. If anything, I think the association will reward you for your actions today. After all, if it weren't for you, the residents here would have probably. He trailed off, shaking his head. After receiving the order from the association, he had ridden his mount, Luna, at full speed towards the Happy Home complex. But on the way, he had encountered a silver-level gluttony beast, a delay that had cost him precious time. If Russell hadn't been here, the consequences would have been disastrous. The association wouldn't hold him responsible for the delay, of course. No one could predict what monsters they would encounter in the fog. Putting his thoughts aside, Zephyr put on a nonchalant smile and raised his voice. "All right, residents of Happy Home, I will now escort you all to the shelter in the Evergrove district." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, violent fluctuation of power rippled through the sky, causing everyone present to look up in awe. A colossal, divine figure had appeared high above the city of New Metro. It stared towards the direction of the Demon's Nest secret realm, its eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. A majestic voice boomed across the heavens, a voice that seemed to be the very judgment of the world itself. "Spirit Begging Society. This time, you have crossed the line." As the words fell, the huge figure simply exhaled a single, light breath. It washed over the city like a divine wind, and the thick, unnatural fog that had blanketed New Metro was blown away in an instant. At the same time, every monster that had been rampaging within the fog dissolved into black and grey smoke, vanishing without a trace. Russell stared blankly at the scene in the sky, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Can a card maker be this powerful? With just one breath, the crisis that had paralyzed the entire city was resolved. He couldn't help but ask Zephyr, who stood beside him, equally awestruck. "Zephyr, which card maker is that?" Zephyr looked up at the sky, his expression one of deep reverence. He slowly uttered the name, each word heavy with meaning. "That is the master card maker, Blake Whitmore. His core card is Baozheng, judge of the 5th court. Yan Luo." It was only in this moment that Russell truly understood what that title represented. Just then, a hoarse, piercing laugh echoed throughout the now clear skies of New Metro. "Blake Whitmore! Blake Whitmore! You can protect them for a moment, but can you protect them for a lifetime?" The divine figure was silent for a long time before it spoke again. "As long as I, Blake Whitmore, still draw breath, this coastline will never be lost. What's more, with young Eve in the Federation, would you truly dare to tear our worlds apart?" The hoarse voice, sounding as if it were being strangled, just sneered. "I'm afraid young Eve St. Clair won't be able to hold on for many more years. Time is on our side. We can wait and see." As the conversation ended, the huge figure of Baozheng, judge of the 5th court, slowly dissipated in the sky. Russell's eye twitched. The Spirit Begging Society wasn't all-powerful, but their threats were persistent and unnerving. Seeing that the situation had finally stabilized, Zephyr turned and clapped his hands to get the residents' attention again. "All right, everyone, you saw it for yourselves. Master Blake Whitmore has thwarted the conspiracy of the Spirit Begging Society. You can all return to your homes now." As the residents began to disperse, he turned back to Russell. "Russell, today seems like the perfect day for it. Do you want to come back to the association with me now to get registered?" Russell thought about it. Even if he didn't go today, his homeroom teacher would surely make him go tomorrow. "All right," he nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Zephyr." Seeing him agree, Zephyr materialized 2 sets of saddles from a card. It was worth noting that while a card maker could only possess one of any given creature card, there was no upper limit to the number of prop cards they could own. His mount, Luna, crouched down beside them at the right time. "Come on," Zephyr said, tossing a saddle to Russell and hopping onto Luna's back. "Riding Luna back will be faster." Russell followed suit, swinging himself onto the creature's back. As they took off, feeling the wind whistle past his ears, he asked curiously, "Zephyr, are mounts like this allowed on the roads?" Zephyr, scrolling through messages on his phone in the association's group chat, replied casually, "Oh, Yet, as long as a rideable creature card is registered with the association, it can be used on public roads. Same goes for vehicle-type prop cards. Russell nodded thoughtfully. Do humanoid cards count as rideable creatures? Zephyr put down his phone and looked at Russell, completely blank-faced. I was kidding. But Zephyr seemed to have recalled something. Actually, I think it's okay. I remember hearing about a female card maker at Capital University who likes to ride around on a muscular man card. Ah. Now it was Russell's turn to be confused. He had genuinely just been joking. Feeling that this was a dangerous topic to pursue, Russell quickly changed the subject. Zephyr, how do you think the association will deal with me? Zephyr just shook his phone. I've already reported the situation. They just told me to bring you back first. Is it too late for me to get off now? Zephyr was amused. Don't worry. If they wanted you in custody, I'd have you in custody now. If his order had been to control Russell, he wouldn't have been so gentle. The Card Makers Association had zero tolerance for illegal card makers, people like the members of the Spirit Begging Society, who dreamed of doing something big to open the eyes of the world. As they were talking, they arrived at the Evergrove District branch of the Card Makers Association. A middle-aged man had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Zephyr, his eyes lit up. Then he looked at Russell. You must be Russell. Zephyr told me all about you. The man stepped forward and shook Russell's hand warmly. The Evergrove District Card Makers Association thanks you for your help, Mr. Russell. Russell was somewhat confused by the association's effusive attitude, but he wasn't the naive 18-year-old he had been just a short time ago. He understood immediately what was happening. They were planning to set him up as a role model. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, No Room for Empty Boasting. Realizing the Card Makers Association's intention to turn him into a poster boy, Russell quickly put on a humble smile and waved his hands. No, I just did what anyone would do. I believe any well-educated citizen of the Federation would have stood up in that situation. That might not be the case, the branch president, Marcus, thought to himself. He'd seen plenty of new card makers freeze up when facing real monsters during their high school training. Still, he was very satisfied with Russell's understanding and media-savvy response. How about this, Russell? Marcus said, steering him inside. Let's get you officially registered as a card maker first, and then we can talk about the interview. A short while later, Russell stood at the entrance of the branch office, a little dazed as he looked at the official ID card in his hand. The word iron was printed on it in bold lettering. He was now an officially registered card maker. He thought of the ranks that stretched out before him: iron, bronze, silver, gold, emerald, diamond, master, palace. He had only just taken the first step on a very long road. He shook himself from his thoughts, recalling what Marcus had just told him. Russell, we're going to arrange an exclusive interview for you at your school tomorrow. We'll handle all the contact with the school. The new Metro Daily will be conducting it. Is that acceptable to you? After being told he would receive a 100,000 Federation credit reward for his bravery, what complaints could Russell possibly have? The money wouldn't be transferred until after the interview and photos tomorrow, but it was a windfall he desperately needed. On the bus ride home, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw the caller ID, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Williams. Hello? Teacher, what's wrong? Russell. The loud shout from the other end of the phone almost deafened him. He held the phone a little further from his ear. I'm here. Mr. Williams seemed to calm himself down. Russell, the school just informed me of your heroic act. I called you to ask if you were injured. A warmth spread through Russell's chest. No, Mr. Williams. A few zombies aren't enough to hurt me. Hearing the confidence in his student's voice, Mr. Williams felt a wave of relief. That's good. Get some rest today, and remember to tidy up your appearance tomorrow morning. That's all. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Russell couldn't help but laugh. His teacher's abrupt way of speaking was oddly endearing. The next day, Russell got up early and took the bus to school. Today was the first day back for all high schools in New Metro. Good morning, Russell, a boy with greasy hair and a new school bag said, sliding into the seat next to him. Russell nodded. Morning, Marvin. Marvin was a classmate from his year. His family ran a small business, and their relationship was amicable but not close. As Russell leaned his head against the window, lost in thought, Marvin suddenly started a conversation. So, Russell, how's your card making coming along? Seeing Marvin's wandering eyes and fidgety posture, Russell couldn't help but chuckle internally. He looked like a typical adolescent boy who had achieved something and was dying to show it off. As expected, Marvin's next sentence was a poorly feigned attempt at being casual. I got lucky, I guess. Managed to make a black iron green quality card over the summer. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. A green card on the first try meant that if he worked hard, making a blue card in the future and becoming a real card maker wasn't just a dream. He assumed that Russell, being an orphan, probably hadn't even had the resources to attempt making a card. He was ready to enjoy some well-deserved praise and admiration. He was therefore quite disappointed when Russell just said lightly, "Congratulations." Russell had no desire to engage in any face-slapping theatrics. In his eyes, Marvin was still just a kid who hadn't seen the real world. Marvin scratched his head, feeling that the Russell in front of him was very different from the one he remembered, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Ding! Arriving at New Metro First High. Please exit the bus in an orderly manner. Let's go, Russell, this is our stop, Marvin said, grabbing his bag first. As the two got off the bus, Russell saw his homeroom teacher, Mr. Williams, waiting anxiously at the school gate. Good morning, Mr. Williams, Marvin greeted him honestly. Mr. Williams nodded at him, then grabbed Russell's arm. Let's go, quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Watching his teacher hurry away with Russell in tow, practically jogging, Marvin fell into deep thought. Then, a bold and dramatic guess formed in his mind. He ran into the classroom, pushed open the door, and shouted, "Big news! I think Russell might be dropping out of school to go work." Seeing he had the attention of the entire class, Marvin loudly laid out his evidence. Russell was an orphan and probably couldn't afford tuition. He had seemed depressed and withdrawn on the bus that morning. And the homeroom teacher was waiting for him at the gate, probably to discuss his withdrawal. The class gradually came to accept Marvin's judgment. Just as a heated discussion began about whether they should start a donation fund for Russell, a very different scene was unfolding elsewhere. Mr. Williams trotted with Russell all the way to the principal's office. After catching his breath, he pushed open the door. "Principal Shepard, Russell is here. Hurry, hurry. Reporter Linda and President Marcus are waiting." After entering, Russell greeted them honestly. "Principal Shepard, President Marcus, good morning." Marcus, the president of the Evergrove District Card Makers Association, smiled warmly. "Kid, I told you, just call me Uncle Marcus." He then gestured to a capable-looking woman in a sharp business suit. "This is reporter Linda from the New Metro Daily." Reporter Linda stepped forward and shook Russell's hand. "Hello, Russell. We're just going to have a brief interview. There's no need to be nervous." "So," she began, "can I ask why you chose to step forward in such a dangerous situation?" "Because the residents of the Happy Home Complex needed my protection," Russell said, his words flawless and practiced. "And I believe that any student from New Metro First High, or any card maker from the association, would have stood up in that situation." Hearing this, Principal Shepard beamed with satisfaction. "I also heard from President Marcus that you created a purple quality card on your very first attempt. Is that correct?" Reporter Linda asked next. Russell complained inwardly. This reporter really asks anything, doesn't she? Doesn't she know a card maker's card info is their biggest secret? But his expression remained calm. I was just lucky that the story I compiled was recognized. This is inseparable from the daily teachings of both New Metro First High and the Association. Principal Shepard couldn't have been more satisfied. The boy had talent, high emotional intelligence, and was the perfect student to be the face of the school for the year. After reporter Linda finished her notes, she said, "Could I have Russell, Principal Shepard, and President Marcus stand together for a photo?" As she spoke, she took a banner from her bag and handed it to Russell. "Russell, please hold this." The banner read, "A brave man, a good boy who stands up for justice." Russell's eye twitched. He knew at a glance this cheesy banner was the school's handiwork. Holding it, he put on his best fake smile for the camera. "Very good," reporter Linda said, looking at the photos with satisfaction. "Thank you for your cooperation, Russell. So, am I free to go back to class now?" Russell asked, seeing that there seemed to be nothing else for him. "Russell, please wait a moment," Principal Shepard called out just as he was about to leave. "The association has a reward for you, and we at New Metro First High have one for you as well." End of this chapter. Chapter 6, The Face-Slapping Show begins. Is there really such a good thing? The thought couldn't help but cross Russell's mind. Principal Shepard smiled and picked up a booklet from his desk. "Student Russell, as a reward from the school, you may choose any one of these materials. It will be delivered to your home after school today." Russell took the booklet and looked through it carefully. It was filled with black iron grade materials of blue quality or higher. Fine steel sword, blue, blood-stained jade pendant, purple, corpse dog body enhancement type, purple. Suddenly, Russell's eyes narrowed, locking onto one specific item. "Thank you, Principal. I choose this one." Principal Shepard and the others looked at the material Russell was pointing to. Elite Ghoul, purple. Seeing his choice, Marcus hesitated for a moment before offering some advice. "Russell, I would suggest you choose an item material. You could make a prop card to enhance the creature card you already have." This was the conventional wisdom. A novice card maker's second card was almost always a prop. It was a safer bet, it increased the combat effectiveness of their one proven success, and it avoided the high risk of wasting valuable materials on a second creature card that might fail. The first success could have been a fluke, after all. But Russell just shook his head. "Uncle Marcus, thank you for your advice. I've still decided to choose this one." Seeing that his mind was made up, the adults in the room didn't press the issue. Interfering with a card maker's creative process was a major taboo. "Well then, Principal Shepard, President Marcus," Mr. Williams said, "I will take Russell to report to the key class first." The two men nodded slightly. As they watched the pair walk out of the office, Marcus smiled. "Old Shepard, it seems your school has produced a real seedling this time. I think you might have some confidence for the Evergrove District joint examination in a month." A trace of worry crossed Principal Shepard's brow. "I've heard the other schools have produced some good seedlings as well. Isn't there a rumor that a student from Evergrove First High created a gold quality card on their first try?" Marcus, however, didn't seem too concerned. The measure of a card maker wasn't just the quality of their cards. In his opinion, a young man like Russell, who was willing to stand up and risk his life in a crisis, was already far better than any so-called genius from another school. "Old Marcus," Principal Shepard's voice came from the side, his tone suddenly serious. "I want to ask you for a favor. In all my years, I've never asked anyone for anything. Do you want to go back and say goodbye to your old classmates?" Mr. Williams asked Russell on the way. Russell thought about it, then shook his head. "It's not like I'm graduating. We're all still in the same school. We can see each other whenever we want." True, Mr. Williams agreed. As they were talking, they arrived at the door of the key class. The probability of producing a real card maker in the early years of high school was low, so New Metro First High had only a single elite class for its most promising students. Miss Song, could you please come out for a moment? Mr. Williams called into the classroom. Soon, a middle-aged female teacher came to the door. This is Russell. From today on, he is one of your students, Mr. Williams said, gesturing to Russell. Then he turned to Russell. This is Victoria Song, a senior teacher at our school. She will be your homeroom teacher from now on. Russell nodded and greeted her. Good morning, Miss Song. Hello, Russell. Go on in and get acquainted with your new classmates first, Victoria said, pushing up her glasses. She then cast a probing look at Mr. Williams. So he's the one. As the two teachers began talking outside the window, Russell stood on the classroom podium. Hello everyone, I'm Russell. Please take care of me in the future. He glanced around the classroom. Including him, there were 12 students in total, and only one other girl. After hearing his introduction, that girl exclaimed, Wait, you're the Russell. He raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? Of course I know you, she said with a bright smile. You're our role model. My name is Nancy Whitemore. Her father was a gold-level card maker, and he had told her all about Russell's heroic deed last night. Russell gave a small, dumbfounded laugh, feeling as if she were being sarcastic. It was just the association building me up. Okay, everyone, let's quiet down for a moment, Victoria Song said, walking into the classroom. I'm sure you all know who this is. Yesterday, during the Demon's Nest riot, Russell bravely saved an entire community of residents. Let's give him a round of applause. She took the lead, and the class followed suit. Facing everyone's curious and admiring gazes, Russell just smiled. Anyone in my shoes would have done the same thing. Saying nice words doesn't cost anything, he thought. Ahem, Victoria cleared her throat. Now, let's have everyone else introduce themselves. Russell walked down from the podium. As the self-introductions went on, he found that there were two people in the class who warranted special attention. One was the girl, Nancy Whitemore. Her card was the iron-level purple three-tailed fox. In Russell's memory, the Fox Demon series had an incredible top end, culminating in the red quality nine-tailed fox Digi. The other person was a young man with a short ponytail named Darren. His card was the iron-level purple-green zombie. The zombie series had a very smooth and powerful progression path. But Russell knew Darren. He had been a classmate of the original Russell, and because of his orphan status, Darren had taken the lead in isolating and bullying him before Mr. Williams had stepped in. Tisk. A bully who only picks on the weak, Russell thought, his eyes turning cold. Okay, Victoria clapped her hands, getting everyone's attention. Next, I have an announcement to make. In 1 month, our district will hold a joint examination between 4 schools. The winning school will be granted an opportunity to enter a secret realm for practical training. A secret realm. The words sent a jolt of excitement through the students. Entering a secret realm meant access to rich material resources, which could be sold for a fortune or used to create powerful new cards. Seeing she had their full attention, Victoria smiled. However, each school can only send 3 students to participate, and only those 3 can enter the secret realm. Therefore, our key class will be implementing a ranking system. She paused for effect. Tomorrow, we will conduct our first ranking practical. The method will be a standard card maker duel. The rules were simple, anything was allowed except directly attacking the opposing card maker. Most duels ended when one side's cards were all defeated. It was worth noting that when a creature card was defeated, it entered a cooldown period of up to 1 day. After announcing the news, Victoria left the classroom. Immediately, Darren walked slowly over to Russell's desk, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Well, Russell. I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've somehow turned into a phoenix. He had always considered himself a child of destiny. Seeing the former orphan he used to bully now being celebrated as a hero filled him with a sour, burning jealousy. Russell just rolled his eyes. Yet, you're much better than me. Congratulations. Seeing Russell's dismissive, perfunctory attitude, Darren felt a surge of humiliation. You cricket. An orphan dares to have such an attitude. A sinister look appeared on his face. In the ranking match tomorrow, I'm going to tear your card to pieces in front of everyone. Russell didn't even bother to argue, just looking at him with a tired, speechless expression. When Mr. Williams returned to his old classroom, he found it in chaos. When Marvin saw him, he immediately ran over, his face a mask of sadness. Mr. Williams. Did Russell really have to drop out of school to work? Mr. Williams looked at him, completely confused. Where did you hear that? Russell has been promoted to the key class. He's an official card maker now. The classroom fell into a dead silence. It was soon broken by a single, deafening, collective shout. Hey! End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Idiot. The rest of the afternoon was spent in a story editing class. Russell found himself yawning constantly, his mind still buzzing from the morning's events. He forced himself to pay attention, even though he had a vast library of stories in his mind from his past life. Learning how to properly structure and adapt them into a card's narrative was a critical skill. The moment the final bell rang, he was blocked in the classroom by Darren. Russell, he said, a smug look on his face. Let's have that battle now. Russell stared at him. Does this guy not realize that if a card is defeated, it enters a 24-hour cooldown? He would be starting the official ranking match tomorrow with a major disadvantage. Russell mentally labeled Darren as both brainless and arrogant. Forget it, he said, sighing. I have something urgent to do at home. Besides, the ranking match is tomorrow. Just be patient. Seeing that Darren had no intention of moving, Russell simply pushed past him and walked out. He could hear Darren's frustrated grunt behind him. Humph! Lucky for you. First place tomorrow will be mine. Russell took the bus all the way back to his old, shabby apartment in the Happy Home complex. Sitting in front of his computer, he began to calculate his recent gains. First, there were the 7 pieces of ghoul corpse, green, material, condensed from the zombies he had killed. He had no use for them himself, so he listed all 7 on the online trading platform for 20,000 Federation credits each. Second was the elite ghoul, purple, material he had received as a reward. This was a core component for the next card he planned to make, so it was not for sale. As for cash, the school rewarded students who entered the key class with 150,000 credits. As a registered Black Iron card maker, he would now receive a monthly subsidy of 20,000. Adding the 100,000 bonus for bravery and the money left from his previous loans, Russell now had a total of just over 280,000 credits in cash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Life was finally getting better. He picked up his phone and sent a message to the contact noted as Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger, I have the money. Is it convenient for you to come over today? I want to pay off the loan. On the other side of the city, a bald, heavily built man looked at the message on his phone. He glanced at the contact notes he had made for this client. Russell, student, no potential, can try to develop. This was, of course, Brother Tiger. He's collected enough money already, he muttered to himself. Did he take out another loan to pay this one off? Or? After a moment's thought, he replied, of course, Mr. Russell. We'll be there right away. He looked up. Skinny, grab the contract from the potential target's file. We're going out. Got it, brother Tiger, the man called Skinny responded. Soon, the two of them drove to the happy home complex. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed in the empty corridor. Coming, a voice called from inside. A moment later, the door opened. It was Russell. Brother Tiger, right? Please, come in. No need to change your shoes. The three of them sat on the worn-out sofa. Russell pushed an envelope from the coffee table toward them. There's 120,000 in there. That should cover the principal and the interest. As he spoke, he summoned Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The swordsman appeared instantly, leaning silently against the wall with his arms crossed over his blade, his sharp eyes fixed on the two men from Duo Finance. Card maker. The moment Brother Tiger saw Yoriichi, his eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the boy to actually become a registered card maker. Their initial investigation had suggested his talent was mediocre at best. He immediately plastered a wide, friendly smile on his face. Congratulations, Mr. Russell, on becoming a card maker. How about this? You don't have to pay us back. Consider the debt cleared. A little gift from Duo Finance to a promising new talent. As he spoke, he took the contract from Skinny and theatrically tore it into pieces in front of Russell. Russell sneered inwardly. Offering courtesy for no reason means you're either a cheat or a thief. He had no intention of staying entangled with these grey market criminals. A man is nothing without his integrity, Russell said, his own face a mask of polite sincerity. You should take the money, Brother Tiger. A loan borrowed is a loan that must be repaid. It makes it easier to borrow again in the future. Hearing this, the smile on Brother Tiger's face froze. This kid is stubborn. Unfortunately for him, as a shrewd operator, he would never risk offending a registered card maker from the association over a mere 100,000 credits, even if he was just a black iron novice. After a moment's pause, he took the envelope with a laugh. Student Russell is truly a man of his word. I am ashamed of my own suggestion. With this, your business with Duo Finance is concluded. We won't bother you again. With that, he and Skinny quickly left the apartment. Downstairs, Skinny leaned over to Brother Tiger and whispered, Brother, that kid doesn't know what's good for him. Slap. Before he could finish, a hard slap sent his head ringing. Brother Tiger stared at him, his eyes as cold and merciless as a viper's. Idiot! If you ever say something like that again, I will personally turn you into material for your seniors. The most important thing for us is to keep a low profile. Are you insane or am I? You want to make a move on a registered card maker? Skinny shuddered, thinking of the fates of his predecessors. He covered his swollen face, lowered his head, and mumbled, I was wrong, Brother Tiger. It won't happen again. Brother Tiger snorted coldly. Let's go. The next client on the list can't pay. With his debt finally paid off, Russell felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Now, he could finally consider his next card. He already had several ideas. The first choice was definitely Kokushibomi Chikatsu Tsujikuni. This card would form a powerful bond with his existing Yoriichi, and Kokushibo's strength as upper rank 1 was undeniable. If the materials were good enough, Russell was confident he could even reach gold quality. But Kokushibo had a major flaw, photophobia, a crippling weakness to sunlight. He would have to find a way to solve that problem in the story. For now, with only the elite ghoul material on hand, he had plenty of time to perfect the concept. I'm still short on money, he sighed. The cheapest, least versatile purple materials started at 150,000, and powerful ones were far more expensive. And that was just for the black iron grade. High-level materials were almost never sold for cash, powerful card makers preferred to barter. As a student, he had no legal way to obtain large amounts of funds quickly. His only real hope was for new Metro First High to win the joint examination in a month. But in his memory, his school's performance in previous years had never been good. Shaking off the complicated thoughts, Russell prepared to begin his daily meditation. The standard technique taught throughout the Daming Federation was called the Deep Blue Meditation Method, said to have been spread by the legendary Lucius the Sage. It was a universal method, with no special, secret techniques passed down through families. This leveled the playing field. Meditation would not be the shackle that held a card maker back. What truly separated the novices from the masters was the ability to build a story. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Chapter 8, Placement Test. The next day arrived quickly. Victoria-san stood before the class, holding a sealed box containing 12 slips of paper, one for each student. After giving the box a thorough shake, she reached inside and drew out 2 slips. I will now announce the 2 students for our first test. She slowly unfolded the paper in her hand, a small smile playing on her lips. Russell vs. Liam Blake. Hearing his name, Russell raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't expected to be the first one on stage. The teachers and students of the key class made their way to New Metro First High's dedicated battle arena. Liam stood at one end of the field and called out to Russell, "Russell, please give me your guidance." As he spoke, a figure with the body of a man and the head of a bull, holding a heavy steel knife, materialized in front of him. An ox head? Russell thought, looking at the card with some surprise. But he quickly dismissed his initial guess. If it were a true Soul Reaper ox head, it wouldn't be a mere blue-quality black iron card. That left 2 possibilities. 1. It was just a generic monster with an ox head and a human body. 2. The story was imperfect or the materials were not of a high enough level, resulting in an incomplete version of the mythological figure. Russell leaned toward the first possibility. Generally, creature cards like this, which mimicked legendary figures but were of a lower quality, lacked any special abilities. In an instant, Yoriichi Tsujikuni appeared in front of Russell. "I leave it to you, Yoriichi." The swordsman gave a slight, silent nod in response. Russell still hadn't figured out if his card chose not to speak or simply couldn't. On the sidelines, both Nancy Whitemore and Darren, who were watching intently, felt their eyes narrow as they saw Yoriichi for the first time. In the arena, Yoriichi took a single, deep breath and instantly rushed towards the ox-headed monster, the distance between them closing in a blur. Perhaps it was due to the card's low quality, or perhaps its intelligence was simply not very high, but the Minotaur barely had time to react before Yoriichi was upon it. Clang! The 2 blades collided, sending a shower of red sparks across the field. But in the next moment, a cry of surprise came from Liam. Yoriichi, in a brilliant tactical move, had voluntarily disengaged from the power struggle. He took a sideways step, and as the Minotaur staggered forward from the sudden loss of resistance, he crouched down, slipping past its guard. A flaming blade slashed across the Minotaur's neck. Yoriichi now stood with his back to the monster, slowly sheathing his sword. Behind him, the headless body of the Minotaur dissolved into motes of light. Russell wins. Victoria-san announced loudly from the sidelines, her face showing unconcealable joy. Russell's excellence had far exceeded her imagination. If his first card hadn't been limited by his available materials, he might have created a gold-quality one right from the start. Principal Shepard's vision had been correct. Russell was truly worthy of being cultivated as a seeded talent for the school. This year, they actually had a chance in the joint examination. Nancy, however, watched the match with a thoughtful frown. From just one battle, she couldn't get a clear read on Yoriichi's abilities. All she knew was that even among purple-quality iron-level cards, he was top-tier. She turned to Darren. "Well? Are you confident?" Darren raised an eyebrow, a confident smirk on his face. "Against Russell? It might be a little tricky. So you'll lose. I'll win." Fortunately, it wasn't the crimson-haired ghoul, otherwise the whole street would have been destroyed, Russell muttered to himself as he watched Darren's next match from the sidelines. But he had to admit, Darren's green zombie was undeniably strong. From what Russell could see, it had at least one ability that greatly enhanced its physical strength. As for any other abilities, it was impossible to tell, because its opponent was far too weak. The moment the opposing card was summoned, the green zombie pinned it to the ground and tore it apart. Ha ha ha! You useless piece of trash! You're too weak! Darren laughed loudly from his side of the arena. How did someone like you even get into the key class? His defeated classmate's face went pale with humiliation. Victoria-san frowned from the sidelines. In her opinion, Darren was going too far. They were classmates, not mortal enemies. There was no need for such harsh words. Darren will suffer sooner or later with that personality of his, Nancy said, shaking her head in disapproval. Russell just nodded indifferently. Why bother caring so much? We're not his parents. Maybe Darren would learn his lesson one day, but that had nothing to do with him. The next match is between Nancy Whitemore and Justin. Victoria's voice rang out. It's your turn now. Good luck, Russell said, turning to Nancy. She smiled, pulling a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you. With that, she turned and walked toward the center of the field. What were you two talking about just now? Darren said, carelessly plopping down in the seat next to Russell. During the last match, he had noticed his two main rivals whispering to each other. Russell silently shifted his chair a few inches away. He looked Darren straight in the eye and said with the utmost sincerity, nothing much. Just that you're too strong. We don't think we can beat you. Darren naturally heard the sarcasm dripping from his words. Tisk, such a sharp tongue. I hope you can be so tough on the court later. Russell just sighed internally. Why is this kid so aggressive? He didn't respond, turning his attention back to the field. The situation in Nancy's match was a bit strange. Her opponent's card was just standing there, staring blankly into space. Nancy's three-tailed fox leisurely strolled up to it, extended a claw, and the opposing card was defeated without a fight. Russell frowned. An illusion. At that moment, an unreasonable association popped into his head. He wondered whose illusion was stronger, the fox's, or Itaki Uchiha's. In the next round, the three of them, Russell, Darren, and Nancy, still didn't meet. Their opponents were just as easily dispatched. It was now clear that they were in a league of their own in this class. If no one had a sudden epiphany, the three of them would almost certainly be the ones representing the school at the joint examination in a month. This made Russell briefly suspect that Victoria-san was rigging the matchups, but he dismissed the thought as ridiculous. This was only the first ranking test. Any student who was dissatisfied could challenge someone ranked higher than them once a week. Pa. Victoria clapped her hands, getting the students' attention. Because we only have 3 students left, Russell, Darren, and Nancy, one student will be given a bye and will advance directly to the final round. It would have been more reasonable to have the bye winner play against the loser of the next match, but the one-day cooldown on defeated cards made that impossible. Looking at the note she had just drawn from the box, Victoria-san announced loudly, the next round is... End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Trash Talk is for the weak. Darren vs Nancy Whitemore. Following Victoria-san's announcement, both students stood up. Darren turned to Nancy, a smug look on his face. I won't show any mercy just because you're a girl. Although Nancy's fox demon was strong, he was confident that his zombie was superior. Nancy just gave him a gentle smile, ignoring his posturing. The two took their positions. Instantly, the green zombie and the three-tailed fox appeared on the field. The fox was the first to act, unleashing a wave of its illusionary power. But it was useless. The green zombie, a creature of pure, mindless instinct, was completely unaffected. The sudden failure of her primary ability made Nancy's smile falter. Darren looked at the scene with pride. At this stage, my zombie has no intelligence to affect, he gloated. It's all instinct. Your fox isn't capable of creating an illusion powerful enough to fool it. If Darren is arrogant, then so was I, Nancy thought to herself. Outside of Darren and Russell, none of the other students in the class were a match for her, and she had let a little pride creep in. Ignoring her inner thoughts, the three-tailed fox attacked, lunging forward on all fours. It was extremely fast, arriving next to the green zombie in a blur. Its sharp claws, flashing with cold light, left after images in the air. Darren wasn't panicked at all. The fox's most powerful ability was its illusion. When it came to a pure physical brawl, he was confident that nothing in the key class could match his green zombie. Not even Russell's mysterious swordsman. He was right. Although the fox's claws raked across the zombie's body, they only managed to leave a few shallow marks on its tough hide. Just as the fox was between attacks, its momentum spent, the green zombie's hand shot out. It grabbed the fox by its long tails, lifted it into the air, and began to slam it into the ground repeatedly, like a sandbag. Wham! 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 The fox let out pitiful, mournful cries with each impact. Russell, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but twitch his eye. Why does this scene look so familiar? Hulk vs. Loki, right? Even their abilities were similar. Finally, after one last, brutal smash, the three-tailed fox dissipated into the air. Too weak. Darren laughed wantonly from the center of the field. Nancy, you're no different from the other trash I've beaten. Ignoring his taunts, Nancy felt no real frustration. The zombie was a hard counter to her fox in every respect. Her task now, as a card maker, was to find a way to overcome that. Whether that meant making a prop card to enhance her fox, or creating an entirely new creature to deal with such situations, they were all just problems to be solved. She took a deep breath, walked off the court, and came over to Russell, offering him an encouraging smile. Good luck, Russell. Russell returned a soft smile of his own. I think you've made a mistake, he said quietly. He's the challenger. Without waiting for her reaction, he slowly walked onto the field. Looking at his retreating back, Nancy was stunned. Russell, so arrogant. And yet, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. Unaware of Nancy's thoughts, Russell stood opposite Darren and summoned Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The moment the swordsman appeared and saw the green zombie across the field, his expression turned cold. Bad memories. Before the zombie could even react, Yoriichi had already rushed forward, his blade drawn. As he ran, the steel of his katana began to glow, turning a faint, shimmering red. I've never seen that ability before, Nancy whispered from the sidelines, watching intently. In the blink of an eye, Yoriichi was in front of the green zombie. His samurai sword slashed at its neck from right to left, making a sharp whistling sound. Roar! The zombie roared, raising its right hand to block the blade. Swish! Like a hot knife through butter, the flaming blade sliced clean through the zombie's arm. The green, long-haired limb flew high into the air before hitting the ground with a wet thud. In a single exchange, the green zombie had been dismembered. It roared in pain, but instead of retreating, it lunged forward, trying to bite Yoriichi. Yoriichi's eyes focused. He spun, his blade a blur. Under Darren's astonished gaze, the green zombie was cleanly beheaded, its body dissipating into the air before it even hit the ground. What? Darren stared at the empty field in disbelief. I lost. He had thought Russell might be a tough opponent, but he had never doubted that he would win in the end. He never expected his prized zombie would be annihilated in just 2 exchanges. From the look of it, Russell's card hadn't even been at its full strength. At that moment, Darren was simply unable to accept his failure. The arena fell silent. Some of the students had thought Russell would win, others had bet on Darren. But no one had expected it to be so easy. Against Russell, Darren's zombie had performed no better than Liam's minotaur. Gradually, bursts of discussion began to ripple through the venue. Russell is so strong. It's like, open the champagne, the match is already over. No wonder he was able to save an entire neighborhood. Tisk, look at Darren. He's always so arrogant, but he couldn't even last 2 minutes against Russell. It's hilarious. SHH, keep your voice down. Darren can't beat Russell, but he can still beat you. Would he have the nerve? Bullying us instead of getting revenge on Russell. Ignoring the voices, Russell walked over to where Darren stood, still in shock. Are you okay? He asked. Just as Darren, who had slumped to the ground, thought Russell was going to comfort him, Russell's voice turned cold and quiet, repeating the same words Darren had said to his own defeated classmate earlier. You useless piece of shit. You're too weak. I'm not interested in you at all. How did someone like you even get into the key class? At that moment, Darren's head was bowed, his expression hidden. Seeing him fall silent, Russell almost thought his words had been too harsh, but he had only repeated what Darren himself had said. He had no sympathy for a bully. Shaking his head, Russell turned to leave. Just then, a resentful voice sounded from behind him. You just got lucky with a card that countered mine. Do you really think you're that strong? Wait until next time. Next time, I'll make a stronger card, and I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Russell paused, but then continued walking toward the sidelines without looking back. Some people, he thought, were just born bad. He had seen it countless times in the news from his previous life. If he hadn't been strong enough, and if Darren had won, the next step would have been a campaign of threats and isolation. Besides, who didn't know how to make empty threats? He could also say that when he finally finished making Rabbit Goddess Kagaya Tsutsuki, he'd make the entire spirit-begging society kneel down and sing Conquer. When he arrived at the sidelines, his classmates immediately surrounded him, their chattering questions giving him a headache. Just as he was dealing with the crowd, Victoria's song appeared and helped him out. Okay, classmates, stop bothering Russell for now, she said, clapping her hands. The class ranking for this week is now determined. If you think you deserve a higher rank, you may challenge your target next week. But you can only challenge once per week. Also, she added, I have some good news. She paused, letting the suspense build. Seeing the students all looking at her eagerly, she finally revealed the answer. Thanks to the principal's efforts, our key class has been granted an opportunity to enter a secret realm for practical training. I hope you will all cherish it. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, I Choose You. Victoria's song's words were like dropping a bomb into the quiet classroom. Liam Blake couldn't help but ask first, his voice filled with hopeful excitement. Teacher, can all of us go? Victoria smiled and nodded. Yes. This time, all 12 students in our key class will be able to enter this secret realm for practical training. She paused, then added, of course, it is the most basic type of secret realm. A wave of slight disappointment went through some of the students. Russell just shook his head secretly. Simply being able to enter a secret realm at their level was an incredible privilege. How many other high school students would kill for such an opportunity? This was completely unexpected, a gift horse he had no intention of looking in the mouth. The training will take place in half a month, Victoria continued. The secret realm is a mountain forest type. I expect you all to be well prepared. She means that if possible, it would be best to make a vehicle-type prop card, or a rideable creature card, Nancy whispered to Russell, who was sitting beside him. As the daughter of a gold-level card maker, she was naturally aware of some of the finer points of realm exploration. Although a mountain forest wasn't the most complicated terrain, having a mount could still save a lot of time and trouble. Russell glanced over at Darren, who had been silent and gloomy ever since the ranking match ended. He was sure Darren already knew this information but was too arrogant to share it. Not paying him any more attention, Russell gave Nancy a slight nod. "Thanks for the reminder." Nancy just smiled. "You're welcome." With the ranking test over, everyone returned to their afternoon classes. The curriculum in the key class focused mainly on card-making theory and meditation, with a few wilderness survival skills classes thrown in. The association didn't want flowers raised in a greenhouse, they wanted card makers who could survive on a real battlefield. This afternoon was a meditation class. In truth, it was more like a self-study session. Because everyone practiced the same deep blue meditation method, there wasn't much for the teacher to instruct. With his eyes closed, Russell let out a slow, controlled breath, feeling the deep satisfaction that came with the gradual growth of his mental strength. Ever since he had transmigrated, he'd found that his progress in meditation was much faster than the original owners had been. He didn't know if it was because this body had once housed two souls, or if he was simply gifted. He wasn't particularly interested in exploring the specific reason. It was good news, and it meant that his mental power would likely never be a bottleneck for his growth. Time passed quickly during meditation, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for school to end. "See you tomorrow, Russell," Nancy said with a smile as they parted ways. Russell nodded slightly. "See you tomorrow." Watching her gradually receding back, Russell also set out on his journey home. Not long after he arrived, there was a tapping on his window. Tap, tap, tap. He turned and saw a Metro Express delivery drone hovering outside. "I don't remember buying anything," he muttered, opening the window with a puzzled look. The drone chirped, and a crisp female voice came from its small speaker. "A purchase has been made for one of your listed items. Please provide the merchandise for shipment." Russell instantly remembered. If the drone hadn't come, he would have completely forgotten that he had listed 7 Ghoul Corpse, green, materials for sale online. He hurried to grab the materials, handing them over to the drone. It secured them in a small compartment and flew away, quickly becoming a small white dot in the sky. Watching it go, Russell's mind returned to Nancy's advice. He needed a mount. Including the money from the sale of the materials, he now had just over 300,000 credits in his pocket. He decided to make a simple, green quality card for transportation. Opening the trading website on his computer, he began to look for the materials he would need. He could, in theory, purchase bronze-level materials now, but he didn't plan on it. For one, his mental strength wasn't high enough to create a bronze card yet, and for two, it was a waste for a simple transport card. Soon, he found what he wanted. Sparrow, white, bald eagle, green, and a blank card. The 3 materials cost him a total of 30,000 Federation credits. Before long, another Metro Express drone arrived with his purchases. Sitting at his desk, Russell picked up his card drawing pen and began to sketch on the blank card. Gradually, the image of a large, yellow-feathered eagle took shape. After the drawing was complete, he placed the 3 materials together on the card and enveloped them with his mental power. The next moment, he was once again in the mysterious, dark space of creation. Please start compiling your story. This Pidgeot is larger than its pre-evolved forms, with a wider wingspan. Its feathers are mainly brown, with a cream-colored underside. The feathers on its head form a majestic crest, red on the sides and yellow in the middle, and its fan-shaped tail feathers are also red. In the Viridian Forest, a young trainer named Ash Ketchum and his partner, Pikachu, encountered this Pokémon's pre-evolved form. After a difficult battle, the Pidgeotto was captured by Ash. Throughout their journey, Ash and Pidgeotto fought off Team Rocket time and again and conquered many gyms. The trainer and his Pokémon went through countless trials, eventually returning to the Viridian Forest. There, they found the local Pidgey and Pidgeotto flock being terrorized by a Fearow. To protect its flock, Ash's Pidgeotto was severely injured by the Fearow. In that desperate moment, Pidgeotto evolved into Pidgeot and successfully defeated the tyrannical Firo. After this incident, Ash released Pidgeot to protect the forest, promising that he would come back for him after he finished his journey. With the story compiled, Russell silently waited for the judgment of the mysterious space. The next moment, he was back in his small room. A card depicting a large brown bird was floating in front of him. Success. Russell absorbed the card into his mind. Pidgeot. Level, Black Iron. Quality, Green. Category, Creature. Skills, None. Characteristics, None. Introduction, reunited after 24 years, let's travel together again. Checking the card's information, Russell was not surprised. The story he had compiled was simple, and the materials were low level. He had accepted that it would have no special abilities. He hadn't intended to make a powerful combat card, just a reliable means of transportation. Russell summoned Pidgeot. The bird stood about 1.5 meters tall, more than large enough to carry him through the sky. However, he didn't dare to just hop on and ride it away. If he wanted to use Pidgeot for transport within the city, he would need to register it with the Card Makers Association. He was naturally prepared to do so. Pidgeot wasn't a combat card, it didn't matter if its existence was exposed. And besides, there was another, more important reason: he never wanted to hear the welfare card bus announcement again for as long as he lived. It was too soul-crushing. After gently stroking Pidgeot's head, Russell returned the card to his mind, put on a coat, and went out to register his new steed. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Driving without a license is illegal. At the entrance of the association branch, Russell stared blankly at the freshly printed flying vehicle driver's license in his hand. The association's efficiency was quite impressive. He had expected the process to take some time, but they had issued the license the moment his registration was complete. Next, he headed to a shop adjacent to the association building, the Creature Outfitter. He needed a saddle. Because card makers often had creatures of bizarre shapes and sizes, the shop had a complete and fascinating range of equipment. Seeing Russell summon Pidgeot, the shop owner looked the great bird up and down, then took a specialized avian saddle from a shelf. Try this on for size. Russell fitted the saddle onto Pidgeot. It was a perfect fit. Okay, this is the one, he said with satisfaction. Thank you for your patronage. 5,000 credits, the owner said, holding up 5 fingers. So expensive? Russell was stunned, but he wasn't about to bargain. To be able to operate a store right next to the association and charge such high prices meant the owner either had powerful connections or their products were genuinely top quality. He neatly swiped his card and prepared to leave. Hey, young man, the owner called out. Why are you in such a hurry? He walked over and touched the saddle on Pidgeot's back. In a flash of light, the saddle compressed and transformed into a card. Russell now understood the high price, it was a prop card. In his memory, prop cards could be given as gifts or traded, but creature cards were bound to their maker. He took the prop card and slowly absorbed it into his mind. Avian saddle grade, black iron quality, white. The description couldn't have been simpler. Outside the store, Russell stroked Pidgeot's head. Let's experience the feeling of flying, he said, hopping onto the newly equipped mount. Pidgeot soared into the sky, drawing the curious eyes of passers-by below. Feeling the cold wind whipping against his face, Russell thought, it's really not great without a windshield. Still, despite the less-than-perfect riding experience, he was satisfied. Pidgeot's normal cruising speed was over 60 km per hour, more than enough for daily transportation. For an iron-level card, he couldn't ask for more. Late that night, in a dark and damp underwater cave, a gloomy old man with a hooked nose played with a golden scale. It was Regent Jin. Does the new Metro Card Makers Association have any plans to explore secret realms recently? he asked the middle-aged man in a black robe standing before him. The man quickly replied, "Sir, due to the riot at the Demon's Nest, most of the association's official exploration plans have been put on hold." He paused, then continued, "But sir, I have heard that several of the major high schools in New Metro are organizing practical training missions for their students in controlled secret realms." The hook-nosed old man let out a hoarse laugh. "Blake Whitmore. Blake Whitmore. I wonder if you can protect them all this time. Insert a few of our chess pieces in there." The middle-aged man bowed immediately. "Yes, sir." Amidst the shrill, crazy laughter, money and treasure gradually appeared on one side of the scale in Regent Jin's hand, while scarlet, soul-like cards appeared on the other. Just as the two sides came into balance, an inexplicable voice echoed from the void. "Deal done." The days at school passed quickly. Soon, the time came for Russell and his classmates to go on their training mission. In front of a large tour bus, Victoria Song was giving her final speech. "This practical is an opportunity that Principal Shepard fought hard to get for us. I hope you will all cherish it." In the crowd, ignoring the long speech, Russell leaned over to Nancy. "Isn't it dangerous for us to enter a secret realm directly?" he asked softly. In his view, the students in the key class were all flowers raised in a greenhouse, with no real combat experience. Wasn't it risky to just throw them in like this? Nancy glanced at Ms. Song, then replied softly, "The secret realms that high school students like us are allowed to enter have long been completely controlled by the Card Makers Association. They're just stocked with low-level, black iron monsters." Russell nodded. That made sense. A card maker should have no problem dealing with several monsters of the same level. The only real danger would be encountering an elite monster. Moreover, Nancy continued, "These training realms are basically covered by surveillance. If there's any real danger, the association's on-site card makers will rescue us in time." As they were talking, Victoria Song finally finished her speech. "Okay, classmates, get on the bus." The group boarded one after another. As the bus started, the scenery outside the window began to quickly recede. Gradually, the tall buildings of New Metro disappeared, replaced by dense, sprawling forests. It was Russell's first time leaving the city proper. In the original owner's memory, the entire world outside the major cities was basically untamed wilderness. Over the years, the Daming Federation had tried to expand its territory, but with little success. The forests were still filled with roaming demons, and new secret realms could appear at any time. Strangely, the more deserted a place was, the more likely it was to spawn a secret realm. The oceans were now scattered with countless realms of all sizes, and the once thriving sea trade had long since disappeared. The bus gradually drove up to a massive steel base. An armed soldier stopped them. "Secret facility ahead. No unauthorized approach." Victoria Song got out of the bus, holding the documents issued by the association. After the soldier at the gate confirmed the documents again and again, he sent a message to the sentry box behind him. "No problem. Let them pass." The bus slowly drove into the base, where a leader was already waiting. "You must be the students from New Metro First High arranged by President Marcus," the leader greeted Ms. Song with a smile. "Yes," she responded with a smile of her own. "We'll be in your care today." "No trouble at all," the leader said, waving his hands. He wouldn't dare delay something personally ordered by President Marcus. "We are all serving the Federation." He then turned to a staff member. "Take these young students to the secret realm." Victoria turned back to her class for one final instruction. "Go on, classmates. And be sure to pay attention to your safety." Russell followed the group to a huge, open square. In the center stood a massive space gate, emitting a shimmering, silver-white light. The leading staff member smiled and introduced it to them. "Students, this is your first time seeing a secret realm space gate. Please enter in an orderly fashion." We have already arranged for a card maker to wait for you on the other side. One after another, the students of the key class stepped through the portal. Russell followed the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, the world changed. He was now standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him were two card makers in the association's black uniform. The leader smiled at the students. Welcome, everyone, to the secret realm, the 1,000-foot woods. You may not be familiar with it. The reason it's called this is because a powerful, centipede-like monster once lived here. But please rest assured, he added, all monsters above the black iron level have already been cleared out by the association. After you receive your communication equipment, you are free to move about. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, 1,000 Legs. Hearing that they could move freely, Russell didn't hesitate. He summoned Pidgeot. Seeing the great bird appear, Nancy Whitemore was surprised. You made a second creature card so quickly. She had assumed that, at most, Russell would have made a simple vehicle-type prop card. Russell just shook his head slightly, his expression calm. It's just a green quality card. Nothing special. Nancy was left speechless by his casual, almost Versailles-like humility. She knew how many aspiring card makers struggled their entire lives just to create a single green quality card. Thinking of this, she just smiled slightly. A flying mount is perfect for a mountain forest secret realm like this. Indeed, a flying mount was an advantage in almost any terrain. At this moment, the other students in the class couldn't help but cast envious glances in his direction. As expected of Russell. I want to ride a bird, too. My family only got me a mountain bike for this trip. You're lucky. I've got nothing. I'm relying on my own 2 legs. Hearing his classmates' discussions, Russell sighed inwardly. If it weren't for Nancy's reminder, he probably wouldn't have thought of making a rideable card either. In the crowd, Darren stared at Russell, his eyes burning with jealousy and unwillingness. Russell again, always Russell, he thought bitterly. Is he so perfect? A dark thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. No, if I try something here and get caught, I'm dead. As if sensing his hateful gaze, Russell turned and looked directly at him. Darren immediately flinched, quickly turning his head away and pretending to be interested in a nearby tree. Russell couldn't help but sneer. He gave Darren a third mental label: bullies the weak, fears the strong. What's wrong? Nancy asked, noticing his expression. What's so funny? Russell just waved his hand. Nothing. I just saw a clown. Without waiting for her reaction, he hopped onto Pidgeot and soared into the sky. Seeing Russell leave, the other students didn't linger, heading off in various directions to begin their own exploration. One of the association staff members leading the group looked up at the small black dot that was now Russell. It seems New Metro First High has produced a real seedling this time, he said with emotion. By the way, Walter, he said, turning to his colleague. Didn't you take leave to take care of your mother? The card maker known as Walter was silent for a moment, then gave a wry smile. People like us, who've spent half our lives just to become iron-level card makers, don't save much in a year. Besides, my mother's illness requires a lot of money. If I don't work, we don't eat. The secret realms that had been completely controlled by the association, like this one, were generally staffed by retired or older card makers, those who had no hope of advancing beyond the black iron level. It was a waste of resources to have high-level card makers babysitting a place like this. The leader sighed and clapped Walter on the shoulder. Let's not talk about such unhappy things. Let's head back to the monitoring room. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong today. Russell rode Pidgeot high above the forest, soon reaching the halfway point of the mountain. In the air, he carefully considered his goals for this trip. The joint examination for the 4 schools is in half a month. I need to get more materials during this training. Relying on Yoriichi alone might be difficult. Although he was now the top student at his school, he knew there were countless other talented people in the world. He wouldn't be as arrogant as Darren and assume he was the best. Perhaps when he made his first card, he was just having fun, trying to pay off his loan. But after experiencing the Demon's Nest riot, he deeply understood that this was a dangerous world. He didn't even dare to think about what tragedy would have befallen New Metro that day if Master Blake Whitmore hadn't been there. Now, more than anything, Russell craved power. Pushing the complicated thoughts from his mind, he began to survey the forest below. A dark, thick canopy of trees blocked his vision, making it impossible to see the ground clearly. In desperation, he could only control Pidgeot to land. After putting Pidgeot away, Russell summoned Yoriichi Tsujikuni. "Yoriichi, be careful. It's dangerous here," he whispered. Yoriichi gave a slight nod, his right hand resting on the hilt of his katana, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Crack! The sound of their footsteps stepping on dry, fallen leaves echoed in the quiet woods. Snap! Suddenly, Yoriichi drew his blade, stopping Russell's forward movement with the flat of the sword. Russell wasn't a fool, he immediately realized Yoriichi had detected an enemy. He instantly summoned Pidgeot again and flew up into the air for a better vantage point. The thick layer of leaves on the ground was now being pushed up from below by some long, unseen creature, leaving a moving trail. Yoriichi's eyes were fixed intently on its trajectory. Hiss! Suddenly, a set of ferocious mandibles erupted from the leaves. But how could Yoriichi be hit by such a simple ambush? He shifted his body slightly to the side, easily avoiding the bite. The blade in his hand glowed red, and he brought it down in a fierce, vertical slash, cutting the unknown creature clean in two. From the air, Russell could now see that the creature was a slender, black centipede. Just as he was about to land and condense the materials, he noticed several more trails arching through the leaves on the ground. "Be careful, Yunyi. There are more of them," Russell quickly warned. The next moment, 4 dark figures burst from the leaves, rushing towards Yoriichi from all sides. But for Yoriichi, who had access to the transparent world, this was no problem at all. In his eyes, the speed of the centipedes was pitifully slow. Sun breathing, second form, clear blue sky. Yoriichi's expression was calm. He unleashed a single, circular red slash that swept away the leaves on the ground. The 4 centipedes, caught in mid-air, were instantly diced into pieces of various sizes. Purple blood dripped onto the ground, making a soft sizzling sound as it hit the dirt. Russell hovered in the air, not in a hurry to descend. Who knew if there were any more of them lurking? After a long moment, seeing that there was indeed no more movement, he slowly landed next to Yoriichi. "As expected of you, Yoriichi. You're so strong," Russell said with a smile, patting his arm. Hearing this, a rare, faint smile appeared on Yoriichi's usually stoic face. Russell was a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen his card show a different expression. So Yoriichi can smile. The next moment, the swordsman's face had returned to its usual expressionless look. Scratching his head, Russell didn't dwell on whether he had imagined it. He turned and slowly wrapped his mental power around the centipede corpses on the ground. As his power contracted, the bodies dissolved, condensing into 5 pieces of material. Poisonous centipede, green. A man cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot get fat without wild grass, Russell muttered to himself. He had only been in the secret realm for a short time, and he had already obtained 5 black iron level green materials. And this was just the lowest level, safest secret realm controlled by the association. If he were in a large, high-level, unexplored realm, he didn't even dare to imagine the potential rewards. No wonder high-level card makers were willing to risk their lives. It seems that only green materials are produced on the mountainside, Russell thought to himself, his gaze drifting upward. I wonder what's at the top of the mountain. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Centipede Lord. Riding on Pidgeot, Russell quickly reached the top of the mountain. The structure of the peak was strange. It wasn't a flat plateau but rather the gaping maw of a dark cave. If the cave hadn't been cleared out beforehand, its shadowy environment would have been extremely dangerous. However, the association had installed numerous lighting facilities inside. It wasn't bright, but it was enough to see. After a moment of thought at the entrance, Russell decided to go in and explore. The association guides had said no monsters above the black iron level would appear, so there shouldn't be any major mistakes on their part. Summoning Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the two of them walked into the cave side by side. In the monitoring room, the captain of the card maker guides ate biscuits and watched the screen. "Young people these days are really brave," he remarked. "He actually dares to go in there? If I remember correctly, isn't there a centipede in that cave?" The captain admired Russell's courage. If he were that age, he definitely wouldn't have dared to go exploring. Seeing that no one responded, he turned his head curiously and looked at his colleague, who was staring blankly at the screen. "Walter? Walter?" Seeing that Walter still had no reaction, the captain asked with a little concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go back and rest for a while? You've been acting weird all day." Walter seemed not to hear him, his gaze fixed on the monitor. After a long moment, he seemed to wake from a dream. "Ah? No, no. I was just thinking about my mother." The captain just shook his head and said nothing more. "Let's get ready, just in case. If this little student can't handle it, we'll need to go in and rescue him." Walter had returned to his dazed look. The captain thought about offering some words of comfort but swallowed them. "We're all just here to run out the clock on our careers," he thought. "What is there to say?" Tap! Tap! The sound of Russell's and Yoriichi's footsteps echoed in the empty cave. "Strange," Russell said, puzzled. "Why haven't we encountered any monsters?" They had been inside for a while now, and they hadn't seen a single demon, not even a hare. Just as he was wondering, he faintly smelled a foul, fishy odor. He turned to Yoriichi. "Yoriichi, do you smell that?" Yoriichi nodded slightly. He, too, had smelled the strange stench. Seeing his confirmation, Russell's expression turned serious. "Be careful, Yoriichi. There might be a more powerful demon in here. What would cause an entire area to be devoid of monsters?" The most likely reason was the presence of a powerful apex predator that had crushed all other life in its territory. The two of them slowed their pace, continuing to walk forward cautiously. After a long time, they came to a vast, open cavern. Russell looked at the scene before him in shock, muttering to himself, "This is the 1,000-foot." What appeared before them was the corpse of a centipede that was nearly 100 meters long, its huge body reflecting a pitch-black luster. It had been cut cleanly in half. But before they could marvel at the sight, a rustling sound from underneath the massive corpse attracted their attention. "That is..." Russell looked closely and saw a smaller, living centipede, about 8 or 9 meters long, crawling out from beneath its dead parent. "Can you handle it, Yunyi?" Russell asked, seeking his card's opinion. "If not, we leave now." Russell was no fool. If they couldn't win, the only option was to run. But in response, Yoriichi just silently drew the long sword from his sheath. Russell understood what he meant. "Then I'll leave it to you." After a moment's thought, he summoned Pidgeot again. "You should go up and help him, too," Russell said, stroking Pidgeot's head. Although Pidgeot was just a green quality card, birds naturally had an advantage over insects. It could still provide support. Pidgeot gently nudged his hand, then launched itself into the air, flying towards the giant centipede. The centipede, which had been cruising under the massive corpse, was immediately attracted by the flying Pidgeot. Hiss! It reared the front half of its body, making a shrill sound from its mandibles, then suddenly leaped from the ground toward the bird. Pidgeot dodged the attack with a nimble turn. The centipede fell back to the ground from mid-air where Yoriichi had been waiting for it. Burning flames erupted from his blade as he attacked. But this centipede was clearly an elite monster, it wasn't so easy to deal with. With a sudden burst of strength, it spun its body in mid-air, meeting Yoriichi's flaming blade with its hard, armored carapace. Scree! Although it failed to completely block the attack, it avoided the fate of being cut in half like its predecessor. It fell heavily to the ground, opened its ferocious mouth, and spat out a cloud of purple poisonous mist. If Yoriichi had been alone, the situation would have been awkward. But fortunately, there was Pidgeot. Yoriichi grabbed one of Pidgeot's ankles with his free hand and was lifted high into the air, easily avoiding the poisonous fog. Sun breathing, sixth form, burning bones, summer sun. From the sky, a red blade wrapped in a vortex of swirling flames descended upon the centipede on the ground. The creature let out a shrill, piercing cry as it was burned alive. Pidgeot and Yoriichi slowly landed next to Russell. The two men and the bird just watched quietly as the giant centipede writhed in its death throes. After a long time, it finally stopped moving. "Pidgeot, go test it again," Russell said, maintaining basic caution. He didn't want to fail in a sure-win situation by being careless. Sure enough, as Pidgeot approached, the centipede, which had been motionless, suddenly lunged forward one last time. Unfortunately for it, it was too weak, and it collapsed to the ground without even touching Pidgeot. After that, it showed no reaction at all, even as Pidgeot poked several bloody holes in its body. At this moment, Russell approached the corpse with confidence and began to condense the materials. Black iron grade centipede, purple. Looking at the material in his hand, Russell couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was lucky Nancy had reminded him to make a writable card. If not for Pidgeot, while Yoriichi might have still been able to kill the centipede, it certainly wouldn't have been so easy. Wow, this little student is really good. In the monitoring room, the captain watched Russell kill the centipede and exclaimed, "Walter, you really should have seen it." Just as the captain was wondering why Walter was silent again, a heavy, wet gasp came from behind him. "HOH, HOH, HOH." The captain quickly turned to check on his colleague, but it was too late. A scarlet, monstrous claw had already pierced through his chest from behind. Then, he saw his vision spin continuously. Walter? Is that my body?" Along with the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, a scarlet figure violently pushed open the door of the monitoring room. The figure sniffed the air, then suddenly rushed off in one direction. No one knew of the horrifying transformation that had just taken place. Only the blood that gradually seeped out from under the monitoring room door recorded the silent tragedy. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Ugly. On the other side of the forest, Nancy Whitemore and her three-tailed fox walked quietly through the dark woods. Suddenly, the fox stopped, its small nose twitching as it tasted the air. Noticing her partner's strange behavior, Nancy couldn't help but stop as well. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. The fox didn't answer immediately, continuing to sniff intently. After a long moment, it trotted to Nancy's feet, tugging on her trouser leg with one paw while pointing in a specific direction with the other. Nancy was confused. If it were just an ordinary demon, her fox wouldn't be acting so seriously. The two of them had been in the mountains for some time now, and with her fox's help, Nancy had already defeated several of the centipede monsters. Squatting down, she stroked the fox's head. "Is there an elite demon over there?" The fox shook its head, then began to gesture anxiously with its paws. Nancy was stunned. If it wasn't an elite demon, what could it be? As she thought about it, her expression gradually became serious. "Is someone injured?" The three-tailed fox nodded its head quickly. Nancy immediately stood up. her mind racing as she gave a calm order. Three-tailed fox, lead the way. As she followed her guide, she couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. From what her father had told her, the secret realms controlled by the association were generally covered with surveillance. For high school students on a training mission, the two card makers at the entrance would definitely be watching them the whole time. If someone was injured, a rescue team should have been dispatched immediately. The fact that no one had come, something was very wrong. Before she had time to think too much, she had arrived at the source of the scent her fox had detected. The scene was one of destruction. A tree as thick as a man's arms had been chopped clean through by some unknown sharp weapon, its thick crown toppled diagonally onto the ground. And there, lying at its base, was Liam Blake, his life or death unknown. Nancy rushed to his side, calling his name softly. Liam! Liam! Seeing no response, she slowly reached out a trembling hand and felt for his breath. Thank goodness, he's still alive. Feeling the gentle warmth of his breathing on her fingers, Nancy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But she didn't know the extent of his injuries, so she didn't dare move his body. She stood up, her mind racing. What on earth happened here? In her impression, Liam was one of the strongest students in the class, just behind Russell, Darren, and herself. There was no way the common centipede monsters could have hurt him this badly. And where were the association's card makers? Why hadn't anyone come? It would be great if Russell were here, she thought. His Pidgeot was the perfect tool for this situation. He could leave his swordsman to stand guard and fly for help himself. But Nancy had no flying mount. If she left her fox here to protect Liam, it would be too dangerous for her to go for help alone. Just as she was trying to figure out a solution, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the dark woods in front of her. Who's there? Nancy shouted, her focus sharpening. The three-tailed fox immediately took an attacking stance. Under their combined gaze, a panicked figure staggered out from the trees. Darren, Nancy said, her guard lowering slightly when she saw who it was. But when she saw his torn clothes and disheveled appearance, new questions arose. Darren, what happened? Why do you look like this? Darren panted heavily, his words coming out in intermittent gasps. Run, quickly! There's a monster! Nancy couldn't help but frown. A monster? If we run, what will happen to Liam? I don't care if Liam lives or dies. Darren thought irritably, but what he said was, this monster, even my green zombie couldn't beat it. You want to stay here and die, but I'm not staying with you. The truth was, his zombie had been defeated and was now in cooldown. If Nancy didn't come with him, he knew he wouldn't get very far on his own in this dangerous environment. But Nancy didn't know what he was thinking. She just replied seriously, I won't leave him. I'll stay here to guard Liam and wait for rescue. She had grown up under the tutelage of her father, a gold-level card maker who had instilled in her a deep sense of honor. She couldn't abandon her classmate. Darren gritted his teeth. Are you going to sacrifice your life for a piece of trash? Nancy just shook her head, not dignifying his question with an answer. If you want to leave, you can go alone. This stupid woman. If I could leave, would I still be here trying to persuade you? Darren cursed in his heart. At that moment, a shrill, inhuman roar came from the woods behind him. Darren's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. But his will to survive was strong. He used his hands and feet to scramble over to Nancy's side, cowering behind her. Nancy didn't pay any attention to Darren's ugly display. Her gaze was fixed cautiously on the dark woods. HOH, HOH, HOH. Accompanied by heavy, wet breathing, the monster Darren had mentioned gradually appeared before them. It was covered in scarlet flesh and blood. Its hands were not hands at all, but a pair of cold, sharp blades that glinted in the dim light. Upon seeing the monster, the three-tailed fox immediately cast an illusion. Unfortunately, it was useless. The monster was mindless, a creature of pure instinct, and could not be affected by such a low-level psychic attack. Seeing this, Nancy's expression turned grim. After several battles, her fox's main disadvantage was becoming more and more serious. If she got out of this alive, she had to find a way to solve this problem. But the monster didn't give her time to think. It attacked first. The scarlet figure shot toward the three-tailed fox with a piercing shriek, the sharp claws of its left hand, glinting with a cold light, aimed straight for the fox's face. The fox dodged the attack with a nimble leap. But that very leap created a fatal opening. The monster's right-hand claw dragged along the ground, leaving 3 deep gouges in the dirt, before sweeping upwards in a vicious arc. The three-tailed fox was torn apart. It had only lasted for a single exchange. Nancy was unlucky. She had encountered several enemies that were immune to her fox's illusions. According to common sense, her card should not have been so weak. But reality has no ifs. Just as Nancy stood shocked by the death of her card, a huge force came from behind her, shoving her directly toward the monster. She looked back in surprise. It was Darren. A crazy, manic look was on his face. "I can't die," he murmured, his voice a panicked whisper. "I can't die. I still have to become a master-level card maker. Yes. I have to become a master. I have to surpass Russell. Nancy, I'll remember you. When I become a master, I'll get revenge for you." Having said that, he turned and prepared to flee. Looking at Darren's insane expression, Nancy couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. Just as she was waiting for her death, a calm voice came from mid-air. "How disgusting, Darren." End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, The Clown. The person who came was, of course, Russell. After coming out of the centipede's cave, he found the top of the mountain eerily quiet. The lingering scent of the powerful centipede he had killed kept the lesser monsters at bay. With no more materials to be found there, he had returned to the middle of the mountain to continue his hunt. It was then, from his vantage point high in the air, that he saw a tree fall in the distance. If he had been on the ground, he never would have noticed. He urged Pidgeot forward, and when he arrived at the scene, he was met with the sight of Darren shoving Nancy directly into the path of a monster. But now was not the time for words. The monster was already lunging at the fallen Nancy. "Yoriichi!" Russell's eyes focused, and he released his card. Clang! Yoriichi appeared in a flash, his samurai sword drawn, blocking the monster's sharp, bladed claws just inches from Nancy's face. Only then did Russell have time to turn his cold fury on Darren. "Darren, it would have been one thing if you had just run away," Russell said, his voice dripping with contempt. "But to use your classmate as a shield to block the blade." In his opinion, while cowardice was pathetic, what Darren had just done was unforgivable. Darren, however, became hysterical at Russell's accusation. "It's their honor to die for me, a future master-level card maker," he shrieked. "Russell, don't you dare meddle in other people's business." Russell just sighed, ignoring the madman. He landed Pidgeot and walked over to Nancy, helping her to her feet. "Are you okay?" She shook her head. Aside from being pushed to the ground, she was unharmed. Thinking of what Darren had done, she turned and looked at him, her usual gentle expression now replaced by a cold fury. "I will be telling my father exactly what happened here." Russell said nothing more. How to deal with Darren was Nancy's business now. Besides, if it were up to him, Darren's fate would probably not be a pleasant one. Hearing Nancy's words, Darren felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. His legs went soft, and he fell to his knees. "Nancy, I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, I'll kowtow to you. Please don't tell your father," he pleaded, beginning to prostrate himself on the ground. His family was just an ordinary well-off family. Nancy's father was a gold-level card maker in the association. If he found out, Darren's life would be over. Nancy didn't give him a second glance, turning her attention back to the fight. At that moment, Yoriichi and the monster were in a standoff, neither daring to make a rash move. But in the end, the mindless monster lost its patience and lunged at Yoriichi first. "So fast," Russell murmured from the sidelines, his expression solemn. This was the strongest monster he had seen since coming to this world. Yoriichi barely managed to dodge the monster's main attack, but its speed was so great that its claws still managed to slice several bloody wounds across his forearm. "Yoriichi, use the pattern," Russell commanded, his brow furrowed. There was no time to delay any longer. Liam's condition on the ground was not good. The longer this fight dragged on, the more danger he was in. Hearing his master's command, Yoriichi took a deep breath. The reddish-brown, flame-like mark on his forehead seemed to darken and expand. Russell felt a sudden, sharp increase in the consumption of his mental energy, and his face turned pale, but it was still within his tolerance. The next moment, Yoriichi vanished. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of the monster. The demon obviously could not react to this sudden, explosive increase in speed. A blade, now wreathed in a brilliant flame, instantly cut through the monster's body. The creature froze in place, motionless. Squelch! The next moment, the monster split into several pieces. The largest remaining part, its upper torso, fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nancy watched this scene in shock. Is this the true strength of Russell's card? She thought. Yoriichi's sudden burst of power made her realize that Russell hadn't been using his full strength in their ranking test at all. Darren, however, was filled with a venomous jealousy and resentment. Why? It's him again, always him. He found it impossible to accept. Russell's current performance proved that their duel a few days ago had been a complete joke. It made his own harsh words seem like the pathetic ramblings of a clown. Which, in Russell's opinion, was exactly what Darren was. Not caring what the other two thought, Russell frowned and came to Yoriichi's side. The scarlet flesh that was entangled on the monster's body was now slowly dissipating. As the flesh melted away, it revealed a familiar cheek underneath. Russell's pupils contracted violently when he saw the face. It was Walter, the association guide they had met when they first entered the secret realm. Russell silently moved his body to block the view from the two behind him. He knelt down. "How did you become like this?" he asked softly. At the last moment of his life, Walter seemed to have regained a sliver of his sanity. He coughed up blood, his words coming in intermittent gasps. "I don't want to die. My mother, still waiting for me, in the hospital." Tears streamed down his broken cheeks. "Save me. I'm sorry, Captain." Beg. Before he could finish his last word, Walter's body finally dissolved completely, like a defeated card. All that was left was a single card, flashing with a scarlet red light. Russell frowned, hearing the last fragmented word. Beg. The Spirit Begging Society. Silently filing this crucial piece of information away, Russell bent down and picked up the card from the ground. Black iron level flesh demon, gold. Russell was shocked. He had expected Walter's own cards to be left behind, not that he himself would condense into a material, as if he were a demon. And it was gold quality. He had never even seen a gold quality material before, they were exceedingly rare, even on the trading websites. Just as he was still thinking about what Walter had said, Nancy came up to him. "What's wrong? What did that demon just say?" Thanks to her father, she knew that some demons in the secret realms were highly intelligent and could even speak human languages. She had assumed Walter was one of them. Russell was silent for a moment, then decided not to tell her about his discovery. "Nothing. It just begged me to kill it quickly." He then changed the subject. There should be a monitoring station in a realm like this. I'll go check the situation, then go out and ask for help. Yoriichi will stay here to watch over you guys. Nancy nodded, thinking he was just worried about more centipede monsters. But she didn't know that while Russell was indeed worried about more demons, he was also worried about Darren, who seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Russell would not underestimate the darkness in the human heart. Who knew what a madman like that might do after he left? Summoning Pidgeot, Russell quickly headed to the foot of the mountain. When he arrived at the monitoring station, he finally understood why Walter had apologized to his captain. What appeared before him was a headless corpse with a large, bloody hole in its chest. Without wasting another second, Russell left the secret realm immediately. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Drenched in Consequences. The association's card makers guarding the portal at the base were startled to see Russell emerge from the secret realm alone. Did the training end this quickly? One of them thought. As they watched, Russell ran up to them, his face grim and serious. He spoke only 3 words. Something has happened. Soon, after being alerted to the emergency, Victoria's Song and the base leader, Commander Gordon, rushed to the scene. When Ms. Song had first heard that Russell had exited the realm early, she couldn't believe it. In her opinion, even if other students had problems, Russell, with his strength, should have been the last one to come out. Seeing him now, safe and sound, a wave of relief washed over her, but it was immediately replaced by concern. Russell, what happened? Russell quickly recounted the events of the last hour, but with a crucial omission. He knew this matter was suspicious, and with so many ordinary association card makers present, he couldn't be sure who might be a spy. So, while he described the attack by the powerful monster, he left out the part about Walter's transformation, only saying that an unknown demon had appeared and that the association's guides were dead. Commander Gordon was shocked. He knew the secret realm was filled with surveillance cameras. It should have been impossible for a powerful, out-of-control demon to appear without being detected. However, he didn't refute Russell's words. It was obvious the student in front of him wouldn't tell a lie that could be so easily exposed. He immediately ordered the card makers around him to enter the secret realm and begin a rescue operation. As the other card makers rushed through the portal, Russell decided he had to tell the rest of the story. He pulled his teacher and the commander aside. "Miss Song, Commander Gordon," he said in a low voice, "in truth, it wasn't a demon from the secret realm that attacked us. It was one of the card makers stationed here." The composure that Commander Gordon had just regained was instantly shattered by Russell's words. He was, however, a base commander. He suppressed the curse that was about to burst from his lips, his expression becoming deadly serious. "Young man," he said, his voice dangerously low, "you have to provide evidence when you make an accusation like that." Russell shook his head. "I have no evidence." When he was in the secret realm, he had deliberately used his own body to block the surveillance camera's view of Walter's face. But, as he spoke, he took the flesh demon, gold, material from his pocket. "I don't think a material like this is supposed to be produced in the 1,000-foot woods. Looking at the pulsating, golden quality material in Russell's hand, Commander Gordon's expression became uglier and uglier. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to control his emotions. "I need to report this to my superiors," he said, his expression complicated. "Miss Song, please wait here with this student." With that, he hurried away from the entrance to the secret realm. Soon, the other students from the key class were brought out one after another by the association's rescue teams. They were all a little confused. Only an hour or so had passed since they had started exploring. "Is this the end? I just got one material." "You're lucky. I was only halfway up the mountain when they told me it was over." Victoria's Song clapped her hands, a practiced smile on her face, stopping the students' discussions. All right, students. I believe everyone has now experienced the potential dangers in a secret realm. This training exercise ends here. Now, please go back to the bus and wait patiently. She naturally wouldn't explain the real situation to them. According to Russell, this incident was premeditated. The less these students knew, the better. After a while, Nancy and Darren were also brought out. With them, carried on a stretcher, was the unconscious Liam Blake. Fortunately, according to the card maker carrying him, while Liam was seriously injured, his life was not in danger. In a world with healing cards, he would recover soon enough. Seeing Liam being carefully carried away, Victoria was about to tell Nancy and Darren to get back on the bus when Darren suddenly spoke, his face pale and slick with sweat. "I'm sorry, Miss Song. I was so scared just now. I accidentally pushed Nancy." Russell, standing on the side, couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "Only scared when you're caught." Miss Song was confused by his nonsensical words, but at that moment, Nancy spoke up, calmly and clearly explaining the situation that had unfolded in the woods. Hearing her account, a serious, stern expression settled on Victoria Song's face. "I will report this matter to Principal Shepherd. I will be sure to get you an explanation." Then, she turned to look at Darren, her voice like ice. "Darren! Go back to the bus now. When we return to the school, I will be having a long talk with your parents." The unspoken rules of the card maker world were absolute. You do not fight with your teammates. You never let them take the blame or the fatal blow for you. Darren shuffled back to the bus in a daze. His time at New Metro First High was over. It was doubtful any other school would accept him now. But the more serious punishment would come later. At most, he would be stripped of his ability to make cards and be kept under strict supervision for the rest of his life. Russell felt no sympathy. Everything Darren was now facing, he deserved. It was all his own fault. At that moment, Commander Gordon hurried back. "Russell, Master Blake wants to see you." "Master Blake?" "Blake Whitmore," the commander said, his voice filled with reverence. On the top floor of the new Metro Card Makers Association building, a white-haired old man was talking to a middle-aged man with a goatee. The old man sighed. "I've heard that several high schools had accidents during their secret realm explorations today." The middle-aged man, President Lance Jennings, nodded, his expression grim. "Many students were injured or killed. We still don't know who is responsible. Who else could it be but the Spirit-Begging Society and their new friends, the Sect of Unification," the old man said, his expression calm. He had already guessed the culprits. "I just don't know how they managed it." Just as Jennings was about to speak, his phone rang, interrupting him. "I'm sorry, Director Blake, I have to take this." The old man was, of course, Blake Whitmore. He simply gestured for Jennings to proceed. "Hello? What? I understand. Please have the student wait there." After hanging up, Jennings's tone was urgent. "Director Blake, we have a lead. A student from New Metro First High successfully killed the attacker in his realm. And he also saw the attacker's true face. It was one of our own association's card makers, stationed in the secret realm." A rare smile gradually appeared on Blake Whitmore's old face. "It seems our Daming Federation has a successor after all," he said, a spark of hope in his eyes. "Have this young student brought here." "Immediately." "Of course. I'll have them bring him over right away." End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, The Hearing. Russell sat in the car dispatched from the 1,000-foot woods base, looking at the city scenery rushing past the window. Commander Gordon was sitting quietly beside him. If someone had told Russell just yesterday that he would be on his way to a private meeting with the legendary Blake Whitmore, he would never have believed it. There were only 3 master-level card makers in the entire Daming Federation. Among them, Blake Whitmore was primarily stationed in the coastal cities, a living bulwark against the constant threat of riots from the secret realms at sea. He was a figure who stood at the absolute pinnacle of their world, a man whom countless people with immense wealth could never hope to get an audience with. And now Russell, after killing a single rebellious black iron level card maker, was being summoned for a personal meeting. It was clear this situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Commander Gordon, sitting beside him, saw Russell frowning and assumed he was nervous. He couldn't help but try to offer some reassurance. "Student Russell, don't be nervous. You have performed a great service this time. Master Blake must simply want to meet the young hero of the hour." Gordon's words pulled Russell from his thoughts. He managed a small smile. "Thank you, Commander Gordon." Soon, the car arrived at the headquarters of the new Metro Card Makers Association. Commander Gordon brought Russell to an elevator that was obviously reserved for high-level executives. "President Jennings has already given instructions for you to go straight up," he said. He swiped his own ID card, and the elevator doors slid open. Russell took a deep breath and stepped inside. The doors closed, and the elevator began to rise with astonishing speed. Soon, it reached the top floor. Ding! As the doors opened, the president's office appeared before him. The most eye-catching feature was the immense floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire city. But Russell had no time to admire the scenery. He respectfully greeted the two men in the room, a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man with a goatee. "Master Blake, President Jennings." "Hello. I am Russell." The white-haired old man was, of course, Blake Whitmore. In stark contrast to his murderous-sounding title, his demeanor was unexpectedly easygoing. "Student Russell, don't be nervous," he said with a gentle smile. "Please, sit." Russell sat down obediently, though he only used the edge of the chair. The middle-aged man with the goatee couldn't help but smile at the boy's formal posture. "Russell, we owe you our thanks. If not for you, it likely would have taken us some time to uncover the truth of this matter." This was, of course, President Lance Jennings. He wasn't lying. While the association would have eventually discovered the truth by cross-referencing which stationed card makers had gone missing after the other high schools were attacked, Russell's direct evidence had accelerated the process immensely. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but ask, "Then, I wonder why Master Blake and President Jennings asked me to come here." Hearing his direct question, Blake's expression gradually became serious. "Russell, I heard that you obtained a piece of material after the attacker was defeated." Russell was stunned. "Just for this?" But he didn't hesitate, taking out the material. He didn't think a master-level card maker would embezzle a single black iron material, even if it was gold quality. "This is the material that condensed after the attacker's death," he said, handing it to Blake. The moment Blake Whitmore took the material, he sighed. Having been stationed on the coastal defense line for so long, he recognized its origin immediately. "It is indeed a material produced by the Demon's Nest," he confirmed. "It is certain, then. The Spirit Begging Society was behind this." Hearing the name of the organization, Russell instantly thought of Walter's last, unfinished word. He couldn't help but say, "Master Blake, President Jennings, before the attacker died," he said the word beg, but he disappeared before he could finish. Jennings and Blake exchanged a sharp glance. "Russell," Jennings said, his voice firm, "keep this discovery to yourself. Do not tell anyone else." He was worried that Russell, being so young, might spread rumors, but he was more concerned for the boy's personal safety. Their worries were unnecessary. Russell was not an ordinary high school student. He had already instinctively hidden the truth of Walter's identity from his classmates. He nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you, Master Blake and President Jennings, for your concern. I won't say a word." Both men couldn't help but smile. Russell's performance was consistently exceeding their expectations. Just as Jennings was about to say something encouraging, the elevator chimed again. A young man holding a file folder came out, walked quickly to Jennings, and said softly, "President Jennings, here is all the information you asked me to check." Seeing Jennings nod, the young man saluted the two leaders and left. Jennings flipped through the documents, his brows gradually knitting together. He then handed the file to Blake. "Old Blake, take a look. Every single secret realm that had an incident today had a stationed card maker who was a last-minute replacement, applying for the post only recently." Blake took the documents and looked through them carefully. Soon, he had the answer. He sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "I was wondering when the Spirit Begging Society had managed to plant so many chess pieces. Now it is no longer surprising. Look here," he said, tapping the file. "These suspicious individuals, without exception, all had financial problems. A sick mother, crippling gambling debts." President Jennings was stunned. "They betrayed the association, for money." Blake shook his head. "They probably didn't expect to be turned into monsters themselves. But I have been dealing with the Spirit Begging Society for many years. This is the signature method of their leader, the Ghost Scale Regent Jin." As he spoke, he turned to look at Russell, his expression earnest. "Russell, you must be careful about any offers of unknown financial support in the future." Russell nodded. "Thank you for the advice, Director Blake. If that is all, may I leave first?" He had a feeling that if he stayed any longer, he would hear even more explosive information, and that was not a good thing for a small iron-level card maker like himself. Handing the flesh demon, gold, material back to Russell, Blake smiled gently. "Go on back, Russell. Be careful on the road." After the elevator door closed, Jennings turned to look at Blake. "Mr. Blake, do you think there is anything wrong with this student, Russell?" He had never fully trusted him. As the president of a city's card maker association, he couldn't afford to be careless. Blake shook his head slowly. The Spirit Begging Society would be reluctant to throw away such a good seedling. Besides, he added, Lucius noticed nothing wrong with him. As Blake spoke, a figure in red judicial robes, holding a stone tablet, slowly materialized behind him, Inquisitor Lucius. Seeing the card, Jennings couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "It seems this student Russell is really fine." A moment later, his brow furrowed again. "But where does the Spirit Begging Society get so much money?" End of this chapter. Support by Powers Tons. Chapter 18, A Generous Gift. Standing in front of the new Metro Card Makers Association headquarters, Russell couldn't help but sigh. "I still need to make new cards." The pressure was mounting. Although few people knew the full truth of what had happened in the secret realm, he was terrified that the Spirit Begging Society would come looking for him. The attack on their training mission had to have been enabled by an insider at the association. Who knew how many more traitors there were? Russell began to calculate his current assets. If he sold the 5 green quality poisonous centipede materials he'd acquired, his total cash would amount to 370,000 credits. In addition, he had 3 powerful purple and gold materials, Elite Ghoul, purple, Centipede, purple, and Flesh Demon, gold. Originally, he had been planning to create Kokushibo, which would form a bond with Yoriichi. But looking at the materials he now possessed, he felt there might be a better option. The most urgent task, however, was to find a way to trade his Flesh Demon material for one that would perfectly match the new card he was envisioning. He just hoped the trading website would have what he was looking for. Riding Pidgeot, he rushed back home, turned on his computer, and began to search. Opening the filter on the trading site, he scanned the sparse listings for black iron, gold quality materials. Then, he saw it. His heart leaped. He couldn't believe it was real. Item type, black iron grade material type 1 biological colonization suit, gold. Price, 660,000 credits. When Russell saw the price, his eyes darkened. Even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't afford it. Just as he was about to add the material to his watch list, hoping to purchase it when he had enough money, a notification popped up. This item has been sold and can no longer be added to your cart. Seriously? Are there really that many rich people out there? Russell's face grew even darker. The perfect golden material he had just found was gone in an instant. For now, his own flesh demon would have to stay off the market. The next day, Russell came to class yawning. He had been thinking about the Type 1 biological colonization suit all night. Alas, he thought, trying to comfort himself, if you get it, you're lucky, if you lose it, it's fate. At that moment, the class was buzzing with discussion about yesterday's secret realm training. Hey, what did you guys get yesterday? I only killed 3 centipede monsters. It's going to take forever to save up for my next card. Yeah, it ended so suddenly. I was just getting ready to make a fortune. Russell, what about you? What was your harvest? Seeing his classmates all looking at him curiously, Russell just scratched his head. He certainly wasn't going to tell them he had become unexpectedly rich. I did okay, I guess, he said casually. At that moment, Nancy Whitemore came over to his desk. Thank you for yesterday, Russell, she said, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been in great danger. Russell just shook his head. I think any of our classmates would have done the same. Besides, didn't you stay behind to protect Liam? If Nancy had wanted to run yesterday, she could have. But she had chosen to stay and face the unknown monster head-on, even though her 3-tailed fox had been shattered in an instant. Speaking of the devil, just as Russell was about to ask about Darren's fate, Nancy sneered. That might not be the case. Darren was perfectly willing to let me die for him. The anger in her voice was palpable. After a pause, she continued, he's already dropped out of school. No other school will accept him now. Because he was still a student and Nancy hadn't been physically harmed in the end, that was the most severe punishment that could be given. Hearing this, Russell just shrugged. Finally. I don't have to watch that clown in class all day. After a moment of silence, Nancy took an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Russell. Russell, this is a thank you gift from my father. He was originally planning to have you over for dinner, but he's been a little busy recently, so this will have to do for now. Russell took the envelope, opened it, and the words of refusal that were about to come out of his mouth were instantly swallowed. Inside was the Type 1 biological colonization suit, gold. So you were the rich person? He thought, silently labeling Nancy as a wealthy woman. He quickly put the envelope into his pocket. I won't be polite then, he said, unable to hide his excitement. I really need this material. Thank you. With this, all the materials for the card he wanted to make were gathered. This time, he was confident he could create a gold, or perhaps even a red quality, iron level card. Seeing Russell accept the gift, Nancy smiled. Do you have a goal for your next card? When my father gave me this yesterday, he told me to tell you that it would be best to make a prop card. It would be great whether you use it on a creature card or for yourself. Russell just shook his head. He had already chosen his target and wouldn't be easily swayed. I'm still planning on a creature card. Just as he was about to explain his choice, a figure rushed in front of the two of them and dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother Russell. Sister Nancy. Thank you both for saving my life. From now on, I am your loyal servant. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east. It was Liam Blake. Although he had been seriously injured, after being treated by the hospital's card makers, he was well enough to attend school today, albeit covered in bandages. Russell didn't pay attention to his vow, instead asking thoughtfully, what if I tell you to go west, and Nancy tells you to go east? Liam looked up, completely confused. Russell helped him up with a smile. Just kidding, just kidding. Ring, ring, ring. The bell for class rang at the right time, and the students hurried back to their seats. Victoria Song slowly walked into the classroom, glanced at the students, and said, "I believe you have all now deeply experienced the dangers of a secret realm. Here, I want to especially praise Russell and Nancy. They both adhered to the principle of never abandoning or giving up on a comrade, and successfully saved Liam from danger." Russell nodded to himself as he listened. This was a good way to put an official cap on the incident and keep the students from speculating wildly. At this time, the classroom was filled with whispers. No wonder Liam looked like that just now. Yet, but luckily he had Russell and Nancy. If it had been Darren. Speaking of which, why didn't Darren come to school today? Miss Song seemed to have heard his name, and she frowned. Student Darren will not be studying at our school in the future due to family reasons. Considering the negative impact of his behavior, she did not reveal his true fate. Since she didn't say anything more, Russell and Nancy certainly wouldn't either. "Okay," she said, "please take out your copies of High School Card Making, version 2.3, New Metro University Revised Edition." "Ugh, school is finally over," Russell said that evening, leaning back in his chair at home and stretching. From the moment he had received the thank you gift from Nancy's father, his heart had been set on returning home. He rushed back and spread the materials out in front of him, a slow smile spreading across his face. Elite Ghoul, Centipede, Flesh Demon, and the Type 1 Biological Colonization Suit. If it was this card, he was confident he could bring all his opponents to their knees in the upcoming joint examination. End of this chapter. Support by Powers Tons. Chapter 19, Centipede. Please start compiling your story. Ken Kaneki began as an ordinary male college student, no different from anyone else. By chance, in the coffee shop he frequented, Antioku, he met a girl his age named Rizkami Shiro and fell in love with her. It was a tragedy that he didn't know she was a ghoul, a man-eating monster from urban legends. After their date, as they parted, Riz revealed her true nature and mortally wounded him. By a cruel twist of fate, falling steel beams crushed Riz, and Kaneki was saved. In the hospital, to save his life, a doctor transplanted Riz's organs into his body. Her Kakuhou became his, and from that day on, Ken Kaneki became a one-eyed ghoul. At first, he noticed nothing unusual, until he tried to eat human food. He found he could no longer stomach it. Walking the streets, he would feel an unnatural hunger for his fellow man. Finally, one night, he could no longer suppress his desire and went out to hunt. He was found by Toka Kirishima, a waitress from Antioku, who knew Riz's identity and was shocked to find him alive. Soon after, he learned that a senior at his school, Nishio Nishiki, was also a ghoul. When Nishio tried to kill Kaneki's best friend, Hyde, Kaneki's rage exploded, and for the first time, he unleashed Rizkami Shiro's Kagun. He defeated Nishio, but was stopped by Toka at the last moment. After this incident, Kaneki began working at Antioku, where he met Ryoko Fueguki and her young daughter Hinamai, ghouls who, like him, wished to live peacefully. He quickly befriended them. But one day, he watched helplessly as Ryoko was killed by investigators from the CCG. From that day forward, Kaneki began his own harsh training, vowing to never be too weak to protect someone again. To avenge Ryoko, he and Toka fought the investigators, and Kaneki successfully defeated the formidable investigator Koutaro Amon. One day, a ghoul named Ayato Kirishima and the monstrous Yamurai, executives from the ghoul organization Aojirai Tree, appeared at the coffee shop. Yamurai, smelling Riz's scent on Kaneki, abducted him. Kaneki was taken away and subjected to brutal, unimaginable torture. A crude rescue plan was devised by his friends, but Yamurai saw through it easily. To break him completely, Yamurai killed several people in front of Kaneki, causing his mind to collapse. In a trance, Kaneki met the specter of Rizkami Shiro in his mind. Under her guidance, he reviewed his unfortunate childhood and came to a final, terrible realization: he was not the one who was wrong. The world was. In that spiritual space, he devoured Riz, accepting his ghoul half completely. The black-haired boy's hair turned snow-white overnight. When Yamurai came again, he was met by a newly awakened Kaneki, who easily defeated and devoured him. After helping his friends escape, Kaneki told Tuka he would not be returning to Antioku. He joined Aojirai tree. When Kaneki reappeared, he was part of an Aojirai tree attack on the ghoul prison, Cochlea. He reached the cell of a powerful ghoul known as Shachi, intending to release him. But Shachi, sensing Riz's scent, attacked him relentlessly. Pushed to his limit, Kaneki released his new Kakuja, a horrifying centipede-like Kagun, and successfully defeated his opponent, but the power drove him into a frenzy. In his madness, he defeated investigator Shin Ohara, but was eventually stopped by the furious Kotaro Amon. Just then, the leader of Aojirai tree, the one-eyed owl, appeared and rescued him. Soon after, the CCG prepared an all-out assault on the Antioku ward. During the massive battle, Kaneki fought his final, decisive duel with Amon, successfully defeating him. But unfortunately for him, among the CCG forces that day was their legendary ace, Kishou Arima. Kaneki was utterly defeated by him, suffering a mortal wound to the head. He would eventually lose his memory and join the CCG under a new name. The story ended there. Russell let out a long sigh. It was the first time he had compiled such a long and complex narrative. He didn't plan to continue. The materials at hand were not enough to support the later, more powerful versions of Kaneki. The mysterious space seemed to agree, and a brilliant light flared. Back in reality, a shy, black-haired boy first appeared in front of Russell. Then, amidst a writhing mass of black and red centipede-like tentacles, the boy's hair bleached white, his expression twisting into one of madness. In the end, it all coalesced into a single card floating quietly in front of him. The most striking thing about it was that the illustrations on its front and back were different. One side showed a young student with black hair, the other, a crazed ghoul with white hair. Centipede Kaneki level, black iron quality, red category, creature. Skills: Kagun, Rizkami Shiro, wields 4 sharp, tail-like Rinkaku Kagun identical to Rizkami Shiro's, possessing powerful attack strength and a wide attack range. Kakuja, centipede, after Kaneki cannibalized other ghouls, his RC cells mutated, producing a terrifying centipede-like Kakuja. It is not only extremely fast and destructive, but also possesses outstanding defensive capabilities. Characteristics: One-eyed ghoul, as a hybrid with a half-human, half-ghoul body, Kaneki possesses superior physical abilities and Kagun strength compared to ordinary ghouls. High-speed regeneration: after a long period of abuse, the ghoul's already outstanding recovery ability becomes even stronger. Non-fatal injuries can be fully healed in a short period of time. Half-Kakuja: there is a chance Kaneki may lose control during battle and be unable to fight rationally. This state is followed by a drastic strengthening of his Kagun. This state can be controlled and stabilized with a specific prop card. Introduction: all the misfortunes in this world are due to the lack of ability of the parties involved. Advanced route: Black Iron Centipede Kaneki Bronze CCG Investigator Hayes Sasaki Gold One-Eyed King Kaneki. Bonds: when appearing with the Toka Kirishima series, activates Antioku. When appearing with the Ito Yoshimura series, activates Aojirai tree. Russell stared at the card information in a daze. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful card. 3 distinct characteristics. Suppressing his excitement, he absorbed the card into his mind. The next moment, a white-haired young man in a black short-sleeved hoodie appeared in front of him. The most eye-catching thing about him was his single, scarlet ghoul eye. But Russell was not afraid at all. On the one hand, he knew that Kaneki was incredibly gentle to his friends. On the other, he knew that cards could not harm their holders. Even now, card makers had not reached a final conclusion on whether cards possessed their own independent intelligence. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but smile at the figure before him. "Please give me your guidance in the future." Kaneki smiled gently in return. "Please give me yours." After greeting his new creation, Russell put the card back into his mind. The creature cards should be enough for now, he thought. He still had the flesh demon, gold, material and over 300,000 in cash. He could consider making a prop card, either for Yoriichi or for himself. But he was in no hurry. He had already spent a tremendous amount of energy making Kaneki's card today. He would rest for now. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 20, A Path to Hell. The next day, Russell had a rare, deep sleep. It was more likely that he had simply exhausted his brain cells making cards the day before. For most card makers, sleep had been replaced by the practice of the deep blue meditation method, and Russell, never one to lag behind, had adopted the same habit. Riding Pidgeot through the morning sky, he quickly arrived at New Metro First High. Ever since getting his mount, he no longer had to worry about being late due to traffic jams, though given how highly regarded he now was, Victoria Song probably wouldn't have said much even if he were late once or twice. The day's classes began, accompanied by Ms. Song's hypnotic voice. Today, however, Russell was more interested than usual. The lesson was on chain cards and legion cards. "Students, please listen carefully to what follows," Victoria Song said, her face serious as she looked out at the students of the key class. Chain cards, as the name suggests, are cards that have a linked effect between them. This is usually seen between a creature card and a specific item card. She didn't draw out the suspense, getting straight to the point. A famous example from the mythology of the Daming Federation is the creature card Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, and the item card the Seven Treasure Exquisite Pagoda, she explained. When used together, these two cards produce a powerful chain effect. I won't go into the specifics, but know that the power of a true chain effect is on par with a card bond. Russell knew about card bonds. Both of his main cards had them, but unfortunately, he didn't have the materials to create the corresponding cards to activate them yet. Ms. Song, unaware of his thoughts, continued, "Chain cards are usually created from key props in a character's story. This is something you should all pay attention to when designing your cards in the future." After discussing chain cards, she moved on to Legion cards. This was the top priority of the Federation's card-making education system. "The next topic is Legion cards," she said, her tone growing even more serious. "Please pay close attention." Seeing her intensity, the students couldn't help but sit up straight. "Legion cards do not refer to the cards in a single card maker's hand," she explained, pushing up her glasses. "It refers to batches of identical cards mass-produced by organized groups of card makers." She paused, letting the concept sink in. Most card makers with average or limited talent would eventually either end up joining the army or becoming a stationed card maker in a city's controlled secret realm. In the army, the quality of cards made by low-level card makers was often uneven. To solve this, the Daming Federation's court issued a number of high-strength card-making templates. Low-level card makers could use these templates to produce standardized cards, which, when summoned together on a battlefield, could be integrated to generate a power far greater than the sum of their parts. This was why she was so serious. In her opinion, only Russell and Nancy were truly top-tier seedlings in her class. The final destination for most of the other students would likely be one of the two paths she had just described. Russell now understood. This was how the card makers confronting the demon armies on the border fought their wars. But it had little to do with him. He had just made a red quality card last night, his path was a different one. Time flew by, and school ended in the blink of an eye. Just as Russell was about to go home, Nancy came up to him. She seemed worried, which confused him. "What's wrong?" he couldn't help but ask. Nancy was silent for a moment before she spoke. "Darren is missing." Russell was stunned. "What does Darren's disappearance have to do with me?" he thought. "Does he actually have the guts to try and get revenge?" Just as he was about to ask, Nancy continued, "My father told me to tell you to be careful when you go home from school. Darren's parents," she said, her voice low, "were found dead in their home this morning. The association suspects Darren was responsible, and they're tracking him now." Russell was full of questions, the primary one being, Darren is that filial? At that moment, his mind was filled with a collection of dark internet jokes about patricide. Nancy ignored his strange choice of words and just shook her head. "Anyway, just be careful." With that, she turned and left. In her opinion, Darren posed no real threat to Russell, so a simple warning was enough. Russell rode Pidgeot and slowly landed in front of his dilapidated apartment building. As he was about to go upstairs, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "It feels like I haven't seen you in a long time, Russell." It was Aunt May, his next-door neighbor. She had a good relationship with the original owner, having watched him grow up. She was the one who had dragged him with her to escape during the Demon's Nest riot. The original owner would even occasionally go to her house for a free meal. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but smile. "After becoming a card maker, I've had a lot of things to do. I haven't had time to visit you, Aunt May." "Why are you being so polite, you silly boy?" she said with a warm smile. "Come over for dinner when you're free." In her opinion, it was a wonderful thing that Russell had become a card maker. At least he was doing much better than the miserable orphan he used to be. "Next time, definitely next time," Russell laughed. The two of them slowly went up the stairs together. On the way, she suddenly seemed to remember something. "By the way, Russell, I'm not trying to be nosy, but young people shouldn't associate with questionable people." "Questionable people?" Just as he was about to ask, she continued, "When I went out to buy groceries just now, I saw a young man and some second-rate thug hanging around your door." Russell was confused. In his memory, the original owner's social circle was very clean. The only social person he had dealt with recently was Brother Tiger from Duo Finance. Could it be him? "But I already paid off the debt." Although he was confused, he still said, Yes, you're right, Auntie May. But the people you're talking about must have come to the wrong door. I don't think I know them." Aunt May breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want a good boy like Russell to get mixed up in society's dregs. They stood for a moment on the stairwell landing. "That's it, then," she said. "I have to go back and cook. Come over to eat when you have time." "Okay, I'll come when I'm free," Russell agreed with a smile. The sound of their conversation echoed in the silent, dark corridor. Turning around, Russell put his hand on his door handle, about to take out his key. In that instant, he felt a sudden, violent force from the other side of the door. His instincts screamed. He let go and leaped back. Ken Kaneki appeared in front of him in a flash. Boom! The old, rusty, dilapidated iron door was blown off its hinges, sent flying across the corridor like a cannonball. It slammed hard into Aunt May. "Ha ha ha! That kid was right. You really are a genius." A crazed, familiar laugh echoed from within Russell's apartment. At that moment, Russell finally understood who Aunt May had been talking about. He looked at his kind neighbor, now lying motionless on the ground, her life or death uncertain. Russell's expression turned to ice. A surging, murderous intent boiled up in his heart. "Darren! If you want to die, I will grant your wish." End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. There's no gate to hell, yet you rush in. What caught Russell's eyes were Darren and a young man with a garish, green coxcomb haircut. Standing with them were their cards, Darren's green zombie and the coxcomb-haired youth's own pale, sharp-fanged creature. Hearing Russell's furious threat, Darren couldn't help but sneer. I really can't beat you, Russell. But today, my brother Gus is here. Today, I'm going to make you kneel down and beg for mercy, he shouted, his confidence bolstered by his new ally. Brother Gus is a bronze-level card maker. If he had been alone, Darren never would have dared to seek revenge. But that's what this was, revenge. In his twisted mind, he blamed Russell for everything that had happened to him, never once considering that his current fate was entirely his own fault. Or perhaps he had, but he didn't have the courage to retaliate against Nancy Whitemore. Her father, after all, was a gold-level card maker. But the man Darren called Brother Gus ignored him completely. His eyes were fixed on Russell, a look of keen interest on his face. Russell, is it? As long as you are willing to join our spirit-begging society, he said, his voice smooth and calculating, you can do whatever you want with this kid here. Gus had been ordered to come and recruit Darren. But when the disgraced student told him about Russell, his curiosity had been piqued. Now, seeing him in person, he knew that 100 Darrens were not worth a single Russell. He had followed Darren here just to see what the genius who had thwarted the society's training ground plot looked like. If he was worthless, it didn't matter if he killed him on the spot. But if he was valuable, bringing him back would surely earn him praise and rewards from his superiors. Darren's face went pale hearing Gus's casual offer. Brother Gus, he stammered, what do you mean by that? A nasty, contemptuous smile spread across Gus's face. What I mean, he said, is that compared to him, you are a complete and utter idiot. Trash. Give up, Russell said, his voice cold as ice as he watched the two of them. There's no way I'll ever join the spirit-begging society. At this moment, a murderous intent was boiling in his heart. Perhaps pretending to be friendly was the best tactical option, but he couldn't do it. He just wanted to crush the two opponents before him into pieces. He had tolerated Darren's provocations before, treating him like a clown. But he had crossed a line. He had colluded with the spirit-begging society and attacked an innocent person. What's more, his own life was now threatened. So, Darren, Russell said, his tone chillingly certain, you killed your parents yourself, didn't you? Gus laughed, an exaggerated, mocking sound. He's a loser, but I have to admit, I'm ashamed of his cruelty. Darren's face twisted into a mask of resentment. Those two old fools, he spat bitterly. They actually wanted me to kneel down and apologize to you. I'm not the one who was wrong. They just don't understand me at all. And now, with the spirit-begging society, I still have a chance to keep making cards. If Gus hadn't appeared, he might have eventually swallowed his pride and apologized. But the society had given him hope for a comeback. In return, they had demanded a show of loyalty. By killing his parents, Darren had burned all his bridges. There was no turning back. Hearing his confession, Russell let out a long sigh and closed his eyes for a moment. You really are a beast, worse than any pig or dog. At this point, there was nothing more to talk about. Gus's card, the pale man with sharp fangs, was likely from the vampire series, a rare type in the Daming Federation. Russell didn't know its power level, but seeing that Kaneki was unconcerned, he felt confident. Besides, with the commotion they had just made, the neighbors must have already notified the Card Makers Association. All he had to do was hold out until they arrived. The vampire took the first step, its right fist whistling through the air as it punched at Russell. Clang! The attack was blocked. Black and red centipede-like tentacles had extended from Kanaki's back, coiling around Russell to protect him. "Let's change venues," Russell said softly to Kanaki. "This place is too small." He glanced at Auntie May's still form on the ground. Kanaki understood instantly. He picked Russell up and, in 5 powerful strides, leaped out of the ruined doorway and into the open space outside the building. "Humph, trying to escape?" Gus sneered, chasing after them with his vampire. Darren hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow. In his mind, as long as they killed Russell here, he could still join the society and get his revenge at the same time. Outside the building, Gus looked at Russell curiously. "That kid only said you had 1 purple creature card. He didn't say you had another." Russell didn't give him the kindness of a reply. The sharp, tail-like Kagun belonging to Rizkami Shiro shot out from Kanaki's back, smashing fiercely into the vampire. Boom! The scene was instantly filled with smoke. Just as Kanaki was silently observing the situation, a black shadow shot out from the smoke and slammed into him. Kanaki froze, unable to move. "A mere iron-level card, defeated by my shadow strike. You should feel honored, right?" Gus's proud words echoed in the night. "Good opportunity." Darren, seeing his chance, controlled his green zombie to charge at the now defenseless Russell. But unfortunately for him, a black-haired young man blocked its path. It was Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Darren couldn't believe it. "Why? It's bad enough that you made a second creature card so quickly, but how can you control 2 at the same time?" Thanks to his extraordinary mental talent, Russell had recently, vaguely, touched the threshold of the bronze level. Controlling 2 iron-level cards at the same time was a piece of cake. Soon, Yoriichi replicated the scene from the ranking test, beheading the green zombie with a single, clean slice. But he did not press the attack, instead retreating quietly to Russell's side. Kanaki's situation was still unclear. If things were impossible, he would retreat with Russell. The smoke gradually dissipated. A dark shadow extended from beneath the feet of Gus's vampire all the way to Kanaki's, holding him firmly in place. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the vampire's face. The next moment, a red mist of blood burst from Kanaki's body. Seeing this, Gus was certain he had won. "Kneel down and beg for mercy now," he said, "and I might give you another chance." Darren looked at him in disbelief. "He's still trying to recruit Russell? Is he really that good?" Just as Darren was about to say something, he saw Gus's eyes suddenly widen, as if he had seen something impossible. He looked back and saw that a huge, new centipede tentacle had erupted from Kanaki's back, piercing clean through the vampire's body. At the other end of the tentacle was Kanaki, his expression one of pure rage. An injury of that degree would have shattered an ordinary black iron card. But Kanaki was red quality. High-speed regeneration was already knitting his wounds back together. The next moment, the centipede's tentacles, like a mad dragon, rushed towards the terrified, coxcomb-haired young man. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Hey, can we reconcile? Bonus chapter. As promised, bonus chapter. As the vampire card disintegrated into a fading mist, the coxcomb-haired man stumbled back, face contorting in disbelief and panic. "Impossible," he shrieked. "Why the hell didn't your card die?" He stared, trembling, at Kanaki, who stood unscathed, his kagun curling behind him like blood-soaked centipede tendrils. The man had foolishly believed that a bronze-level blue card would win him the fight. What he didn't know, couldn't have known, was that Kanaki was no ordinary black iron-level summon. He was red quality. And worse, he possessed the terrifying ability, high-speed regeneration. His body could recover faster than the enemy could hurt him. "You're not supposed to be this strong," the man muttered, taking a desperate step back. This isn't fair. Panic turned to madness as he summoned every card he still had. Low-tier black iron summons he'd crafted in high school. A swarm of shadow bats, a bone-armored zombie, even a reinforced ghoul. They all rushed Kaneki at once. But Kaneki didn't move. Not at first. Then came the blur. With a sickening snap, one Kagun spear shot through the air and impaled the bone zombie through the chest, pinning it to the wall like a trophy. Another Kagun burst outward, shredding through the bats mid-flight, turning them into black confetti. The third Kagun wrapped around the ghoul's neck and twisted. Crack! The head hit the floor before the body did. Please, stop! The coxcomb-haired man collapsed onto his knees, shaking like a leaf. His pants were soaked. I surrender, he cried, throwing his card deck aside. Please. Don't kill me. I have information. Valuable stuff. About the spirit-begging society. Just let me live. Kaneki turned his head, crimson eyes glowing beneath his white hair, and glanced back at Russell. Russell met his summons gaze for a moment, then shook his head. Kaneki's expression didn't change. The next moment was pure horror. With a low snarl, Kaneki surged forward, Kagun moving like snakes. One coiled around the man's leg, jerking him off the ground. The others skewered through his shoulders, pinning him midair like a crucified rag doll. No, please, Arg. Kaneki didn't give him the luxury of a clean death. The Kagun split apart inside the man's body, reducing him to shredded meat. Bones cracked like twigs. Organs splattered. Blood soaked the concrete. By the time the scream stopped, there was nothing left but pulp. Russell looked on, his expression emotionless. Information? Please. That guy had clearly been a low-tier pawn in the spirit-begging society. He wasn't risking his safety on the off-chance the bastard had something worthwhile. Besides, Auntie May was still lying unconscious in the stairwell, her fate unknown. That was more important. Behind him, Darren had already collapsed, paralyzed by terror. He hadn't expected the arrogant thug to die so easily. So completely. His body was trembling uncontrollably. His mouth opened, but no words came out at first. Finally, he stammered, Russell, please. I won't ever try anything again. I swear it. Russell looked at him, eyes cold and devoid of pity. You're not sorry. You're just scared of dying. Darren's face twisted in panic. You can't kill me. Murder is illegal, Russell. At that, Russell actually laughed. Murder is illegal? That's rich coming from the guy who helped ambush me in the Devil's Nest. Did you care about the law when you watched people die in that space? When you helped cover it up? Darren paled, unable to speak. Russell gestured lazily. Kaneki. Take care of it. No. Wait. Darren's screams echoed as Kaneki moved in. There was a flash of movement, a slice, and silence. Russell didn't look back. He had more pressing matters now. Staying here and waiting for the guild was technically the right thing to do, but it would also mean being detained for questioning. Maybe even suspicion of unauthorized card use. Red quality summons weren't exactly common for someone his rank. He couldn't afford the delay. He needed power, more power than ever. Bronze level cards. Silver tier. Even palace rank. Anything less would never be enough. Shaking off the blood and chaos, Russell pulled out his phone and scanned his contacts. First, Mr. Williams. Kind-hearted, yes, but powerless in matters involving the spirit-begging society. Next, Victoria Song. She was his current homeroom teacher. Smart, decent connections. Maybe. Then, President Marcus. He had given Russell his number after the interview. A high-ranking figure in the guild, but right now, Russell didn't trust anyone with ties to the organization. Not after what just happened. If the spirit-begging society had already infiltrated the guild, reaching out to the wrong person could be fatal. He continued down the list until he stopped on one name. Nancy. Russell dialed. A moment later, a sharp, confident voice answered. Hello. Hi, this is Russell. Is your father home? About 10 minutes later, a sleek, black sports car pulled up in front of Harmony Heights. A sharp-eyed, clean-cut man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. The car dissolved into particles of light and returned to a summon mark on his forehead. Russell stepped forward as the man approached. You must be Russell, the man said. I'm Jonathan Westbrook. Nancy's father. You can call me Uncle John. That's why Russell had called. Nancy had trusted him with the truth about Darren's crimes. And if she was a victim of the Spirit-Begging Society's conspiracy, there was no way her father was one of them. Unless, of course, he was willing to use his own daughter as bait. And if that was the case, Russell would accept defeat. Uncle John, he greeted respectfully, thank you for coming. Nancy should have told you the details. Jonathan nodded, then frowned slightly. She did. But you said you defeated a bronze-tier card maker from the Spirit-Begging Society. He gave Russell a probing look. Can I see the card you used? Russell understood the suspicion. If their roles were reversed, he'd have asked the same. With a snap of his fingers, Kaneki materialized beside him, blood-red eyes glowing, claws still slick with gore, his centipede cocoon twitching like it was still hungry. Jonathan's pupils narrowed. He could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the summon. Gold, he muttered. No, stronger. This is red quality, isn't it? As a gold-tier card maker, Jonathan could estimate the true quality of a summon at a glance. Now it all made sense. This is the material Nan brought to you yesterday, he asked. You crafted it this quickly. Russell nodded. Jonathan stared at him in silence, then smiled with genuine admiration. Impressive. You're really something, Russell. A quiet pride crept into his voice, though he quickly hid it. Russell's terrifying potential reminded him of someone. A card maker who'd once defined an entire generation, Elias Grant, the only living Hall of Fame card maker. But Jonathan shook off the comparison. It was ridiculous. The kid in front of him was still just an iron-tier crafter. Still. He turned serious. Listen carefully. When the guild arrives, I'll say I was the one who eliminated that Spirit-Begging Society scum and Darren. Russell blinked. But, why? Jonathan gave a tired smile. To protect you, he said simply. And, to buy you time. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Aftermath. Do you know why Principal Shepard fought so hard to get your class into that secret realm for training, even if it was just the most basic one? Seeing Russell's lingering confusion, Jonathan Whitemore didn't answer his unspoken question directly, but instead posed a new one. Russell had assumed it was all for the joint exam. Wasn't it to prepare for the joint examination of the 4 schools in the Evergrove district? Jonathan laughed softly. Yes, you're right. But that's only half the reason. The more important reason is to prepare for the secret realm you can enter after winning the joint examination. Another secret realm? Russell thought. Is there something special about it? As if reading his mind, Jonathan continued, this second secret realm is just an ordinary bronze level one. But for high school students like you, access to a bronze level secret realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Russell scratched his head. Even so, the level of importance everyone was placing on it seemed excessive. Jonathan looked at the boy. If he hadn't saved his daughter, and if he hadn't shown such extraordinary talent, he never would have explained so much to a mere high school student. Once you enter that bronze-level secret realm, Jonathan said, his tone growing serious, you'll have the opportunity to advance your own rank far ahead of your peers. You'll also have a significant advantage in the Riverview Province Unified Examination at the end of this year. Generally, most students were still at the iron level when they graduated high school, only a select few from wealthy families or with exceptional talent reached the bronze level before university. The Riverview Province Unified Examination? Russell asked. He searched his memory but found nothing. That's right, Jonathan confirmed, no longer being cryptic. It's a new system, started only this year. Students who perform well in the unified examination can be admitted to the top universities in the Federation in advance. Russell finally understood. No wonder Jonathan had been so invested. Even if Nancy didn't win the joint exam, her father could still provide her with resources. But Russell wasn't so lucky. As an orphan, he had to fight for every single step forward. A new question surfaced in his mind. Why was the unified examination only started this year? And in his memory, the Spirit Begging Society had never been so brazenly active before. Is something wrong with the Federation itself? He silently suppressed the doubts in his heart. Those were questions far too big for him to answer right now. Seeing that Russell understood, Jonathan smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Keep it up, Russell. I'm optimistic about you. It wasn't just an empty compliment, he truly had high hopes for the boy. When he himself was at the iron level, the best he had ever produced was a gold quality card, and that had taken him more than half a year. Russell had gathered his materials yesterday and created a red quality card today. Thank you, Uncle. I'll do my best, Russell replied, not letting the praise go to his head. He knew he was able to create Kaneki only by standing on the shoulders of giants. He would have to thank Kubo and Kishimoto in his heart for their future protection as well. As they were talking, several association vehicles with flashing red and blue lights arrived at the Happy Home complex. A young man who was very familiar to Russell got out of the lead car. It was Zephyr Flynn, the junior from the new Metro University card-making department. Zephyr? What are you doing here? Russell asked, surprised. Zephyr looked at him for a few moments before recognizing him. Oh, it's you, Russell. He sighed dramatically. There's no way around it. The school arranged this internship for me. Most third and fourth year students in the university's card-making department had to go out for internships. Zephyr would have much preferred to stay in his air-conditioned dorm room and play games. Jonathan then spoke up. Zephyr, it turns out you and Russell know each other. That makes things easier. Zephyr only then noticed the high-ranking director standing next to Russell and was shocked. Director Whitemore. What are you doing here? Russell is a classmate of my daughter's, Jonathan said, smoothly reciting the cover story they had agreed upon. I happened to be giving him a ride home today when we ran into some scum from the Spirit Begging Society. Zephyr was stunned. He was sure the emergency call had said it was only Russell who was on the scene. He looked from Russell to Jonathan's smiling face and instantly understood. Director Whitemore did a good job, he said quickly, changing his tune. Everyone has a duty to punish the scum of the Spirit Begging Society. Zephyr was lazy, not stupid. With the high-ranking director providing an endorsement, and as long as the dead were confirmed to be society members, he wasn't about to dig any deeper into the matter. After a moment, he asked tentatively, then, Director Whitemore, would it be convenient for you to come back with us and give a formal statement? Jonathan had come here for this very reason, so he certainly wouldn't refuse. He turned to Russell. Russell, I'm afraid you can't live in this place anymore after the mess I've made. You had better find another place to live. Russell understood his meaning. He was reminding him that even if he could fool the association, with so many witnesses today, this apartment was no longer safe. He nodded slightly. I understand, Uncle. I'll go find a new house later. Seeing that Russell understood, Jonathan said no more and got into the back of Zephyr's car. At this time, Russell hesitated, then asked, Zephyr, I was wondering, how is Auntie May from next door? Because neither he nor Jonathan had any healing cards, she had been lying on the ground until the association's medical team had arrived. "Don't worry," Zephyr said, seeing his concern. "Our people checked on her. She just has a few broken bones and fainted from the shock. Her life is not in danger." Hearing that his neighbor wasn't seriously injured, Russell couldn't help but feel relieved. She had already suffered enough because of him. "Well then, Russell, we'll be leaving first," Zephyr said, seeing that the scene had been handled. He gave a nod and led his team away. Generally, the association would reimburse for any damages caused by illegal card makers like this, so Russell didn't have to worry about paying out of his own pocket. Returning to his old and run-down home, Russell looked at the mess, the shattered door, the bloodstains, and sighed silently. He had only been in this world for about half a month, and he was already being targeted by a dangerous organization. He felt that his life was bleak. However, the most urgent task right now was to find a new residence. He definitely could not live in the Happy Home complex anymore. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Undercurrent. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Already 30 chapters and daily update. The sky outside had turned completely dark. Russell sighed, resigning himself to spending the night in his now compromised apartment. He had Kaneki lift the heavy, bent iron door back into its frame, closing it loosely to provide at least the illusion of security. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to map out his next move. First, he had to figure out what to do with his money. He was lucky, being alone in the world meant he didn't have much property to worry about. He always carried his bank card and his most valuable possession, the flesh and blood demon, gold, card on his person. If he hadn't, he would have been cleaned out completely. Thinking of the attacker's body, a thought struck him, and his face froze. He hadn't searched the corpse for materials. Forget it, he told himself, trying to rationalize the missed opportunity. Even if I had, the association would have likely confiscated anything I found. Pushing the random thoughts aside, Russell focused on the 370,000 he had on hand. He mentally allocated 70,000 for daily expenses. The remaining 300,000 would be best used to purchase materials for a new prop card, either to enhance Yoriaki's combat power or for his own self-defense. An idea began to form in his mind, but he had expended far too much mental energy today. He was in no condition to attempt making a new card. "I'll need you two to keep watch tonight," Russell said quietly to Yoriichi, Tsujikuni and Kaneki, who stood silently in the room. He wasn't a fool. After an attack like this, he couldn't afford to drop his guard and meditate alone. His mental strength was vast enough to sustain both cards through the night, as long as there was no fighting. At that same moment, in a dark corner of the Happy Home complex, a tall, thin figure spoke to his companion. "Boss, should we just rush in there and grab the kid? What happened to Gus? It has to be connected to him." The sturdier figure, the boss, slapped the tall man across the face. "Idiot," he hissed. "How many times have I told you we need to keep a low profile? How are you so sure this kid isn't bait set by the Card Maker Association?" He was seething, his voice a low growl. "And that moron Gus today? Who told him to act on his own? If he hadn't made contact, he would have ruined the president's entire plan. 10 of his lives wouldn't be enough to pay for that failure." "So, what then, boss?" the tall man asked, covering his stinging cheek. "We just let it go." A cold sneer spread across the boss's face. "Anyone who offends our spirit-begging society pays the price. We'll watch him for a few days. See if he's really just bait." Just then, a bright beam of light swept over them. It was a security guard from the complex. "What are you two doing skulking around here?" the guard asked, his voice laced with suspicion. After the major incident that afternoon, management had ordered them to increase patrols to show they were taking it seriously. Not that they would be any help if they actually encountered a real criminal. The sturdy figure froze as the flashlight beam illuminated his shiny, bald head. He forced a nervous smile. "We're, just out for a night run." "Yeah. We're just leaving now." He grabbed his subordinate and the two of them quickly jogged out of the happy home complex. The security guard knew something was off about the pair, but he was just an ordinary man earning 3,000 a month. He wasn't paid enough to risk his life over it. "See you tomorrow, Nancy," Russell said the next evening after school. He waved goodbye to Nancy Whitemore and hurried straight to a real estate agency. He needed to find a new place to live, and fast. "Mr. Russell, do you have any specific requirements for your new home?" the agent asked with a professional smile, not looking down on him for his youth. In a world with super-powered card makers, it paid to be polite. You never knew who you might be offending. Aside from a fool like Darren, Russell had found that most people were quite discerning. Russell thought for a moment. "It needs to be in the Evergrove district," he began. "And I'd prefer a single-family house. Something quiet, if possible." He was set on a detached house this time. His former neighbor, Auntie May, was still in the hospital because of him. He couldn't risk that happening again. A quieter location would also make it easier for him to concentrate on the delicate process of card making. The agent's eyes lit up. "Yes, of course. I have 2 properties that fit your requirements perfectly." He quickly pulled up listings on his phone and handed it to Russell. "This is the first one. It's surrounded by commercial districts, very popular, and great for travel." Russell looked at the photos. For an ordinary person, it would be ideal. But with Pidgeot, convenient travel wasn't a primary concern for him. Sensing his hesitation, the agent swiped to the next listing. "And this is the second one. The landlord has already taken care of the utilities and network connection, so you can move in immediately. The only downside is that it's a bit remote." "So, which one do you think is more suitable?" the agent asked. Russell weighed his options. He didn't know for sure if he was being targeted by the spirit-begging society. Logic dictated he choose the first house in the busy downtown area, where the society wouldn't dare make a move. But was he willing to gamble with the lives of innocent bystanders? He made his choice. "I'll take the second one. Can we sign the contract today? I can't put others in danger because of my problems," he sighed inwardly. Besides, the only person who knew he was moving was Nancy's father, Jonathan Whitemore. It should be safe enough. The agent was slightly disappointed the commission on the first house was higher, but a sale was a sale. "Excellent choice. Please follow me, sir." A short while later, the contract was signed. The rent was 4,000 a month, with a standard deposit. The agent then drove Russell to his new residence in Evergrove Hills. The house was well worth the price. It was a 2-story detached home, covering an area of about 100 square meters. When he stepped inside, he found it surprisingly clean, with very little dust. The landlord clearly had it cleaned regularly. "Well, Mr. Russell, I'll be on my way," the agent said after handing him the keys. As Russell began to explore his new home, a bald man in the house next door was sweating profusely. The sound of the agent's car had drawn his curiosity to the window, and he had seen Russell. "What is going on? Am I exposed?" The bald man was filled with suspicion. He had just been investigating Russell last night, and now the kid had moved in right next door to him. It was too much of a coincidence. A knot of irritation and panic tightened in his stomach. He decided he had to find out what was going on. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, pulling Russell from his thoughts. He was confused. Only Nancy and her father knew he had moved. Had they somehow found him already? But he hadn't even told them his new address. Russell opened the door, his mind full of questions. He was met with the sight of a dazzlingly bald head. He was stunned for a moment before asking tentatively, "Brother Tiger?" It was none other than the thug from Duo Finance. Brother Tiger forced a strained smile onto his face. "Long time no see, Russell. I live next door. I just saw you move in and wanted to come over and say hello." Russell was shocked. What are the odds? He kept his composure, however, and offered a simple explanation. The old place was getting a bit run down. I came into some money, so I figured it was time for an upgrade. He wasn't close enough with Brother Tiger to tell him the real reason. Brother Tiger laughed, a hollow sound. "Well then, please take care of me in the days to come, neighbor. I have something else to do, so I'll be going now." "All right. Take care." What Russell didn't see was the way Brother Tiger's friendly expression instantly curdled into a dark, menacing scowl the moment he turned around. End of chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, 3 Treasures. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Already 30 chapters and daily update. Spare money? A new place. In his own home, Brother Tiger muttered Russell's words back to himself, his face a mask of paranoia. Is he targeting me? He didn't believe for a second that the boy's words were a coincidence, it had to be a veiled threat. But then, thinking of the grand plans revealed to him by the spirit-begging society, he couldn't help but sneer with disdain. This old ship of the Federation is about to sink anyway. If we don't jump to a new one now, when will we? He briefly considered changing his own residence but gave up the idea. Moving would be an admission of guilt. Russell, on the other side of the wall, was completely unaware that Brother Tiger was engaged in a battle of wits with the air. After the attack in his apartment, he had realized that his own personal protection was still insufficient. If Kaneki hadn't been so overwhelmingly strong, he would have died during that first encounter with Gus's vampire. He decided he needed to make a defensive prop card. Lying on his sofa, he scrolled through the trading website on his phone, looking for suitable materials. Item materials: blood-stained chessboard, green; golden beads, green; life-linked red rope, blue; broken handle of ancient sword, blue. Russell's eyes lit up when he saw the golden beads and the life-linked red rope. He knew immediately what he was going to make. The idea came from the story Under One Person, a defensive magic weapon called the Three Treasures Pearl, created by Ma Xianhong, the master of the legendary skill Divine Machine 100 Refinements. In the original story, the Three Treasures Pearl was a high-end, self-repairing magical tool. It was composed of 3 beads on a string. The middle bead activated a protective shield. Each time the shield was destroyed, the middle bead would shatter, and the 2 side beads would dim as they channeled their energy to repair it, allowing it to be destroyed a total of 3 times. However, Russell didn't need a self-repairing ability. In his world, even if a card was completely destroyed, it just entered a 24-hour cooldown. Therefore, he decided to modify the design, focusing purely on strengthening its defensive capabilities. Soon, the materials were delivered by a Metro Express drone. It only cost just over 70,000 credits, Russell thought to himself. Even if the creation fails, the sunk cost is acceptable. He depicted the pattern of the 3 precious beads on a blank card, 3 golden orbs strung on a thin red string, each one emitting a dazzling luster. Slowly wrapping his mental power around the materials and the card, he entered the dark, mysterious space once more. Prop cards didn't have story requirements as strict as creature cards, but you couldn't just make things up and expect success. Russell silently input the story of the 3 treasures and waited for the mysterious space's judgment. The shipwreck he worried about never happened, the story was approved. When his consciousness returned to reality, the completed prop card was floating gently in front of him. He absorbed it directly into his mind, and the next moment, a red rope with 3 golden beads appeared around his neck. 3 treasures level, black iron. Quality, blue. Category, prop. Skill, once per day, can resist up to 3 iron level attacks or 1 bronze level attack. The number of uses is restored at 12 am. Chain, can form a chain card with the card Ma Xian Hong, of the Divine Machine. The description was concise, with only 1 skill. But Russell wasn't surprised, he had been pursuing pure defensive power. If it could only withstand 3 iron level attacks, it would be of limited use. But being able to withstand a single bronze level attack was a complete game changer. He was confident Kaneki could handle most iron level threats. But this prop card could save his life in a real crisis, creating a huge variable in combat. Better yet, it could be used by either Yoriichi or Kaneki in a duel. With this, Russell couldn't help but smile. We should be able to easily pass the joint examination in a few days. Originally, he wasn't overly concerned with winning, but after Jonathan Whitemore's explanation, he understood the true significance of the event. Closing his eyes, Russell began his daily meditation. The sooner he could break through to the bronze level, the sooner he could make even stronger cards. He could already feel himself touching the threshold, just 1 step away from a breakthrough. Beside him, Yoriichi and Kaneki stood as silent, faithful guardians. Time passed quickly. The spirit-begging society did not come looking for him again, just as he had expected. Soon, the day of the final ranking test before the joint exam arrived. "All right, this week's ranking test is over," Victoria's song announced from the battle arena. "In the end, the top 3 students in our class are Russell, Nancy Whitemore, and Liam Blake. These 3 will represent our school in the joint examination of the 4 schools." Just as Russell had predicted, he sat firmly in the number 1 spot, with no other students even attempting to challenge him. The same was true for Nancy. Liam, however, had a tougher time. As the student who had replaced Darren, he was seen as the weakest of the 3 and had to fend off several challenges from his classmates. But in the end, he managed to hold on to his position. "Man, Russell and Nancy are total monsters. I don't even want to challenge them." "That's right, and I can't beat Liam either. I was so close. If I just had 1 more prop card, I could have beaten him." Ignoring the chatter from the sidelines, Victoria Song walked up to the 3 of them with a smile. "Go home and get a good rest today. Tomorrow is the joint exam. I hope you can bring home a victory." In her opinion, New Metro First High had a great chance this year. It had been years since the school had produced 2 students who made purple quality cards right from the start. They had never had such a wonderful head start. Looking at Ms. Song's departing back, Liam touched the back of his head with a simple smile. "Brother Russell, Sister Nancy, I definitely can't do it. We'll have to rely on you too." Russell just shook his head slightly. "You're quite capable, Liam. Keep it up." In Russell's opinion, Liam's strength was respectable, and he had even made a steel fork prop card for his Minotaur, clearly practicing for an eventual Soul Reaper Ox head card, even if that was a distant, bronze-level goal. Nancy, however, had a worried look on her face. "I heard from my father that someone from Metro University Prep made a gold card," she said. "I'm afraid." "What's this? Didn't Uncle Jonathan tell her I made a red card?" Russell was confused for a moment. But since Jonathan Whitemore was keeping his cards close to his chest, Russell certainly wasn't going to be the one to reveal his hand. He kept his expression unchanged. "We won't know until we fight," he said calmly. "Just do your best." Hearing his words, Liam and Nancy nodded silently, though they still looked a little pessimistic. After all, the gap between a purple card and a gold card was immense. Perhaps a purple card could defeat a gold one, but only with the help of powerful prop cards. Looking at their reactions, Russell just shook his head and turned back to the classroom to attend the last class of the day. 300 power stones done. 500 power stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 26, Alert. Hey everyone! I've seen your comments about the inconsistencies in ranks, names, and even organization names throughout the chapters. I really appreciate the feedback, and I've gone ahead and edited everything for consistency. If you'd like, you can revisit the chapters. There are now added scenes and explanations to help make things clearer. For example, Chapter 5 now includes the full ranking stage system you all were asking about. And if you can upload meme and images again, as everything has been deleted. Thanks for your support and keep the feedback coming. Chapter 27, Chapter 26, Opening Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Already 30 chapters and daily 2 chapters. The next morning, Victoria Song stood before Russell, Nancy, and Liam, offering some final words of encouragement. Hey, no pressure. Don't be nervous, she said with a warm smile. It's not the end of the world if you don't win. She genuinely meant it. After all, life was a long road, and no one's path was perfectly smooth. If only she knew the true stakes of the new Riverview Province Unified Trial, her optimism might have faded. The 3 students gave a silent, determined nod, boarded the vehicle, and set off for the exam venue. This year's joint entrance exam was being held at the Cardmaker Showdown Arena in the Evergrove district. The venue, funded and constructed by the Cardmaker Association, was typically reserved for official tournaments, but it served just as well for a 4-school high school trial. As Russell led Nancy Whitemore and Liam Blake into the arena, they saw that one of the other schools had already arrived. A quick glance at their uniforms confirmed it was Evergrove First High, historically, a friendly rival to New Metro First High. Today, however, there was no friendly greeting. The 3 students from Evergrove First simply shot a look at Russell's team before turning away. Naturally, Russell and his teammates weren't about to go over and suck up to them. They found a spot and waited quietly for the other 2 schools to arrive. Up in the stands, a few officials from the Evergrove district had already taken their seats. Since this was just a local 4-school exam, the event wasn't open to the public, which at least spared the students the pressure of performing in front of a huge crowd for the first time. Principal Hawthorne of Evergrove First High spotted Principal Shepherd and couldn't resist a smug grin. "Shepherd, my old friend," he called out. "How's your school looking this year? Feeling confident?" A flicker of irritation crossed Principal Shepherd's face. "If you'd asked me that last year, I'd have said we had 2 very promising talents. But with that kid from Metro University Prep in the mix, first place is already decided." He was right. In any other year, students of Russell and Nancy's caliber would have been serious contenders for the top spot. But this year, some prodigy from Metro University Prep had managed to create a gold rarity card. As far as Shepherd was concerned, the competition was already over. His earlier plan to give his top students a leg up with a trip to a secret realm had already ended in disaster, adding to his frustration. Just then, an older man with silvering hair approached them, a cheerful smile on his face. Now, let's not shower Jansen Crow with too much praise," he said. "The boy's ego is big enough as it is." The newcomer was Principal Wu of Metro University Prep. Seeing his self-satisfied expression, both Shepherd and Hawthorne rolled their eyes. Down on the arena floor, Russell and his team saw the students from Metro University Prep make their entrance. The one in the lead had flashy, dyed blonde hair and was flanked by 2 other students who looked more like lackeys than teammates. Russell's eye twitched. "Are the rules at Metro University Prep really that lax?" he whispered to Nancy. Nancy let out a soft laugh. "That's him. The one I told you about who made the gold card. Schools tend to make exceptions for their top students." She gave him a playful nudge. "I bet if you dyed your hair bright red, Ms. Song wouldn't say a word." Russell imagined himself with a fiery red mop and shuddered. That was a look he definitely didn't want. At that moment, the blonde student Jansen Crow dramatically flipped his hair back. "It's no disgrace to lose to me, Jansen Crow," he announced to the entire arena. "I'm just too powerful for you all." He followed it with a deep, theatrical sigh. Ah, the loneliness of being invincible. His two sidekicks immediately burst into applause. "You're unstoppable, Jansen. Nobody can beat you, boss." An awkward silence fell over the arena, so heavy you could almost feel a cold breeze. Russell, Nancy, and Liam exchanged baffled looks. "Is that guy all there?" Russell finally asked. Liam scratched his head. "I guess all geniuses are a little weird." As they were talking, the final team from Southridge High arrived. A moment later, a familiar face, Marcus, the president of the Evergrove District Card Maker Association, walked to the center of the stage with a microphone. "I'm sure your teachers have already briefed you on the rules of this joint exam, so I won't waste your time," Marcus began. "With only 4 schools, we'll wrap this up in 2 days. Let's begin by drawing the first match." A staff member brought him a black box. Marcus reached inside and pulled out 2 slips of paper. He unfolded them, glanced at the names, and announced, "The first match is Metro University Prep vs Evergrove First High." Jansen Crow shook his golden hair again. "You two can sit this one out," he told his sidekicks. "I can handle this alone." They looked thrilled. Who wouldn't want a free win? The students from Evergrove First, however, looked furious. Jansen was clearly disrespecting them. The battle began, and Russell immediately understood the source of Jansen's arrogance. A terrifying, green-skinned monster with bared fangs materialized in front of him, clutching a steel trident. As it appeared, a thin mist began to creep across the battlefield. It was a yaksha. Jansen crossed his arms, his voice dripping with condescension. "Consider it an honor to be defeated by my Sea Warden Yaksha. Yaksha cards generally came in 2 series. The first was the Dragon Palace series, which Jansen seemed to be, typically made with materials ranging from black iron to bronze. The other was the much higher tier 8 Dharma Protectors series from Buddhist mythology. Russell had read about them in the revised World Mythology Atlas, 4th edition. While the atlas covered common myths and monsters, the final quality of a card always depended on the unique story woven by its creator. A thought suddenly struck Russell as he glanced at Jansen's 2 followers. I wonder if their cards are just shrimp and crab monsters to go with his theme. The 3 students from Evergrove First were completely on the defensive. They had no intel on Jansen's card and were only now realizing how terrifying their opponent truly was. The mist thickened, and soon, all 3 of their summoned cards were defeated without putting up any meaningful resistance. Nancy watched with a grave expression. "They lost too fast. I couldn't get a read on its abilities." "It obviously has water control," Russell said calmly. "The question is how strong it is." Between the card's name and the water vapor that swirled around the yaksha, its primary ability was clear. But Evergrove First, a team that had consistently ranked at the bottom for years, was too weak to force Jansen to reveal anything more. They were simply outclassed. Up in the stands, Principal Wu clapped a grinning Principal Hawthorne on the back. "Hey, Thorne," he said, using his old nickname, "my boy Jansen was a bit too harsh on your students. Don't take it personally." Principal Hawthorne's face soured. Not only did the old man gloat, but he had to rub salt in the wound. "I'm not going to hold it against a kid," he grumbled. Besides, Evergrove First was used to being last. Losing to a gold card prodigy was a better excuse than most. He glanced over at Principal Shepherd. At least he'd have a brother in misery to share the loss with. As for those promising seedlings Shepherd had mentioned earlier, Hawthorne dismissed it as a desperate boast. End of chapter. 500 gems done. Next bonus chapter at 1000 gems. Chapter 28, Chapter 27, The First Round. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Already 30 chapters and daily 2 chapters. The match between Metro University Prep and Evergrove First High ended in a flash. Next up, it was New Metro First High versus Southridge High. Liam and I can handle the start, Nancy whispered to Russell. If you go in first, we might not get a chance to fight at all. Russell saw her point and gave a simple nod. Up in the stands, Principal Shepard frowned as he watched Liam Blake take the stage. Why isn't Russell starting? Are they trying to hide his abilities? He figured it had to be a strategy. If Russell could keep his full strength under wraps, he might stand a chance against Jansen Crow tomorrow. Liam's Minotaur materialized on the field just as his opponent summoned a large tiger. A tiger card wasn't something to be dismissed outright. Low-level versions could evolve into demonic variants, and high-level ones could even form the basis for powerful mountain god-type creatures. From his vantage point, however, Russell could tell this was just a standard iron-level blue card, nothing special. Much like Liam's Minotaur, it was likely a foundational card for a future path. The bull and tiger clashed in a brutal fight, but in the end, Liam, with the help of a well-timed prop card, emerged the victor. His Minotaur, however, was heavily wounded. As expected, in the next one-on-one matchup, the battered Minotaur didn't last long, falling quickly to the opponent's Hellhound. Liam walked back to his teammates, his face etched with guilt. Sorry, Russell. Nancy. I lost. Don't worry about it, Russell said, patting him on the shoulder. Nancy will get M for you. He reflected that Liam and Darren were polar opposites. One was loyal and earnest, the other selfish and arrogant. Teaming up with someone like Liam was infinitely better than dealing with a clown like Darren. Nancy walked gracefully onto the stage, her three-tailed fox appearing beside her. Russell immediately noticed something new. The fox was wearing a set of small, intricately crafted armor. So she's also working on a way to solve its weaknesses, he thought. The fox's low-level illusions were often useless against mindless monsters, and its physical attacks lacked the punch of other purple rarity cards. The armor was clearly meant to compensate. While the fox's illusions were devastating in open-field battles where they could target the card maker directly, such tactics were strictly forbidden in official duels. The best long-term solution was another creature card focused on pure offense, but it seemed Nancy hadn't had time to create one yet. Her current strategy worked perfectly. The Hellhound, confused by the fox's illusion, was quickly dispatched. The final student from Southridge High stepped forward and summoned his card. A bare-chested, heavily muscled man appeared on the field. Nancy frowned. This aura, it's another purple card. While she was analyzing the situation, her three-tailed fox launched an attack. The illusion washed over the muscular man, who only paused for a second before shaking it off. A flash of excitement went through Nancy. Finally, a card that can resist the illusion. After a couple of recent failures, she was starting to doubt her card's signature ability. The three-tailed fox didn't hesitate, lunging forward on all fours. Shing! Its gleaming claws raked across the man's throat. Blood sprayed through the air. Just as Nancy thought the battle was over, she saw the calm, confident expression on the opposing cardmaker's face. A sense of dread washed over her. Three Tails, watch out! But the warning came too late. Roar! The muscular man roared, his body warping and twisting before Nancy's shocked eyes until he stood transformed into a massive werewolf. Bang! A powerful werewolf claw swatted the three-tailed fox out of mid-air, slamming it into the ground. The armor absorbed the fatal blow, but visible cracks spread across its surface. It wouldn't survive another hit like that. The werewolf, seeing its chance, pressed the attack, its claws descending in a furious barrage. Scree! Sparks flew as the claws scraped against the enchanted armor. The defensive prop held for a few precious seconds, buying the fox enough time to inflict several deep, bone-visible wounds on the werewolf. But it wasn't enough. The armor shattered into points of light, and a moment later, the now defenseless fox was torn to pieces. Nancy sighed. She had failed to secure the win and protect Russell's strength for the final match. With a heavy heart, she walked off the stage. "I'm sorry, It's okay," Russell interrupted, his voice calm and steady. "Leave it to me." Nancy thought his ace was Yoriichi Tsujikuni. She had no idea his real trump card was Kaneki Ken. The only person who knew the full extent of Russell's power was likely her father, Jonathan Whitemore, and he clearly hadn't shared that secret, not even with his own daughter. Russell stepped up to the line and summoned Yoriichi Tsujikuni, whispering, "Don't hold anything back." The moment the referee's whistle blew, Yoriichi burst forward. So fast! The Southridge cardmaker's eyes widened in panic. Before he could even complete the thought, Yoriichi was already in front of the werewolf. The beast was still panting, bleeding from the wounds the fox had given it. A flaming katana slashed towards its neck. The werewolf forced itself into motion, twisting its body to dodge the blade while swiping its claws straight at Yoriichi's head. A triumphant grin spread across the Southridge student's face. He had been terrified by the card's speed, but it looked like his werewolf could still take it down. The claws made contact with Yoriichi's face. But nothing happened. It was the three treasures. Before the match, Russell had already activated the prop card for Yoriichi. One of the three golden beads orbiting his neck dimmed, its power expended to nullify the attack. In that same instant, Yoriichi fluidly changed his downward chop into a horizontal slash. The flaming blade sliced clean through the werewolf's neck. "What?" The Southridge student stared in disbelief, his surefire victory vanishing in a split second. As the werewolf card dissipated, the referee waited 3 seconds. Seeing no new card summoned, he declared the result. New Metro First High wins. In the stands, Principal Hawthorne's jaw nearly hit the floor. He thought his old friend Shepard had been bluffing about his good seedlings, but they were the real deal. "Well, Shepard," he said, his voice dripping with envy, "looks like your luck has finally turned. You really found a couple of gems this year." It was one thing to see his old rival suffer, but seeing him succeed was almost worse. He quickly changed his tune, a familiar taunting smile returning to his face. "What a shame, though. Any other year, you'd be sitting pretty. Just terrible luck running into Jansen Crow this time." Principal Shepard knew exactly what Hawthorne was thinking. He shot him an annoyed look but inwardly sighed. If I had managed to keep Russell's Yoriichi card a secret, we might have had a chance to surprise Jansen, he thought. Now it seems impossible. End of chapter. 500 gems done. Next bonus chapter at 1000 gems. Chapter 29, Chapter 28, the final trump card. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Already 30 chapters and daily 2 chapters. On the second day of the joint entrance exam, the tension in the stands was palpable. Principal Hawthorne looked over at the frowning Principal Shepard and chuckled. "Come on now, Shepard, that's enough gloom. For years, you and I have been fighting for last place. I let you get to the finals this time, and you're still not satisfied." Principal Wu, seated nearby, couldn't help but chime in, his voice dripping with condescension. "Hey, there's no shame in losing to Jansen. The boy is a prodigy, a gold card on his first try." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Jansen hadn't shown up this year, New Metro First High might have actually pulled off an upset. Down on the arena floor, Liam Blake looked at Russell, his expression grim. "Nancy and I will go first this time." It was a sacrificial plan. Even if they could just exhaust some of the Yaksha's energy, it would be worth it. Russell understood immediately. A trump card was only a trump card as long as it remained hidden. This wasn't a life-or-death battle, it was best if Kaneki-kan never had to appear. He thought for a moment, then nodded. But if it came down to it, he wouldn't hesitate. The prize for winning access to an advanced secret realm was too valuable for a student with no background like him to pass up. As Liam stepped onto the field, Jansen Crow, already waiting, smirked. Trying to wear my yaksha down with cannon fodder? A classic, but useless, strategy. He wasn't just a show-off, he wasn't an idiot, either. He saw their plan plain as day. The referee's whistle blew. Liam's Minotaur and Jansen's Sea Warden yaksha materialized simultaneously. There was no preamble. Liam, knowing the chasm in power between them, immediately commanded his Minotaur to charge. The hulking beast thundered across the field, head lowered. The attack was futile. The Minotaur, which had struggled against Yoriaki's purple rarity power, stood no chance against a gold rarity monster. The yaksha didn't even move from its spot. With a contemptuous flick of its wrist, it lunged with its trident. The three-pronged weapon plunged through the Minotaur's chest with a sickening crunch, erupting from its back before the beast dissolved into motes of light. Liam's face fell. He hadn't even scratched it. I couldn't even give Russell an opening. Nancy gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Leave it to me. Go get some rest. She took his place, and her three-tailed fox appeared, its new armor gleaming. As before, the fox unleashed its illusionary wave. It washed over the yaksha to no effect, dissipating against its immense power like mist in the sun. Nancy sighed. Her fox was great at bullying weaker cards, but against an opponent of a higher quality, its main strength was nullified. No point dwelling on it, she thought. I just have to create an advantage for Russell. Any advantage? Her fox shot forward, a blur of white fur and flashing claws aimed straight for the yaksha's throat. Just as the attack was about to land, streams of turquoise water erupted from the yaksha's body, swirling around it with a hiss to form a shimmering, liquid armor. There it is! Nancy's eyes widened in alarm. It was the water control ability they had speculated about. The fox's claws screeched uselessly against the water armor. In response, the yaksha's trident moved in a vicious, fluid arc, impaling the fox through the heart and ending the match. Nancy walked off the stage, a wry smile on her face. Sorry, Russell. It seems Liam and I didn't cause him any trouble at all. She couldn't help the wave of depression that followed. Her whole life, she had been protected, cherished by her father, Jonathan Whitemore, never wanting for anything. But ever since joining New Metro's top class, she had faced one setback after another. As she began to spiral into self-doubt, a calm, steady voice cut through her thoughts. It doesn't matter. Because. Nancy turned. The midday sun was directly behind Russell, casting him in a golden silhouette that forced her to squint. I am the strongest. Russell, so arrogant, she thought, the exact same words that had crossed her mind during the ranking exam. And yet, she couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. Russell took his battle station and summoned Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Jansen's eyebrows shot up. So they really were just paving the way for you. He had watched yesterday's matches, he knew this was the strongest card New Metro had. Too bad, he thought, that the person you're facing is me. The whistle blew. Yoriaki's markings flared to life and he vanished. But Jansen was ready. He'd seen this speed before. Without needing a command, the Sea Warden Yaksha acted, summoning a vortex of high speed, rotating water currents around itself. Ding 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 ding. Yoriichi reappeared at the Yaksha's side, but the moment he entered the vortex, the three treasures' shield protecting him shattered instantly under the barrage of countless micro-attacks. The razor-sharp currents tore through Yoriichi's clothes, leaving bloody gashes all over his body. Ignoring the searing pain, Yoriichi channeled everything he had into his first and strongest attack. His katana erupted in a brilliant inferno, the blade swinging in a fiery arc toward the Yaksha's chest. zzzzzzzzzzz. The sound of hissing steam and extinguishing flames echoed across the arena. The blade met the yaksha, but due to the quality gap and the elemental disadvantage fire versus water, the attack was neutered. It failed to kill, only searing a black, charred scar onto the yaksha's torso. Before Yoriichi could recover, the yaksha retaliated. Its trident lanced forward, impaling him through the stomach. With a powerful twist, it flung Yoriichi's body across the field like a ragdoll. Cough! Yoriichi hit the ground hard, spitting up a mouthful of blood. "You've done well to even injure it," Jansen said, his tone solemn and respectful. Since its creation, his yaksha had never been so much as scratched. To damage it is a feat you can be proud of. He then raised his hand for the final blow. A pillar of dark blue water gathered at the tip of the yaksha's trident before blasting toward the downed Yoriichi. Boom! Debris and smoke erupted from the point of impact. In the stands, Principal Wu was beaming, clapping a stunned Principal Shepherd on the shoulder. "Old Shepherd, your student is quite impressive. It's just a pity he ran into my Jansen, ha 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 ha." Shepherd's face was ashen. He ignored the gloating. Principal Hawthorne looked on with something resembling sympathy. Just bad luck, he thought. Any other year, that kid would have been the champion. "Strange, Marcus," the announcer said from his booth, his voice laced with confusion. "Why hasn't the referee called the match?" On the field, Jansen had his arms raised in victory, but seeing Russell's unnervingly calm expression, a knot of unease began to form in his stomach. The smoke slowly began to clear. The spot where Yoriichi had fallen was empty. Standing in his place was a young man with stark white hair and a single, terrifying scarlet eye. 4 sharp, crimson tentacles extended from the base of his spine like a predator's tail, while another, thicker and serrated like a centipede, coiled menacingly. Crack! The white-haired figure casually cracked his index finger. The sharp sound echoed through the silent arena, followed by Russell's cold, emotionless voice. "Now, round 2. 500 gems done. Next bonus chapter at 1000 gems. Chapter 30, Chapter 29, Victory. Bonus chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Already 30 chapters and daily 2 chapters. Up in the stands, Principal Wu's jaw dropped. He lurched forward, his hands gripping the metal railing so tightly his knuckles turned white. He stared at the white-haired figure on the field, his mind reeling. He turned to Principal Shepherd, his voice a hoarse whisper of disbelief. "You, Shepherd, you sly old fox! You hid this from everyone." But Shepherd was in no state to gloat. He was just as stunned as everyone else, his own carefully maintained composure shattered. He truly had no idea Russell possessed a second creature card, let alone one that radiated such a terrifying aura. Beside them, Principal Hawthorne could only mutter to himself, a new, bitter understanding dawning on him. "So this is what you meant by a good seedling, Shepherd." Jealousy, potent and sharp, twisted his features. Down on the sidelines, Nancy and Liam were frozen in a state of shared shock. The pieces clicked into place for Nancy with dizzying speed. The gold rarity materials her father had given to Russell, they hadn't been for a prop card. He had crafted another creature. By that logic, the absolute minimum quality of Russell's new card was gold. "And Nancy," Liam stammered, his eyes glued to the field. Did you know Russell had another creature card?" Nancy shook her head, her gaze never leaving the white-haired figure. "He kept it hidden from all of us." She couldn't fault him, though. A cardmaker's deck was their most guarded secret. If the opponent hadn't been so overwhelmingly powerful, Russell would never have been forced to reveal an ace of this magnitude. The scene snapped back to the battlefield. Jansen Crow's initial shock melted away, replaced by a wild, manic grin. "Ha ha ha! So I did underestimate the world's heroes," he roared, his voice echoing in the arena. "Russell, you magnificent bastard, you are incredible." Russell just looked at him, speechless. This guy is such a child. But the creature on the field, Kaneki, was not affected by Jansen's theatrics. He was pure, silent purpose. He burst into a low, predatory run, the 4 black and red tentacles trailing behind him like grotesque banners of war, carving shallow furrows in the arena floor as he closed the distance to the yaksha. In the blink of an eye, he was upon it. Kaneki leaped, soaring high into the air before tucking into a vicious downward spiral. The 4 Rinkaku Kagun, the legacy of Rizkami Shiro, coalesced into a single, massive drill and smashed down onto the Sea Warden Yaksha. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic. The arena floor buckled and cracked, sending a shockwave of dust and debris billowing outwards. Yet Kaneki's expression remained a mask of cold indifference. His 4 tentacles, which had just delivered the blow, slammed into the ground around the impact crater, anchoring him in midair like a monstrous, arachnid predator. Then, the second attack came. The centipede-like Kakuja Kagun, coiled at his back, lashed out with a sound like tearing metal. It struck the smoke-filled crater where the yaksha was buried, a brutal, percussive bombardment that sent tremors through the entire stadium. Liam, watching from the sidelines, swallowed hard. God! Russell's card is a monster. Nancy could only nod in fervent agreement. The raw, savage power of this white-haired creature was on an entirely different plane from her elegant 3-tailed fox. Just as everyone thought the battle was decided, a whizzing sound cut through the air. A dark blue, circular blade of pure, compressed water shot out from the smoke cloud. It moved with impossible speed, and in a single, clean motion, it sliced through all 4 of Kaneki's grounded tentacles. Freed from his anchors, Kaneki flipped backwards, landing silently and steadily on his feet. The yaksha emerged slowly from the dissipating smoke, wounded and enraged, its water armor flickering. A hint of pride returned to Jansen's voice. "Russell, your card is undeniably powerful. But its main weapons are gone. Victory is mine." He believed it. The 4 primary tentacles, the source of that devastating attack, were severed. The advantage was clearly his. But then, under the horrified gazes of every single person watching, a sickening, wet, tearing sound was heard. 4 new, black and red tentacles, identical to the ones that had been cut, erupted from Kaneki's tailbone, fully formed in an instant. In the original ghoul world, a Kagun was merely a hunting tool. The true power source was the Kakuhao, the organ that processed RC cells from consumed sources. For Kaneki the card, that gruesome fuel had been replaced by Russell's own vast reserves of mental energy. And if there was one thing Russell had in abundance, it was mental power. Kaneki cracked his index finger again, a small, chilling sound in the now silent arena. He launched himself forward once more. Boom! 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 This time, there was no pause. It was a relentless, overwhelming onslaught. The Rinkaku Kagun hammered the yaksha from all sides, a storm of brutal, bludgeoning strikes. The ground shattered. The yaksha, bellowing in fury, tried to counterattack with its trident and water blades, but every attempt was effortlessly parried and blocked by the coiling, whip-fast centipede Kagun that acted as a perfect, impenetrable defense. The barrage continued, a symphony of destruction. Gradually, the yaksha's movements slowed. Its roars of defiance became pained groans. Soon, there was no movement at all from within the dust cloud. Kaneki ceased his attack and landed softly in front of Russell. The smoke cleared. The Sea Warden yaksha was gone. It had been utterly annihilated. Jansen Crow was defeated, and he had been defeated so completely that he hadn't even forced Kaneki to use his half-Kakuja transformation. Jansen's 2 followers were next. Their cards were not the shrimp and crab minions Russell had half-joked about, but they were just ordinary monsters, easily and anticlimactically swept aside by Kaneki. New Metro First High wins. As the referee's voice declared the final result, Principal Shepard felt like he was floating in a dream. If someone had told him before the exam that his school would be the champions, he would have laughed in their face. This victory meant more than just a trophy. It meant Russell, Nancy, and Liam would gain entry to the secret realm. It meant New Metro First High would receive a massive increase in resources from the Card Maker Association next year. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker, that was the iron rule. For years, his school and Evergrove First had been brothers in failure. To break that cycle required a miracle, a genius like Russell. Principal Wu felt a pit in his stomach, the same sour feeling as a failed thesis defense. A victory that had been a certainty was snatched from his grasp. Principal Hawthorne was so consumed by envy it felt like his heart was overflowing with acid. It was as if his lifelong broke friend had suddenly announced he was a secret billionaire, and wasn't planning on sharing. He couldn't help himself. "Shepard," he whined, "you absolutely have to treat me to dinner." Principal Shepard's face was flushed with pride and joy. He had no idea how Russell had done it, but a win was a win. Of course," he boomed. "My treat. You all have to be there." Back in the arena, Nancy and Liam approached Russell, their expressions a complex mix of awe and bewilderment. "Russell," Nancy said, her eyes looking past him to Kaneki, "I never imagined you had a card like this." She thought back to her earlier assessment. Seeing how easily he won, Kaneki wasn't just a gold card. He had to be red rarity, a level of power even her own father couldn't achieve. Liam, meanwhile, was simply dazed, stunned by the golden opportunity that had fallen into his lap. He had never dreamed he would get access to a secret realm. He struggled for words for a long moment before finally managing to utter, "Awesome." Russell just laughed. As the three of them were talking, Marcus and the principals walked over. "Congratulations to the three of you from New Metro First High on your victory," Marcus said with a professional smile. "I believe you are aware of the prize, entry into a bronze-level secret realm." Seeing them nod, he continued, his tone shifting slightly. "This particular bronze-level realm is special. It has only just appeared." He saw their expressions and quickly added, "But don't worry. We will assign you to an established bronze-level card maker team. Your safety will be guaranteed." A standard team, one bronze and several iron-level card makers, was more than enough for exploring a typical bronze realm. But Principal Shepard hesitated. A frown creased his forehead. "President Marcus," he began, choosing his words carefully, "the initial prize was entry into a realm the association had already explored and secured. Why the sudden change?" Marcus sighed, and a flicker of something dark crossed his eyes. "Time waits for no one, Principal." Shepard was still uneasy. "But President Marcus, isn't this far too dangerous for students?" Marcus looked at him, his expression unreadable, a half-smile playing on his lips. "They can choose not to go," he said coolly. "No one is forcing them." End of chapter. Chapter 31, Chapter 30, Black Flag. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Already 30 chapters and daily 2 chapters. President Marcus's final words hung in the air, cold and sharp. Principal Shepard, his face etched with worry, turned away from the officials and looked at his victorious students. "An unexplored bronze-level realm is no joke," he said, his voice low and serious. "The dangers are very real. I need you all to think about this decision carefully." Nancy and Liam looked toward Russell, their expressions uncertain. Russell remained silent for a long moment, the cheering and applause of the arena fading into a distant hum. He weighed the principal's words against the burning ambition in his own heart. Fortune favors the bold. If he continued to play it safe, moving at a snail's pace, how would he ever gain the strength he needed to protect himself from the ever-present threat of the spirit-begging society? This was a risk, but it was a calculated one. Besides, he reasoned, the association wouldn't just throw them to the wolves. A bronze-level card maker would be leading the team. "Thank you for your concern, Principal," Russell finally said, his voice firm. "I'm going." His resolve solidified Nancy's and Liam's. They nodded in agreement. Seeing their decision was made, Principal Shepherd could no longer interfere. A slow smile spread across his face, replacing the worry with a wave of immense pride. "You all performed brilliantly. When you return to school, there will be rewards waiting for you." The association had its prizes, and the school, of course, had its own. While New Metro First High couldn't provide high-quality bronze materials, Shepherd would not be stingy with what he could offer, be it cash or a wealth of iron-level resources. "Thank you, Principal," the three said in unison. "Haha, good kids, good kids." Shepherd's happiness was infectious. The performance of his team, especially Russell's shocking final gambit, had filled him with a pride he hadn't felt in years. "Come on. Tonight, I'm treating you all to a proper celebration at the new Metro Peace Hotel." Late that night, Russell flew home on Pidgeot, the cool air doing little to sober him up from the evening's festivities. At the hotel, Principal Shepherd had celebrated with reckless abandon, his face flushed red with alcohol as he drifted into a state of near unconsciousness. He kept slurring a triumphant, rambling toast. 30 years in the gutter, 30 years on a throne," he'd bellow, stunning Russell and the others into silence. "Don't you ever look down on the little guy." Thankfully, the other three principals and Marcus had remained sober enough to haul the triumphant but incapacitated man away. After saying their goodbyes, Russell returned to his new house in Evergrove Hills. He unlocked the door and collapsed onto the sofa, the adrenaline from the day finally draining away, leaving a profound exhaustion in its wake. It would be a lie to say he hadn't been nervous. It was his first real competition, a high-stakes trial of everything he'd worked for. But he had won. Unlike others, he had no parents to lean on, no safety net. In this world, he could rely only on himself. Adrift in these scattered thoughts, Russell fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. From the shadows of the room, Yoriichi Tsujikuni and Kaneki Ken watched over him. They exchanged a silent, understanding glance before one of them moved to turn off the lights, shrouding the room in darkness. Then, they took up positions as silent sentinels by his side. They could both sense the immense strain their master was under. Ever since their creation, they had felt his mind stretched taut, a string pulled to its absolute limit. Today, that string had finally been allowed to loosen, just a little. They feared that one day, if he didn't get these moments of respite, it would snap entirely. What Russell didn't know was that as he slept, a pair of eyes had been watching his house from the property next door. This watcher was, of course, Brother Tiger. Seeing the lights in Russell's home go out, he let the curtains fall back into place and sank into his large leather chair, his face a mask of grim frustration. For days, he had observed Russell, noting every departure, every arrival. He had found nothing. The kid acted like a perfectly ordinary, hard-working student. But Brother Tiger knew better. In his line of work, the complete absence of abnormality was the biggest abnormality of all. But now is not a good time to make a move, he growled to himself. Thinking of the other tasks assigned by the Spirit Begging Society, a headache began to throb in his temples. For now, he decided, he would continue to watch and wait. He would see what game Russell was truly playing. The next morning, Russell awoke with a deep, satisfying stretch. He couldn't remember the last time he had slept so comfortably. Then, a sudden realization made him sit bolt upright. He had forgotten to meditate last night. He could feel it instantly. His spiritual threshold, which had been on the cusp of the bronze level, now felt shaky and unstable. It was a setback, but a minor one in the grand scheme of things. He didn't dwell on it. After a quick wash, he summoned Pidgeot and flew to the Card Maker Association building in Evergrove District. Marcus had told them to report there directly, where they would be met and taken to the new secret realm. When he arrived, Nancy and Liam were already waiting. "Sorry, I'm late," he said, dismounting. Before Nancy could reply, Liam just touched the back of his head and gave a good-natured, silly smile. "Not at all, we just got here too." As they spoke, Marcus appeared, accompanied by 3 other card makers who radiated an aura of seasoned competence. "These 3 will be your team for this expedition," Marcus introduced. "Yes, President Marcus," the leader of the group replied, his voice a low baritone. "We'll be sure to take good care of the students." These were the captains of the bronze-level teams. Russell and his friends would be joining one of them for the exploration. Russell was assigned to the team led by the strong-looking man named Zane. As they turned to leave, Russell caught a glimpse of Marcus's eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he saw an inscrutable look flash within them. Zane led Russell to the parking lot, where a man and a woman stood leaning against a rugged, military-style jeep. "Caleb, Yara," Zane said, gesturing to Russell. "This is the student, Russell, who will be accompanying us." The 2 of them looked Russell up and down, and he caught the faintest, almost imperceptible sigh from them both. He understood immediately. To them, this was a chore. They had been tasked with babysitting a rookie. Not only was he an extra burden, but a portion of the mission's proceeds would now be allocated to him even if the association would compensate them for it later. Caleb, a man with a gentle demeanor and smartly rimmed glasses, pushed himself off the jeep and offered a polite smile. "Student Russell. It is an honor to have your guidance on this mission." The words were polite, but the tone was professionally sterile. Yara was another story entirely. A jagged scar ran down the side of her face, giving her a perpetually vicious expression. She didn't bother with pleasantries. "Listen up, rookie," she snapped. "Once we're inside the realm, you stick to us like glue. Don't touch anything, don't wander off, and don't cause us any trouble. Got it?" Russell wasn't offended. Her words were harsh, but her meaning was practical. She was ensuring his safety in her own abrasive way. "I understand, sir, ma'am," he replied honestly. The 4 of them climbed into the jeep, and as they pulled out onto the road, Zane began the briefing. "The secret realm we're headed to has been temporarily designated Black Flag. Our preliminary probes have confirmed its energy levels are consistent with a bronze-level realm. You should know all this already." Russell nodded. Marcus had told them as much yesterday. Zane continued, his hands steady on the wheel. "The terrain is an ocean island type, which is one of the more difficult and unpredictable topographies. But don't worry," he added, glancing at Russell in the rear-view mirror. "The association has already prepared a vessel for us. Our mission this time is simply further reconnaissance. To gather more intelligence. With students participating, even as a reward, the association wouldn't throw them into any overly dangerous tasks." Then, Zane's face became hard, his voice dropping into a deep, serious tone. "Now, for the important part. The dominant life forms in Black Flag are humanoid demons. Pirates, to be exact." He paused, letting the words sink in. "I don't know what they teach you in school these days, but I want you to burn one concept into your mind right now." He met Russell's eyes in the mirror. "Demons are not to be trusted. I don't care how much they act like us, how much they look like us. Do not sympathize with them. Ever." The monsters Russell had faced before had been beasts or grotesque creatures. He'd never encountered a humanoid demon. He recalled his textbooks, which stated that while humanoid demons possessed high intelligence and mimicked human behavior perfectly, they would attack any human from their world blue star on sight. Sometimes, they would feign peace, but only to gain trust, to lower defenses, to kill more efficiently. There had once been voices in the Federation calling for peaceful coexistence, but those voices had been silenced long ago, drowned out by the painful lessons paid for with blood and tears. Connecting the textbook warnings with the grim finality in Zane's voice, a chill ran down his spine. His own expression became serious. I understand, Zane. Chapter 32, Chapter 31, Infiltration. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. Already 30 chapters and daily 2 chapters. Zane, Caleb, and Yerim moved with practiced efficiency, leading Russell through a heavily fortified military checkpoint and into a restricted zone under martial law. This was the entrance to the Black Flag secret realm. Zane, you're here, a guard called out. He clearly recognized the team leader, but protocol was protocol. He meticulously checked their documents and authorizations before waving them through. After clearing the final checkpoint, the 4 of them stood before a shimmering, unstable tier in reality. Zane pulled 4 sets of tattered, grimy pirate uniforms from a duffel bag he'd retrieved from the jeep, tossing one to Russell. Put it on. Russell didn't hesitate. He stripped off his own clothes and quickly changed into the pirate gear, ignoring the faint, lingering smell of sweat and seawater. Seeing Russell's straightforward compliance, a flicker of approval crossed Zane's eyes, though his stoic expression remained unchanged. Let's move. Following the veteran team, Russell stepped through the shimmering portal. The world dissolved and reformed in an instant. The sterile, metallic scent of the military base was replaced by the sharp, salty tang of the sea. A humid breeze blew across his face, telling him without a doubt that he had arrived in Black Flag. Come on, kid. Stop daydreaming, Zane said, clapping Russell on the shoulder and jolting him back to the present. He pointed toward a large, menacing ship anchored just off the coast. It was a classic pirate vessel, a galleon with dark, weathered wood and a tattered flag bearing a skull and crossbones flapping ominously from its mast. Russell wanted to ask how they had acquired it, but he clamped down on the question, not wanting to seem like a complete novice. Caleb, however, seemed to read his mind. We, liberated it during our last visit, he said with a wry smile. Zane will probably fill you in on the details in a bit. Thanks, Caleb, Russell replied, nodding gratefully. By the way, Caleb added, do you have a flying mount? If not, I can give you a lift. The ships anchored a ways out to avoid running aground. The last time they were here, Caleb had been forced to ferry the team to shore one by one. Russell nodded. I have a bird creature card. You don't need to worry about me. As he spoke, he summoned Pidgeot, who appeared with a powerful cry. The moment they saw the majestic bird, the eyes of Zane and the others lit up. In low-level realms, unless you were facing flying-type demons, air superiority was a massive tactical advantage. Soon, all 4 of them were on the deck of the ship. The wood was stained with dark, dried bloodstains, so numerous they seemed to be part of the design. Russell felt his stomach churn at the coppery smell that hung in the air, but the 3 veterans were completely unfazed, walking straight toward the captain's cabin. Inside, Zane unrolled a huge, salt-stained map onto a large wooden table. Before explaining the mission, he took a moment to bring Russell up to speed. All right, Russell, you weren't here for the initial recon, so let me give you the rundown, Zane began, his voice all business. Originally, there were 3 major pirate factions in Black Flag, the Dead Bones, the Red Rose, and the Night Owls. But recently, a 4th power has emerged, calling themselves the Black Flag, and they're now the strongest group in the archipelago. As he spoke, he drew a large circle on the map, then drew 4 smaller, overlapping circles within it. This big circle represents the known boundaries of this secret realm. These smaller ones are the spheres of influence for the 4 pirate crews. Russell looked at the vast, empty ocean surrounding the land masses on the map. Zane, are all these other areas unexplored? Zane shook his head. Sometimes you find this in secret realms. It's like the world's creator just stopped. If you try to sail to the edge of the map, you hit an invisible wall you can't pass. Just assume the rest of this is imaginary space. Ignoring Russell's reaction, Zane tapped the map. Last time we were here, we discovered that these 4 groups were moving towards a full-blown alliance, with the Black Flag crew at the center of it all, hence the name we gave the realm. Today, they're holding a summit on that island right there. He pointed to an island ominously shaped like a skull. Skull Island. Our mission is to sneak into that meeting and get a solid estimate of the combined strength of the 4 pirate factions. Russell didn't need to ask about a language barrier. He knew from his studies that any demon from a secret realm that could speak would be miraculously understood by humans from Blue Star, and vice versa. In the early days, this bizarre phenomenon led to the rise of the coexistence faction, who believed peace was possible. But generations of bloodshed and betrayal proved it was just another layer of the world's deep, profound malice towards humanity. By the way, Zane said, looking up from the map as if a thought had just struck him. I'll need intel on your cards, Russell. You don't have to give me specific abilities, just their general strengths and quality. Without a word, Russell summoned both Yoriichi Tsujikuni and Kaneki-ken into the cramped cabin. A purple card and a red card, he stated simply. Both are combat specialists. Red card. The 3 veterans stared, then exchanged a look of pure shock. Before the mission, Marcus had told them Russell was a genius, but they had assumed that meant a gold card at best. On paper alone, this student's power level was already higher than Caleb's or Yera's. The way they looked at him changed instantly, their professional demeanor now tinged with genuine seriousness. A talent like this wasn't just a rookie to be babysat, he was a priceless asset of the association. After a moment of silence, Zane spoke, his tone completely different. All right, kid. New plan. If things go sideways, you summon your mount and you get out of here. Don't worry about the 3 of us. That's an order. Caleb and Yera said nothing, their silence a form of agreement. Russell didn't give a direct answer. Don't say things like that, Zane. We're just gathering intel. We won't be that unlucky. A faint smile touched the lips of the 3 veterans. The kid was right. As long as their cover wasn't blown, there would be no direct conflict. The risk was manageable, otherwise, the association would never have approved bringing a student along. Besides, as a senior bronze-level card maker, Zane was confident he could handle most situations in a realm of this level, as long as he wasn't completely surrounded. Navigating the large ship with a crew of 4 was difficult, but thankfully they only had to guide it toward Skull Island. As the island loomed closer, Zane didn't approach directly. He drew a wicked-looking knife. Our cover story is that our ship was attacked by Blue Star humans on the way here. All hands lost except the 4 of us. We need to look the part. He expertly sliced several deep-looking but superficial wounds across his own arms and legs. Don't worry, kid. Caleb's main card is a healer. He can patch up minor wounds like this once we're on the island. Before Russell could fully process it, Zane grabbed his arm and drew the blade across it, creating several bloody cuts. The 3 of them were veterans, skilled at making themselves look horrifically injured without sustaining any real damage. Russell, however, was a student. Zane had to do it for him. It was the first real injury of this kind Russell had ever sustained. A sharp gasp of pain escaped his lips, but he immediately bit it back, his face pale. Yera watched him, her brow raised in grudging respect. Kid's got some nerve, she muttered under her breath. Following the signals from a pirate patrol on Skull Island, Zane steered their battered ship towards the shore. A squad captain on duty saw the 4 of them, covered in blood, and his hand immediately went to his cutlass. Stop! Halt right there! What crew are you with? Zane put on a pained, subservient smile. We're with the Dry Bones Pirates, sir. The captain's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Dry Bones? But the crew from Dry Bones is already here. End of chapter. Guys, check this out, it's on web novel now. Anime in another world. When the adventurers in the tavern roar with laughter at the antics in Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. When the mortality rate for rookie adventurers plummets, all thanks to the grim lessons of Goblin Slayer. When the epic tragedy of Fate/Zero completely shatters the world's naive perception of mages. When the Garden of Sinners begins to play on a loop on the first arcane television set in the world. When Steins Gate sounds the clarion call, inspiring all scholars to boldly explore the unknown. When JoJo's Bizarre Adventure unleashes a new and uniquely flamboyant style of vampire villain upon an unsuspecting populace. When the romance and economics of Spice and Wolf ignite a passion for travel and trade among the merchant guilds. When ReZero, starting life in another world, begins to change the hearts and minds of those who discriminate against half-elves. When the dark revelations of Pula Magi Madoka Magica expose the terrible truth behind the origin of the world itself. But this has not yet come to pass. Before all this, one man, the brilliant arcane alchemist and visionary director, Duran Edward, makes a solemn vow. He will be the catalyst. He will be the one to introduce this new world to the electrifying thrill of following a series, sparking a cultural firestorm that will reshape the realm forever. Chapter 33, Chapter 32, Mission, Impossible. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JATHAV0869. The pirate captain's eyes narrowed, his expression growing more dangerous by the second. Zane, however, remained perfectly calm, his face a mask of weary tragedy. "We ran into some Blue Star humans," he said, his voice raspy. "Straight into our path. We barely had time to send a messenger bird back to base before they were on us." He gestured weakly to his battered ship and blood-soaked companions. "We're all that's left. The base hasn't had time to send word to us that a new delegation was coming." The captain stared at him, processing the story. Finally, he barked an order to a nearby pirate. "Go. Get someone from the Dry Bones crew. Have them come down here and see if they recognize these men." As the pirate scurried off, Russell and the others kept their expressions neutral, but their bodies were coiled springs. Every muscle was tense. Their minds raced through contingency plans. "If we're exposed, we summon our cards, eliminate everyone on this dock, and find another way in." Soon, the pirate returned, another man in tow. The moment Zane saw the newcomer, his serious demeanor vanished, replaced by a broad, relieved grin. He strode forward and pulled the man into a rough bear hug. "Leo. Did the boss send you?" The man, whom Russell now knew as Leo, was a middle-aged operative with sharp, intelligent eyes. He grinned and gave Zane a hard thump on the chest. "Look at the state of you. Did those Blue Star weaklings really do this much damage?" Seeing that Zane genuinely knew the man, Russell let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He had been certain their mission was over before it had even begun, but this was a completely unexpected turn of events. The pirate captain saw the familiar exchange and finally let his guard down. "Fine, fine. So you really are with Dry Bones. Get going, then." As Russell and his team followed Leo away from the docks, the captain's eyes narrowed once more into suspicious slits. "You," he hissed to the minion beside him. "Go and report what happened here to the higher UPS. Every detail." "But Captain," the pirate scratched his head, confused. "Aren't they fine?" The captain shot him a venomous glare. "Just do what I tell you. Why are you asking so many stupid questions?" "Yes, sir." The pirate scurried away. What the captain didn't say was that it didn't matter if the group was legitimate or not. He wasn't about to pick a fight with them here. If they were clean, he avoided offending the Dry Bones crew for no reason. If they were dirty, well, with only a handful of men on the dock, how could he possibly stop a team of killers who had supposedly wiped out an entire ship's crew? It was a problem for someone with more power and more men. On the path leading away from the port, Zane let out a long, heavy sigh. "Leo, you old dog. If that hadn't been you, we would have had to fight our way out of there. Leo chuckled. Great minds think alike, my friend. We both had the same idea for a cover story. He then glanced over at Russell, raising an eyebrow. Recruiting new blood for your team, Zane? He's a bit young, isn't he? You know there are laws against child labor. Zane burst into laughter and quickly explained Russell's origins and the purpose of his presence. After listening, Leo gave Russell a long, appraising look, then turned and patted Zane on the shoulder, his expression turning serious. This job of yours, it isn't easy. Zane was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, a hint of deep melancholy tinged his voice. I don't think I'll ever get the chance to avenge them myself. But if I can help the association train the next generation, maybe one of them will. That would be enough. Russell, walking behind them, felt a pang of confusion. Sensing his question, Yara leaned in and whispered, her voice uncharacteristically soft. The captain's parents. They were killed by the Flesh and Blood King during the Demon Nest riot a few years ago. The Flesh and Blood King. The name struck Russell like a physical blow. His own parents, they had also died in the Demon Nest riot. The entire coastline northeast of New Metro was still a forbidden zone, walled off from the world. He had seen secretly taken photos. It was no longer a coastline, but a monstrous, pulsating dam made of living flesh and bone. And the sea beyond it was not water, but an endless, churning ocean of gore. Soon, the group arrived at the makeshift base of the Dry Bones Pirates. As they pushed open the door to a rowdy tavern, every pirate inside turned to stare. A man who appeared to be the leader, Magi, looked at Leo in confusion. Leo, who are these people? As he spoke, a flicker of suspicion and struggle crossed his face. But just as quickly, a faint, ghostly humanoid figure appeared beside him and seemed to breathe a wisp of smoke into his ear. The struggling look vanished instantly, replaced by a booming laugh. Well, I'll be damned. I didn't think any of you would survive an attack by those blue star curs. I'll be sure to tell the big boss of Dry Bones about your crew's bravery. Russell wasn't a fool. He had seen the subtle interaction. The humanoid ghost was Leo's card, clearly proficient in some form of hypnosis or illusion. This was how he maintained his deep cover within the pirate crew. Zane and the others played their parts perfectly. Thank you, Boss Magi. We live to serve. They blended into the chaotic crowd of pirates, taking seats in a dark corner. Soon, it was time for the summit. Magi led a procession of his crew toward the meeting place. Logically, low-level grunts wouldn't be needed at such a high-level meeting. However, the pirate lords were a paranoid and treacherous bunch. None of them dared to attend in person, sending their top lieutenants instead. But fearing their lieutenants would betray them, they sent spies to watch the lieutenants. Then, fearing the spies would collude with the lieutenants, they sent more spies to watch the spies. In this absurd, nested doll game of espionage, the number of attendees had ballooned. This, of course, excluded the Black Flag crew, who, as the organizers, were present in force. But the pirates' inherent paranoia had given Russell's team the perfect opportunity to slip in unnoticed. When they arrived at the meeting ground, a large, open-air amphitheater, Magi took a seat on the main platform with the other pirate representatives. Common pirates like Russell and the others could only stand and watch from the pit below. After a few tense moments, the delegations from the Red Rose and Night Owl crews arrived. It was immediately obvious that the three factions despised each other. The moment they were all present, they began hurling insults and accusations back and forth. All the chaos, however, ceased the instant the leader of the Black Flag pirates appeared. A one-eyed man, his upper body bare and corded with muscle, strode onto the platform, a black captain's coat draped over his shoulders. At his appearance, the proud, squabbling representatives of the other three crews immediately bowed their heads. "Boss Moore," they said in unison, their voices laced with respect and fear. This was him. The man at the top of the food chain in this realm. He shot a half-smile at Magi, then surveyed the silent crowd. Let's begin. Down in the pit, Zane's pupils contracted. He could feel the oppressive aura radiating from Moore, a suffocating pressure that dwarfed his own bronze-level energy. Silver level? No, not yet. But terrifyingly close. On the platform, Moore propped his chin on one hand and idly picked at his nails with the other. What's the matter? Cat got all your tongues. The Red Rose representative, a wiry man with shifty eyes, swallowed hard. The pressure from Moore was several times more intense than what he felt from his own boss. He finally gritted his teeth and spoke. We of the Red Rose crew can agree to your terms, Boss Moore. But we have one question. And I want that bastard from the Night Owls to answer it right here, right now. He pointed a shaking finger at the Night Owl representative. Why did my men see you traveling with Blue Star humans? Down in the crowd, the hearts of Russell and his team all skipped a beat. But as the accusation registered that it was aimed at the Night Owls, they could only exchange looks of pure, dumbfounded shock. What? A wave of confusion and outrage erupted among the hundreds of pirates gathered in the amphitheater. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, Shocking Change. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Ignoring the growing commotion from the hundreds of pirates in the pit below, Boss Moore showed the first glimmer of genuine interest. He leaned back in his throne-like chair, his one good eye fixing on the representative from the Night Owl crew. Explain, he said, his voice a lazy drawl that carried more menace than a shout. The Night Owl representative's face was a grim mask. He shot a hateful glare at his accuser from the Red Rose crew before turning back to Moore, his head bowed respectfully. Boss Moore, it is true we made contact with the humans. But it was all in service of your plan, Boss Moore. Moore's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so? Then I suppose I should be thanking you. The representative froze, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. We wouldn't dare presume, boss. We would never betray you. We are faithfully following your grand design, for the counterattack on Blue Star. Counterattack Blue Star. Down in the crowd, the words struck Russell's team like a physical blow. Their pupils constricted in shock, but years of training and discipline held them perfectly still, their faces betraying nothing. We leave the moment we get back to the Dry Bones base, Zane whispered to Leo, his voice barely a breath. You cover our exit. This was intelligence of the highest possible priority. Moore, the strongest entity in this realm, was already touching the threshold of the silver level. A direct confrontation would be catastrophic. Cardmakers were precious, irreplaceable assets to the Federation. In recent years, with more and more secret realms appearing across the Federation, their numbers were stretched thin. Otherwise, a bronze-level realm like this would have been decisively purged long ago, not painstakingly explored by small teams like Zane's. Leo gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. He understood the stakes. On the stage, Moore seemed to accept the Night Owl representative's explanation. He shifted his gaze, addressing the three delegations at once. So, what have your bosses decided? Are you willing to merge into our Black Flag pirate fleet? The representatives secretly cursed in their hearts. You hypocritical monster! If we had the power to refuse, do you think any of us would willingly become your dogs? But on the surface, they remained respectful. Our bosses have agreed, Boss Moore. But, one of them ventured, after we join, what will our bosses' positions be? Moore understood their pathetic jockeying for status. Even as they were being assimilated, they needed to establish a pecking order. But there were more important matters to attend to. A cruel, knowing smirk spread across Moore's face. We can discuss that later. First, we need to deal with a few little rats that have scurried into our midst. Instantly, the Red Rose representative, thinking he understood, slammed his hands on the table and shot to his feet. He pointed a trembling finger at the Night Owl crew. "You bastards! I knew you were up to no good." Before the accused could even refute the claim, Moore slowly rose from his chair and placed a heavy hand on the man's shoulder, pressing him back down. "This has nothing to do with them," he said softly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and landing directly on Moggy. "Right, Moggy." Moggy, who had been a silent observer until now, was startled to hear his name. "Boss Moore, I." Before he could finish his question, a lance of searing pain shot through his head as Leo's hypnotic suggestion shattered. Down in the pit, the moment Moore spoke, Russell and his team knew their cover was blown. There was no more hesitation. In perfect sync, they summoned their cards. Kanaki's ferocious centipede Kagun erupted from his back, sweeping in a wide, vicious arc that instantly cleared a circle around Russell, shredding several pirates into bloody ribbons. Without a moment's pause, Russell's mind registered the faint gleam of light from their dissolving bodies. Iron-grade material rookie pirate, green, X11. Jackpot! Suppressing the flash of excitement, Russell moved to regroup with his team. The surrounding pirates, stunned by the sudden explosion of violence, stared in shock before a primal, maddening rage filled their eyes. They were humans. Kill them! With a unified roar, hundreds of pirates drew their cutlasses. But before the iron-level grunts could take a single step, a wave of shimmering, colorful clouds washed over them. It was an attack from Zane's card. When the beautiful mist dissipated, every pirate caught within it had crumpled to the ground, no longer breathing. Standing beside Zane was a pale old man in flowing white robes and a tall, black scholar's hat, Chen Tuan, the ascetic, purple. On the stage, the agony faded from Moggy's face, replaced by shame and fury. He bowed deeply to Moore. "My apologies, Boss Moore. I was careless and let these rats slip past me." Moore just waved a dismissive hand, his gaze fixed on Zane's card with fascination. "Now this is an interesting card," he murmured to himself. In a single leap, he vaulted from the high platform, landing silently on the ground directly opposite the team. The next instant, a snow-white blade of pure energy shot from his hand, whistling through the air. Chen Tuan's expression hardened. A swirling Tai Chi symbol materialized before him, deflecting the energy blade just in time. Crash! The deflected blade scythed through the forest bordering the amphitheater, felling a dozen trees in a single, clean cut. Seeing their leader engage, the three pirate representatives on the stage leaped down to join him. "Boss Moore, shall we assist?" Moggy asked, his voice low and eager for revenge. Moore nodded slightly. "The leader is mine. The rest are yours." "Yes, sir." With their orders given, Moggy immediately charged toward Russell's group. Chen Tuan moved to intercept, but was blocked by Moore. Leo found himself facing down the representatives from the Red Rose and Night Owl crews simultaneously. Russell's face was grim. "Looks like we're on our own." "You don't have to remind us, rookie," Yara sneered, though she immediately summoned her own card. She recognized overwhelming power when she saw it. "You're the main attacker," she added, nodding toward Kaneki. "Caleb and I will support you." A humanoid shrimp holding a long spear, Yara's iron-level purple shrimp soldier, materialized. At the same time, Kaneki shot forward like a bullet, aiming directly for Moggy. Yoriichi Tsujikuni remained unsummoned, held in reserve by Russell to guard against any stray pirates. Kaneki's black and red centipede Kagun stabbed forward like a lance. Moggy met it with his weapon, a massive, spiked mace. Boom! A dull, metallic clang echoed as Kaneki's Kagun was brutally swatted aside by Moggy's raw strength. Seeing an opening, the shrimp soldier darted in and thrust its spear at Moggy's side. The tip connected, but only penetrated halfway before Moggy's iron-hard muscles clamped down, trapping the weapon. With a roar, Moggy swung his mace in a terrifying arc, smashing it into the shrimp soldier and sending the card flying, nearly shattering it in one hit. Yara's face went pale. Just then, a faint white light enveloped the grievously wounded shrimp soldier. Across the battlefield, Caleb's card, an apothecary monk, iron-level purple, was rhythmically grinding herbs in a copper mortar and pestle. As he worked, healing energy flowed from him, and the hideous wounds on the shrimp soldier began to slowly knit themselves back together. "Ha, thanks, Caleb," Yara breathed, relieved. "Without you, he'd be out of the fight." Russell glanced over at the other two battles. Zane was being pushed back by Moore's relentless attacks, and Leo was struggling to hold off two opponents at once. He turned back to his own fight, his voice low and urgent. "We have to end this fast. Zane and Leo can't hold out for much longer." End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 35, Chapter 34, Half Ghoul. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Following Russell's unspoken command, Kaneki launched himself at Magi once more. A furious whirlwind of his Rinkaku Kagun and the powerful centipede tail rained down blows, but the pirate leader, with his massive spiked mace, blocked every single strike. It was like watching a storm break against a mountain. For all its fury, it could not leave a scratch. A wave of frustration washed over Russell. He could feel Kaneki's desperation, and it was getting them nowhere. Magi, however, merely seemed angered by what he perceived as a ticklish, desperate assault. His face twisted into a ferocious snarl. "Don't get so arrogant, you little whelp," he roared. As the roar echoed, a colossal, phantom image of his mace materialized in the air beside him. When he brought his own weapon crashing down from above, the spectral mace slammed down in perfect unison, wreathed in a terrifying aura. "This is bad," Russell thought, his heart sinking. Kaneki crossed all his Kagun in front of him, forming a desperate, layered shield of hardened flesh. It was not enough. Boom! A terrifying explosion of force and dust erupted from the point of impact. When the smoke cleared, Kaneki was gone. The shrimp soldier, recovering its spear, charged bravely toward Magi, only to be swatted out of the air like a common fly, dissolving into motes of light. Yara's face went white. "It's over," she murmured, her voice hollow with despair. At that moment, a grim certainty settled over Russell. He had already summoned Yoriichi Tsujikuni to stand before him, preparing for a final, hopeless stand. "So this is it," he thought, his hand clenching into a fist. "But I'll take him down with me." But then, he felt it. A flicker of connection in the back of his mind. Twisted, frayed, but undeniably there. Kaneki hadn't been severed. He hadn't returned. A dreadful, yet powerful, possibility bloomed in his thoughts. Wait, he's still on the field. Could it be that transformation? "Get back!" he yelled, grabbing Yara and Caleb and yanking them backward with all his strength. Magi, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face, stalked toward them. "Nowhere to run, little mice." Yara and Caleb looked at Russell, confused by his sudden action but grimly resolute. They knew they couldn't outrun Magi, a last stand was their only option. A terrible, noble resolve hardened Yara's features. She looked at Russell, her voice low but firm. "Rookie. Caleb and I will hold him off. You run. Don't worry about us." Caleb gave a silent, grim nod of agreement beside her. Just as Russell was about to explain, a burst of insane, cackling laughter echoed from the smoke cloud. From within the dust, a vague figure began to rise, its body bent and twisted to a terrifying, inhuman degree. Yara and Caleb's pupils shrank to pinpricks. What is that?" they muttered in unison. It was Kaneki, but it was a completely unhinged Kaneki, one that had fallen into the berserker state of a half-Kakuja. The transformation is a double-edged sword, Russell thought, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. I'm safe as the card holder, but its rage is mindless. It will attack anyone else. This was why he had pulled them back. 4 centipede-like Kagun, far thicker and more menacing than the single tail from before, now writhed and pulsed behind this new form like living armor. His 4 Rinkaku Kagun had multiplied to 8, each one sharpened to a lethal point like the legs of a monstrous spider. Magi halted his advance, staring back at the transformed ghoul. Why couldn't you just stay dead, you little pest? Before he could finish his sentence, Kanaki's enormous centipede tails tore up the ground, propelling him forward in a devastating charge. A pointless struggle, Magi sneered, preparing to swat him aside with the same overwhelming attack. But when his mace connected with the centipede Kagun, a look of pure shock flashed across his face. This was not the same attack. The force behind it was on an entirely different level. He felt a tremendous, irresistible power travel up the shaft of his mace, and a sudden, cold dread filled him. This is bad. His underestimation was his undoing. The mace was ripped from his grasp, sent flying far into the distance. Magi's face darkened. Without his weapon, his combat effectiveness was halved. But the half-ghoul gave him no time to recover. With another insane laugh, Kaneki was on him. The 8 razor-sharp spider Kagun flashed in the sun, glinting with predatory light, while the 2 thickest centipede tails hammered at Magi relentlessly, creating openings for the main body to close the distance. Soon, they were face to face. Magi, though struggling to fend off the centipede tails, saw Kaneki get within arm's reach and let out a triumphant laugh. "You're too careless, kid." He thrust his right fist forward in a devastating punch aimed straight at Kaneki's heart. "No!" Russell's mind screamed. "He's too close." In that split second, a desperate command flashed through his thoughts. 3 treasures, activate. The instant before the blow landed, a faint, translucent barrier materialized over Kaneki's chest. Magi's punch connected, and nothing happened. The defensive prop, its daily uses still intact, had absorbed the full force of the bronze-level attack. Magi looked up in astonishment, his mouth opening to say something, but Kaneki's sharp Rinkaku Kagun had already pierced clean through his body from every direction. Gaia! With a single, brutal exertion of force, Kaneki tore Magi apart. He was split in 2, and a rain of blood and viscera fell around the triumphant, monstrous ghoul. Caleb and Yara stared, utterly amazed. He actually won. Just moments ago, they had been mentally prepared for their own deaths. Now, the battle had turned 180 degrees in the blink of an eye. Bronze rank elite pirate, purple, X1. Russell instantly condensed the material from Magi's remains, his mind already shifting to the next crisis. He rejoined his team just as Zane appeared beside them, his face grim. "Hurry! Chen Tuan can't hold him for much longer." Only then did Russell see that Zane's ethereal card, locked in a desperate battle with Moore, now had several wounds so deep they showed the bone. Leo stumbled over, his face deathly pale. "I've used the last of my mental strength to keep those 2 locked down," he gasped. "We have to go now, or it's too late." He gestured to the Red Rose and Night Owl representatives, who were standing dazed and unresponsive, trapped in his final illusion. The team didn't hesitate, breaking into a desperate sprint towards the coast. But when they arrived, a cold dread washed over them. The dock was empty. Every single ship was gone. "How can this be?" Yara said in disbelief. Zane's expression was dark, a bitter smile on his lips. "It seems they knew we were here the moment we set foot on this island." He then turned, his gaze falling on Russell. "Russell, go. Get out of here. Don't worry about us." But Russell started to protest, but in the next moment, Zane shoved him hard. A white blade of energy sliced through the air where he had been standing. A severed, bloody arm was thrown high into the air. It was Zane's. Go! Zane roared, his voice a low, desperate command. At the same time, he summoned several of his remaining black iron level cards, forming a desperate defensive line. A wave of grief, sharp and sudden, pierced Russell's chest, but he knew he couldn't hesitate. He left Kaneki and Yoriichi on the dock to buy what little time they could, then summoned Pidgeot, soaring into the sky. Another white energy blade slashed across the dock, but it was blocked by the sacrifice of Zane's cards. Caleb, take Leo and get out of here. Zane ordered, his back still to them. Caleb silently summoned his own flying mount, pulled the exhausted Leo aboard, and took to the skies. Zane watched the three of them become small white dots in the distance. He glanced at Yera, who stood faithfully by his side. Yera, he said quietly, do you hate me? She reached up and touched the jagged scar on her face, a nonchalant smile playing on her lips. You saved my life once, Captain. Everything since then has been a bonus. I've earned enough. Hearing this, Zane smiled helplessly. In the end, I couldn't avenge my parents. But, that's okay. I can go and be with them now. Boring. An indifferent voice drifted over, followed by a final, blinding flash of white light that swept across the two of them. High above, sitting on Pidgeot, Russell stared numbly at the new materials in his hand. Iron level material rookie pirate, green, X11, bronze level elite pirate, purple. Normally, acquiring so many resources would have made him ecstatic. But now, as he felt the psychic connections to Kaneki and Yoriichi go cold, snapping one after the other, his expression grew dark and heavy with a grief that felt like a physical weight. Zane. I ranks, power tiers. This is the primary measure of a cardmaker's or creature's overall power level. It is a linear progression from the most common to the most powerful and legendary. Iron. The starting rank for all new card makers, typically achieved in high school. Bronze. The first major advancement, marking a card maker as having true potential. Silver. The rank of established, professional field card makers within the association. Gold. A high rank, usually held by powerful figures and regional leaders within the association. Emerald. An advanced rank representing a significant level of power and influence. Diamond. An exceptionally high rank held by top-tier leaders. Entities at this level can influence entire cities. Master. A near-legendary rank for the most powerful active card makers, often treated as national-level strategic assets. Palace. A mythical rank considered the absolute pinnacle of power, seemingly held by only one individual in the entire federation. 2 card quality, rarity tiers. This is a secondary system that determines the potential and power of a specific card within its rank. A card with a higher quality is significantly stronger than a card of a lower quality at the same rank. White. The most basic and weakest quality. Green. A common, standard quality. Blue. A solid, above-average quality. Purple. A very high quality, indicating significant talent in the card's creation. Gold. An exceptionally rare and powerful quality, the mark of a genius card maker. Red. The highest known quality, representing unprecedented and monstrous talent in card creation. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 36, Chapter 35, The Promise bonus chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell, Caleb, and Leo came out of the shining portal a short time later and stepped back into the association base's sterile, militarized zone. The heavy silence that hung between them was worse than any physical weight. For a brief moment, they looked at each other, and Russell saw the same empty, haunted look in their eyes that he felt in his own soul. The mission was supposed to be a simple one. Zane and Yara were now gone, lost in the secret world. Leo broke the silence by using a strength he didn't have. "Let me talk to the base commander." His voice was rough, and he had white-knuckled fists. Then he let out a guttural roar, a sound of pure, helpless rage aimed at the empty air. "Hat, attack our world? I'll make those monsters pay for hurting Zane." Russell and Caleb nodded without saying anything, and their faces were grim. Russell agreed with him. The association has to do something after finding out about intelligence of this level. They must. Leo stormed off toward the command offices without saying a word. Russell and Caleb looked at each other and then followed closely behind. When they got to the commander's office, Leo, not caring about any rules, slammed the door open. Bang! The officer inside, who looked tired, jumped when he heard the noise. He looked up and his eyes got a little bigger when he saw the two experienced operatives. "Leo! Caleb? What took place? You only went in a few hours ago." He looked behind them and frowned when he saw that no one else was there. "Where are Yara and Zane? Are they still in there?" When he heard their names, Leo gritted his teeth, and his forced calm broke like glass. He walked over to the desk. "The demons in that realm, they're planning a full-scale attack," he said, and the words tasted like poison. "Our cover was blown. Zane and Yara stayed behind to cover our escape." The commander looked shocked and pale. He got up slowly, his mind having a hard time processing the terrible news. After a long, heavy silence, he finally spoke. His voice was full of tired resignation, which made Russell's skin crawl. "You know what's going on with the association right now. I can't do anything else except raise the base alert level and file a priority report. The Cardmaker Association was in big trouble after the Demon's Nest riot because they didn't have enough workers. Most of its troops had been sent there for good to protect that bleeding wound in the world." Leo's face turned red with rage that he couldn't believe. He slammed his fist down on the desk, which shook everything on it. Then Zane and Yara died for no reason. He couldn't believe that this was what they had given up. The commander just looked at him quietly, with empty eyes. He didn't make a case for himself. After a while, the fire in Leo's eyes went out, and a wave of crushing defeat took its place. He leaned against the desk and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I acted on a whim." He got it. Russell also got it. The man in front of them couldn't make this choice. He could only report it to the next person up the chain of command. It was pointless to yell at him. "But," the commander said, his voice softening a little as he looked at the three survivors, "I can give you a reward on behalf of the association for bringing back this information." "A reward?" He walked over to a nearby bookshelf, took out a thick, leather-bound book, and put it on the desk in front of them. A tired voice said, "No matter what reward they give us, it won't bring the captain back." Caleb was the one. He kept his head down, so his face was in the dark. Russell thought he would give up everything to get them back. "But you can't trade for the dead." Russell, on the other hand, stepped forward with a blank face. He started to flip through the booklet on the table like he was the only person in the room. A cold part of his mind said that grief was a luxury. Power is necessary. This is what counts now. The booklet was full of high-quality, bronze-level and gold-level materials. Each one was a treasure that could be used to make a strong card, and they all gave off a faint, tangible energy. Biological materials: Ghoul King, gold; Koga Ninja, gold; Flesh Demon, speed specialized type, gold; Universal Rubber, gold; Nameless Demon Sword, gold; and Type 2 Biological Colonization Suit, gold, are the materials for this item. Russell could feel Caleb's eyes on him and the disappointment in them. Russell, on the other hand, didn't care. He could picture how this must look, the new kid, who had only been with the team for a day, callously going through the rewards while the veterans were sad. He can have his own ideas. He doesn't get it. He knew he couldn't blame the kid for wanting to take his prize and move on with his life. Russell was the only one who could have killed Moggy, so they all would have died. I want this one. Thanks. Russell's calm, clear voice broke through the thick air. He pointed to the gold universal rubber in the booklet. Very well, the commander said with a nod, as if he was happy that there was no more drama. Russell thought that people die in the realms every day. We lost diamond-level card makers in the Demon's Nest riot. One bronze-level captain is just another number. Please fill out the form to register. Your home will get the materials. Russell turned to Caleb and Leo after he was done with the paperwork. First, I'll be going back, he said in a flat voice. I'm a little worn out. He walked to the door without waiting for them to respond. Caleb's low voice reached his ears as he walked by. Russell, I hope you have a bright future. Don't let the captain's death mean nothing. He wasn't really asking for help, and he knew that Russell couldn't be expected to get revenge for someone he barely knew. Russell stopped for a split second, his back to them. His face was so calm that it was scary. After that, he kept going. Leo sneered at that point, his voice loud on purpose and full of disdain. Zane was very foolish to trust you. Russell's actions were not something he could forgive. Getting the prize and running away. He saw a coward who was selfish. But Caleb stopped Leo from saying anything else by putting a hand on his arm. Leo glared at Caleb angrily, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he let out a cold, angry snort. Russell stood at the door with his back to both of them. A soft, quiet voice came back into the room. I will avenge him. Caleb wasn't sure he heard it right because it was so soft and subtle. He was confused as he looked at Russell's back, which was still. What? Russell turned his head a little, and this time his voice was clear, strong, and deep. It was full of an unshakable determination that made everyone in the room stop talking. I said, I will avenge Zane. The two men behind him stared, shocked by how sure he was of himself. Caleb's lips finally curled into a slow, faint smile. Russell's success didn't matter to him in his heart. What mattered was that he was sure at that moment that the kid was serious. Russell didn't wait to see how they would react after making his vow. He stepped out of the door with confidence. And right then and there, he felt something change inside him. In his mind, it was like a pane of glass breaking under a lot of pressure. A bright, pure energy filled his mind. His mental strength, which had been pushing against a wall for a long time, surged forward and crossed the line into the bronze level. He was able to make cards at the bronze level now. He thought revenge, and the word was no longer just a thought, it was a cold, hard promise. It's not just a word. He could now make it happen. Russell stood outside the base and looked blankly up at the sky. He had never seen anyone he knew die before, let alone someone who had died to save his life. He wouldn't make up weak excuses or say that he wouldn't have been in that situation if Zane hadn't been there in the first place. He accepted the risks as soon as he agreed to go into the secret realm. His studies had shown him that this day would come, sooner or later. He just didn't think it would happen so quickly. After a long time, he sorted through the storm of his feelings and turned the sadness and shock into a cold, hard determination. He called Pidgeot and flew home. He was going to make his first card at the bronze level. 500 power stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 37, Chapter 36, The Man Who Will Be King. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. In the quiet of his new home, Russell began the sad but necessary job of counting his things. It helped him focus his mind and turn the grief and anger he was feeling into cold, hard numbers. You could sell 11 pieces of the iron level material, Rookie Pirate, green, for about 220,000. The market price of the gold quality Flesh and Blood Demon card, which he hadn't used yet, was around 600,000. He had a fortune of about 1.2 million, including his previous savings. He was shocked by the number. He had never seen so much money in 2 lifetimes. He did know, though, that his situation was unusual for iron-level card makers. It was very rare for someone to be able to make red quality cards from the start. A regular card maker who could only make blue quality cards would never be able to get rich this quickly. The spirit-begging society took advantage of this financial desperation by bribing card makers who were having trouble making ends meet to do what they wanted. Russell put the items for sale on a safe online trading site, ignoring those thoughts. After that, he started to look. He knew exactly what card he had to play next. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had found it. Bronze level material, the chosen one, purple. Cost, 880,000. He didn't have enough cash on hand, so he started a private, encrypted chat with the seller and sent a picture of his own gold quality card. Hi. I'd like to give you this stuff image attached and $300,000 in cash for you're the chosen one. Is that okay? He waited, his heart beating slowly. A response came after a while. Okay. Russell's offer was generous because he thought his own card was worth about 900,000. This gave the seller a small but immediate profit. It was a good deal. Soon, a bonded courier from Metro Express finished the deal, and Russell had his prize in his hand. Russell's lips curled into a grim smile as he looked at the purple light of the chosen one. Everything was set. It was time to get started. He focused on the blank card and put all of his mental energy into the picture he wanted to make. He saw a young boy with a straw hat, a simple red vest, and blue shorts. The boy always had a big, innocent smile on his face. He not only channeled the boy's image, but also his ideas, unbreakable hope, a desire for freedom, and a will of steel. The world disappeared as he used his power to cover the material. He was back in that dark, mysterious place where things are made. Please start putting your story together. Monkey D. Luffy was born in the East Blue in Windmill Village. His grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, trained him in ways that were cruel from a young age because he wanted him to be the best Marine in the Navy. Luffy happened to meet red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, and the two became best friends. Luffy accidentally ate the gum-gum fruit during this time because he was so angry that a mountain bandit insulted Shanks. That same bandit threw Luffy into the sea later on in an act of revenge. Shanks saved him from being eaten by a sea king, but he lost his left arm in the process. Luffy promised Shanks that he would become the king of the pirates one day when Shanks was ready to leave the island. Shanks gave Luffy his prized straw hat as a promise. When Luffy was 17, he went to sea. He saved a boy named Kobe from the pirate Alvida, then went to Shell's town and met the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. After beating the cruel marine captain Morgan, he got Zoro to join his crew as the first member. They quickly met the thief Nami and fought Buggy the Clown together. They beat the clever Captain Kuro in Syrup Village, hired the sharpshooter Usopp, and got their first official ship, the Going Merry. They met the chef Sanji at the sea restaurant Baratai and beat the fleet admiral Don Krieg. It was here that Zoro fought the world's best swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, and lost badly, almost dying. The crew went to Nami's home, Kokoyashi Village, with Sanji. There, Luffy learned about her sad past. He kept his promise to make her smile again by defeating the fishman pirate Arlong, breaking the marine's corruption, and getting his first bounty of 30 million berries. The card that was floating in front of Russell started to glow, which meant that the strange space had accepted the beginning of his story. He took a breath and went on. When Nico Robin, Luffy's crewmate, was taken, Luffy and his crew didn't think twice. They attacked Enice Lobby, the world government's court island, and declared war on the whole world to get her back. On that island, Luffy used his devil fruit to gain new powers called Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd in order to defeat an enemy he thought was impossible to beat. He was able to save his friend. That was the end of the story. Russell knew that the material had reached its limit and could not hold any more of the epic story. It made sense. Luffy's later adventures, when he was one of the worst generation and then an Emperor of the Sea, were way too big for a bronze level card. To be honest, he was overjoyed that he had even been able to include Gear 3rd. That move had power that was clearly higher than the bronze level in the original story. After a while, he came back to reality, his mind full of the picture of a happy boy and his amazing, exciting life. He looked down at the card that was now complete and floating in front of him. Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Place, Bronze. Red quality. Type, Creature. Skills. Gum Gum Fruit. Luffy's body is made of rubber, so any part of it can stretch and bounce back at will. Most blunt force trauma and electrical attacks don't hurt him. Gear 2nd, Luffy's blood pumps faster, which puts him in a high-performance state. His speed and strength are greatly increased in this state. Gear 3rd, Luffy can blow up the bones in his body, which makes his arms and legs huge. When in this state, attacks have a lot of power to destroy. As a price, the card will go into a weakened cooldown state after use. Features. Emperor's recognition. An Emperor of the Sea has recognized Luffy's potential. Luffy's powers are much stronger when he fights a demon that looks like a pirate. Will of D. When Luffy is about to lose, he will get a burst of energy that will make Anonymous immune to one fatal blow for a short time. Optimist. Luffy's naturally happy and determined personality makes him immune to any negative emotional effects that aren't at the silver level. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Advanced Route. Bronze Straw Hat Boy Luffy Gold Worst Generation Luffy Diamond 4 Emperors Luffy. Bonds. When Ace and other related cards are present, it activates 3 Brothers of Windmill Village. When Zoro and other related cards are present, it turns on Straw Hat Pirates. Gear 3rd. Gag. Russell couldn't believe that the strange space had really recognized the setting. In the first story, Gear 3rd could sink a Navy battleship with just one blow. It was a very strong trump card, even with the cooldown limit. Russell held back his excitement and focused his energy to call up his new card. A boy with a straw hat and a big, happy smile came up to him. 500 Power Stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 38, Chapter 37, Things That Aren't Done bonus chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jathav0869. Hey! Luffy appeared in front of Russell with a big, carefree smile and put a hand on his straw hat. Russell's heart was heavy with grief, but the boy's cheerful, infectious personality was a small comfort. Russell smiled a little bit as he greeted his new creation. As Luffy curiously looked around the house, poking at furniture and being amazed by everyday things, Russell started to plan what he would do next. The Cardmaker Association tightly controlled the exploration of hidden worlds. He thought, that means I won't be able to get back into the Black Flag realm anytime soon. A familiar sense of powerlessness washed over him. Unless he could get someone to help him out. But who? Shepard, the principal? If the principal had that much power, he would have been sending students from New Metro First High to train in bronze-level realms for training years ago. Marcus? Russell didn't have a real relationship with the president of the Evergrove district, even though he was a powerful man. Why would he go out of his way to help just one student? What about Jonathan Whitemore? If Nancy's dad could easily set up things like that, Nancy would have grown up in a secret realm. Russell let out a sigh. It was clear that getting revenge on Zane would take a long-term plan. But he thought that if he showed off his skills, the association would have to treat him better after just 1 month of hard work. He was a bronze-level card maker, and his very first bronze card was red quality. The leaders of the association would definitely want to nurture that kind of genius. In the next room, Brother Tiger was casually trimming his nails. The only sound in the dark room was the soft snip-snip of the clippers. "Skinny?" he asked, not looking up. "Have you been with me for a while now?" Skinny, a thin man who had been called to the house in the middle of the night, was nervous and didn't know why he was there. He put on a fake smile. "1 year now," Brother Tiger. A whole year. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. His predecessor had only been in office for a few months before being processed. He would have run away a long time ago if Brother Tiger didn't pay so well. Brother Tiger put down the clippers and looked at Skinny. His face was blank. He let out a big sigh. Hey, Thin. I was going to take you with me on the next big step. But sadly. What is unfortunate? A pale, thin hand burst from Skinny's back and punched through his chest before he could fully form the question in his mind. He couldn't believe what he saw when he looked down at the hand that was holding his still beating heart. He looked up at Brother Tiger, and his mouth made a single, wheezing question. Why? Tiger. He fell down before he could finish the word. Brother Tiger walked over to the body with a mean look on his face. Why? Why? He said in a mocking voice. I've told you this so many times, Skinny. Don't ask so many whys. He thought, if the Spirit Begging Society hadn't told me to tie up all the loose ends, I wouldn't have bothered with an idiot like you. His face was serious. It was time for the Society's big plan to begin. He had moved all of his assets. He would have been gone by now if it weren't for that direct order. Sadly, there was still one last thing to do. Brother Tiger's eyes moved to the house next door, where Russell lived. Knock, knock, knock. It was strange to hear knocking in the quiet night. Russell didn't understand. Who would come to see him this late? And shouldn't they call first? A shiver of unease ran down his spine. Luffy smiled widely and ran to the door, as if he could sense that his master was suddenly tense. The boy made of rubber should definitely answer it in this case. Who is it? Luffy asked as he opened the door. A pale, clenched fist shot out of the dark and hit him in the face before he could see it well. It hit hard, but it was funny. Luffy's face changed shape and stretched like putty as it wrapped around the fist. It then snapped back to its original shape, unharmed. What? Someone outside gasped in disbelief. I knew the voice. Russell's eyes got bigger as he realized. That's Tiger's voice. Luffy had already started his counterattack while Russell was still thinking about it. His right arm stretched out behind him and then shot forward like a spring that had been released. The punch hit the unknown attacker with a terrifying force, sending the creature flying across the street with a loud boom, where it crashed in a cloud of dust and debris. Russell's neighborhood was empty at this late hour, so the noise went unnoticed. Russell and Luffy went outside into the light of the moon. Brother Tiger stood there, staring in awe at his vampire card as it tried to pull itself out of the crater it had made. Russell's eyes got smaller. A vampire. The creature looked very familiar. It looked just like the card that Darren's with the coxcomb haircut had used against him before. It wasn't exactly the same, but it looked a lot like it. But it was clear that Brother Tiger's vampire was a lot better. The damage Luffy had done was already starting to slowly heal in the moonlight. This kid, he really is bait set up by the association. Brother Tiger's mind was spinning, and his paranoia led him to a conclusion. When did he start going after me? Was it because I lent him money for the first time? Was that also an order from the association? He didn't believe that any student could make high-quality, bronze-level cards in just over a month. Of course, he was completely wrong, and with each passing second, his guess got farther and farther from the truth. Russell's clear voice broke through the night air at that moment. Are you a member of the Spirit Begging Society? Brother Tiger laughed in a cold, mocking way. He thought the kid was just acting dumb. Oh, come on. Don't act like you didn't know that from the start. Russell was shocked. Did I know it? What did I know? What do I need to know? Brother Tiger turned and ran away before he could ask. I'm not stupid. Why would I wait for his backup to show up? Brother Tiger thought about it as he pumped his legs. He was sure the kid wasn't by himself. Russell's face hardened when he saw the surprisingly fast, round body disappear into the dark. Finish this, he told Luffy. Fast. Russell wasn't brave enough to chase after him. He couldn't risk walking into another trap because all of his other cards were on cooldown. You got it. Luffy was happy when he answered. He put his feet down, put his left hand on his right shoulder, and his arms turned into a blur. In the next moment, a huge storm of fists hit the vampire, who was already having a hard time. Gum gum. Gatling. The vampire opened its mouth and let out a loud, piercing scream when it was hit by a lot of punches. Ree. Russell's ears hurt because the sound was so high-pitched. But it had no effect on Luffy at all. Optimist, Luffy is naturally happy and positive, so he won't be affected by negative emotions below the silver level. Luffy's fists beat the vampire to death, sending smoke and dust flying all over the street. He stopped attacking after a few seconds. There was only a broken piece of asphalt where the vampire had been. Russell's eye twitched as he looked at the damage. The association should pay me back for this, right? He put the thought out of his mind. It was clear that there were more important things to worry about now. He looked in the direction where Tiger had run away, and his face was serious. End of this chapter. 1000 Power Stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 39, Chapter 38, Tainted Witness. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Whoosh. Whoosh. The only sounds were Brother Tiger's own ragged, panicked gasps as he ran for his life. He could feel the connection to his vampire card in his mind go cold as it entered its cooldown phase. A wave of icy terror washed over him. How could it have been defeated so quickly? He thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. The vampire was a standard-issue bronze-level card from the Spirit Begging Society, an excellent and resilient model. That boy. He's no ordinary bronze-level card maker. A profound despair began to set in. All he did was lend money to orphans, widows, and desperate iron-level card makers. Sure, he might have forced a few ordinary people to their deaths and pressured some single mothers to pay off their debts with their bodies, but did that really warrant the association sending a monster-class genius to hunt him down? High above on Pidgeot, the night wind whistling past his ears, Russell had a completely different thought. Man, I really want a golden Vimana for flying around. That would be so cool. The mythological atlases showed the Vimana as something like a UFO, not nearly as handsome as the golden, palace-like version from the legends. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a round figure scrambling through the streets below. He had found him. The next moment, Pidgeot folded its wings and dove, accelerating instantly. It swooped down, landing gracefully on the street right in front of Brother Tiger. At the same time, Luffy appeared beside it, blocking the path completely. The sudden appearance of his pursuer startled Brother Tiger so badly he skidded to a halt. He looked from the boy on the ground to the one in the air, a ghastly, ugly smile stretching his lips. "I'll talk. I'll be a tainted witness," he blurted out, his hands raised in surrender. "Just let me go." Seeing Brother Tiger's immediate capitulation, Russell became certain of one thing: he was acting alone. There was no backup. But, a tainted witness? What is he talking about? Suppressing his confusion, Russell decided to bluff. He put on a calm, authoritative expression and asked, "Did the Spirit Begging Society order you to kill me?" It was the only logical explanation for the unprovoked attack. Brother Tiger nodded frantically, taking Russell's question as confirmation that his cover was completely blown. "You must have known from the start," he confessed, his words tumbling out in a panicked rush. "You knew there was something wrong with the Prodigy Cup that Golden Talent Credit was setting up." "After I transferred all my assets to Golden Talent Credit," he continued, "the society ordered me to tie up my loose ends and then rendezvous with them." A large, invisible question mark slowly formed over Russell's head. Golden Talent Credit? Prodigy Cup? I have no idea what any of that is. He showed none of his confusion, however, instead letting out a cold, disdainful sneer. Did you really think a pathetic little scheme from your spirit-begging society could remain hidden from the association? Hearing this, Brother Tiger's face crumpled with regret and fury. Damn the spirit-begging society! All their talk about a bright future. They're the ones who are doomed. The Cardmaker Association saw through them from the start, and I fell for their lies like an idiot. Russell, still piecing together the fragmented intelligence, decided to press his advantage. Just wait here quietly, he commanded. I'm calling this in. He took out his phone and dialed Jonathan Whitemore's number. It was the only choice. Jonathan was the only high-ranking person he knew and trusted. Seeing Russell casually making a phone call in mid-air, a sinister, desperate glint flashed in Brother Tiger's eyes. But then he saw Luffy standing nearby, nonchalantly picking his nose, and a basin of ice-cold water seemed to pour over his murderous intent. Better to be a tainted witness than a dead man, he thought, slumping in defeat. Uncle Jonathan, this is what happened, Russell explained calmly into the phone. Jonathan's voice on the other end instantly turned sharp and serious. Russell, keep your eyes on him. Do not let him get away. I'm on my way now. Soon, the throaty roar of an engine filled the night, and a sleek, black sports car screeched to a halt nearby. Uncle Jonathan, Russell said, landing Pidgeot and greeting him. Jonathan nodded, his eyes scanning the scene. When his gaze fell on Luffy, his focus sharpened. He slowly turned his head to look at Russell, his voice low and intense. You're bronze level. Russell simply nodded. Jonathan took a deep, sharp breath. This boy, he's a true monster. To advance from black iron to bronze in just over a month was unheard of. After a moment of stunned silence, Jonathan acted. A magnificent, white six-tailed fox, nearly 3 meters tall, materialized beside him. An invisible wave of psychic energy washed over Tiger, and the terrified man's expression went slack. A foolish, dopey smile spread across his face as drool began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Pushing his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose, Jonathan walked over to the mesmerized man. What is the Spirit-Begging Society's specific plan? He asked, his voice cold and commanding. Brother Tiger giggled foolishly. How would a grunt like me know the specifics? I just know that the society wants golden talent credit to make this prodigy cup as big as possible. The bigger, the better. They want every talented young card maker in New Metro to participate. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jonathan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by steely resolve. To uncover this much was already an incredible stroke of luck. The next moment, the psychic hold was released, and Tiger came back to himself with a jolt. The memories of what he'd said under the illusion flooded his mind, and his face turned deathly pale. He finally understood everything. Russell wasn't bait. Russell hadn't known a thing. It was his own paranoia, his own guilty conscience, that had led him to this end. Regret, sharp and venomous as a snake's bite, consumed him. He looked at Russell, his eyes bloodshot with rage. You bastard, he roared. You were messing with me this whole time. Before Russell could respond, the six-tailed fox let out a soft cry, and Brother Tiger crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Jonathan's face was dark, his expression grim. He walked over to Russell. You've done the Federation a great service today, Russell. If not for you, the Society's plan might have succeeded. However, he continued, this information cannot be made public yet. It would alert the enemy. Don't worry. When this is all over, the Association will reward you handsomely. Russell understood. The Association had been completely in the dark. If he hadn't accidentally stumbled into this conspiracy, the damage to New Metro would have been immense. I understand, Uncle Jonathan. But what do we do with him? He gestured to the unconscious Brother Tiger. They couldn't just brazenly drag him back to the Association. Jonathan thought for a moment. Wait here. I need to make a call. He found a secluded corner and spoke quietly into his phone. After a long while, he hung up and returned to Russell. Let's go, Russell. Director Blake and President Jennings want to see us. Right now. As for this one, he glanced at Brother Tiger, my fox will tamper with his memory. We'll let him live a little longer, so we don't tip our hand. Hearing this, Russell was stunned. He understood the logic of the plan. And he certainly knew who Director Blake and President Jennings were. He had met the leaders of the new Metro Card Makers Association once before. But why did they want to see him? Jonathan knew the cause, the process, and the outcome of the entire incident. What use was he? Filled with questions, Russell got into Jonathan Whitemore's black sports car. End of this chapter. 1000 Power Stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 40, Chapter 39, Grand Promises. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. In a dark, unfamiliar room, Brother Tiger stirred on the cold floor, a dull ache pulsing through his skull. Why did I pass out? He mumbled, pushing himself upright. His gaze fell on Skinny's motionless body. Oh, right, he muttered, the fabricated memories clicking into place like puzzle pieces. After I finished off Skinny, I felt tired and decided to rest. He completely ignored the glaring holes in his own reasoning. Suddenly, he froze as confusion washed over him. Wait, why is my vampire card on cooldown? The moment the thought surfaced, another sharp pain lanced through his head. Ah, that's right. Skinny fought back before he died and destroyed it. The explanation satisfied him, his mind refusing to question how an ordinary human could defeat a bronze-level demon. Time to head to the rendezvous point the spirit-begging society gave me, he grunted, pushing the thoughts aside as he prepared to leave. What he didn't know, what he could never know, was that deep within his mind, the ethereal shadow of a white six-tailed fox watched everything through his eyes. Russell sat in the passenger seat of Jonathan Whitemore's car, the cool night breeze rushing past him. He was surprised to discover that despite its sleek, aggressive sports car appearance, the vehicle was incredibly comfortable. He'd always heard that sports cars sacrificed comfort for speed. Soon, they arrived at the new Metro Card Makers Association headquarters. Russell followed Jonathan to the top floor, entering the same office filled with the same powerful figures. When Director Blake Whitmore spotted Russell, a warm smile creased his weathered features. Student Russell. We meet again. Hello, Director Blake, Russell replied politely. But there was no time for small talk. President Lance Jennings cut straight to business. Student Russell, Director Whitemore has briefed us on the situation, he said, his tone grave. You handled the spirit-begging society operative exceptionally well. Russell knew the truth. If he hadn't created Luffy just hours earlier, he would have been in mortal danger with all his other cards on cooldown. Unaware of Russell's thoughts, President Jennings continued, for your role in exposing this plot, the association has decided to award you 2 million Federation credits. 2 million. The sum was staggering. A gold-quality bronze-level material on the open market cost around 1.5 million. Still, they wouldn't have summoned him here in the dead of night just for a cash reward. Thank you for the association's generosity, Russell said carefully. I'll certainly work harder to serve the association in the future. Jennings and Whitmore exchanged a brief, knowing glance. The boy was young, but he already understood the language of politics. It didn't matter, his intelligence meant they could trust him with what came next. Just as Russell's mind began racing with questions, President Jennings's expression turned serious. Russell, the association has a mission for you. We need you to participate in the upcoming Prodigy Cup, and we need you to win. Russell was stunned. If the association needs me, I'll certainly accept the responsibility, he said hesitantly, but I'm just a student. They wouldn't send a high school kid on such a dangerous mission, would they? He thought. The association has thousands of card makers. They wouldn't need me, unless... As if reading his mind, President Jennings smiled. You may not realize this, Russell, but the Prodigy Cup is exclusively for high school students. Rather than finding another student unfamiliar with the situation, it makes more sense to assign the task directly to you. He left one crucial detail unspoken. As far as he knew, Russell was the only high school student in all of New Metro to have reached the bronze level. His victory was practically guaranteed. And the association won't let you go unrewarded, Jennings added quickly, as if afraid Russell might refuse. As long as you take first place, regardless of your results in the provincial unified exams in 2 months, I can personally guarantee your admission into the card-making department of New Metro University. Russell drew a sharp breath. The reward was enormous. The card-making departments of major universities were the modern equivalent of elite military academies, established specifically to train future mid to high-ranking association personnel. Graduating from there meant a guaranteed path to power. He would become Director Russell someday. He immediately straightened. President Jennings, you're too kind. Regardless of any rewards, I simply want to do my best for the association. Jennings beamed, choosing to ignore the boy's textbook political response. By the way, Russell, Director Blake said, speaking up for the first time in a while. Would you mind showing us your new bronze level card? He was intensely curious. Jonathan had only mentioned that Russell had created a bronze card, not its quality. Russell didn't hesitate, summoning Luffy into the room. Seeing the boy with his silly, infectious grin, Blake Whitmore was momentarily stunned. This is, truly incredible. As a master-level card maker, he could instantly sense the overwhelming power contained within the card. It was unmistakably red quality. President Jennings stood beside him, speechless with shock. They had reviewed Russell's file. They knew he had only acquired the materials today. They had assumed, at best, he might have produced a purple card by leveraging high-quality materials. But a red card, on his very first day as a bronze-level card maker, it was unprecedented. After a long moment of silence, Director Blake looked at Russell, his expression solemn. Student Russell, I want to make you a promise. If you take first place in this Prodigy Cup, and then place in the top 3 of the subsequent Provincial Unified Examination and choose to attend Northgate University, I will accept you as my personal disciple. Blake Whitmore was a renowned scholar at Northgate, and he hadn't taken on a disciple in many years. President Jennings turned sharply to look at him. He knew that every single one of Blake's previous disciples had reached, at minimum, the Emerald level. With Russell's talent and Blake's personal guidance, the Diamond level was a certainty. Even Master level wasn't impossible. Seeing that Blake was completely serious, Jennings began winking frantically at Russell. Jonathan, standing beside him, secretly tugged the corner of Russell's shirt, urging him to agree. Russell himself felt dizzy, as if a whole bakery's worth of opportunities had just fallen into his lap. This man was one of the 3 master card makers of the Federation, the Duke of the Sea Marches, the legendary Blake Whitmore. To be his disciple was an honor beyond imagination. He reined in his excitement, his voice coming out deep and steady. Thank you, Director Blake, for your immense kindness. I will certainly work my hardest. Both Jennings and Whitmore breathed silent sighs of relief. They had been terrified the boy's pride might cause him to refuse. But at that moment, Russell continued speaking, his voice clear and firm. President Jennings, I have one condition. If I take first place, I ask that the association grant me permission to enter the Black Flag Secret Realm again. Even if it means forfeiting all other rewards. End of chapter. 1000 POW stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 41, Chapter 40, The Prodigy Cup. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Russell's ultimatum crackled through the air of the high-level office like electricity before a storm. He was preparing to dive back into the Black Flag realm, not chasing glory or treasure this time, but hunting for blood. 24 hours. That's all it had taken to turn his world upside down and inside out. University entrance? Russell's lips curved into a cold smile. I'll earn my place at Riverview through my own damn merit. His confidence wasn't arrogance, it was stone-cold certainty. President Lance Jennings drummed his fingers on his mahogany desk, studying the young man before him. The boy had been through hell and back, and it showed in every line of his posture. Loyalty like this is rarer than diamond-tier cards, Jennings mused. And with Blake Whitmore practically salivating over this kid's potential. The math was simple: invest now, reap rewards later. Keep your other rewards, Jennings declared, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. The 2 million credits are yours. And I'll personally authorize your return to Black Flag after the Prodigy Cup, win or lose. Russell's eyebrows shot up. He'd expected negotiation, maybe some bureaucratic runaround. Instead, he was getting the royal treatment. Thank you, President Jennings. I won't forget this. Forget gratitude, just don't die on my watch. Jennings waved dismissively. As for the cup, I'm sending your entire key class as participants. Safety in numbers, and you won't stick out like a sore thumb. What Jennings didn't mention was the delicious irony of the situation. Russell was perfect bait, orphaned, talented, desperate for power. The spirit-begging society would take one look at his profile and practically trip over themselves to recruit him. They'd already scrubbed his official records cleaner than a hospital floor. Even Tiger, that poor bastard, was now wandering around with scrambled memories, unknowingly leading them straight back to his puppet masters. So, Russell leaned forward, what's my actual mission once I win this thing? Jennings' grin was sharp enough to cut glass. Simple, just be yourself. The society is planning something big, and they're specifically targeting high schoolers. The 1 million credit prize. He scoffed. That's just the appetizer. But don't worry, Blake's got one of his shadow cards ready to babysit you. Think of it as the world's most expensive invisible bodyguard. Russell's shoulders relaxed. A safety net. Thank God. Fortune favors the bold, he muttered, then louder, let's do this. Deal struck, handshakes exchanged, Russell found himself standing under the star-drunk sky outside the association building. His head was spinning, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer velocity of change. Yesterday morning, he'd been just another student. Now he was a millionaire with a government mission and a master-level card maker as his patron. He summoned Pidgeot with a flick of his wrist. Home, old friend. I need to process everything. The next morning at New Metro First High, Russell's classroom felt oddly empty. Nancy and Liam were still missing in action, probably still trudging back from whatever corner of the secret realm they'd ended up in. The other students, however, were buzzing like caffeinated bees, clearly bursting with questions. Just as they started converging on Russell's desk like vultures on roadkill, Victoria's song burst through the door. Sit down, you gossip-hungry hyenas, she barked, slamming a stack of papers on the podium. I've got news that'll make your little hearts flutter. 23 pairs of eyes locked onto her instantly. The school, in its infinite wisdom, has decided that our entire key class will be participating in the Prodigy Cup. Think of it as a field trip, but with more violence and prize money. One brave soul raised his hand. The Prodigy, what now? Victoria's eye twitched. Do any of you read anything besides textbooks? The Prodigy Cup, sponsored by Golden Talent Credit. Every high school student in New Metro. 1 million credits to the winner. The classroom erupted like a kicked anthill. 1 million. Are you serious? I'm rich. I'm gonna be rich. Then, like a bucket of ice water, reality hit them. 23 heads turned in perfect synchronization toward Russell, who was sitting in the corner looking about as excited as someone watching paint dry. The excitement deflated faster than a punctured balloon. Oh! Right! Russell exists. Well, there goes my yacht money. Maybe I can get second place? Second place is still good money, right? Right. Russell pretended not to hear the collective sigh of resignation. 2 days later, Russell stood outside the Azure Dragon Arena, checking his phone for the third time. His bank account now read 2.72 million credits, a number so absurd he had to resist the urge to screenshot it. Still not enough for a top-tier custom bronze card, he noted. The things money can't buy. The Prodigy Cup was a carnival of teenage ambition and parental anxiety. Food vendors hawked Champions Luck dumplings, merchandise booths sold foam fingers emblazoned with Future Card Master, and the air practically vibrated with nervous energy. The preliminary rounds were designed to handle the sheer volume of participants, thousands of kids, all convinced they were destined for greatness. The top 64 would advance to the televised rounds, complete with professional commentary and citywide broadcast. Venue A, Azure Dragon Arena, Russell muttered, pocketing his phone. Time to see what new Metro's future generation looks like. The arena was packed with spectators, mostly other participants scouting the competition. Russell's first opponent was already waiting in the ring, a kid who looked like he'd lost a fight with a pizza and a stress ball, his face a constellation of acne and nervous sweat. The referee raised his hand. Contestants ready. The acne-faced boy struck a pose that would have made a superhero proud if superheroes were awkward teenagers with questionable fashion sense. Come forth, Paw Patrol. Russell blinked. Once. Twice. Did he just? A golden retriever materialized in the center of the ring, tongue hanging out, tail wagging, looking like it had wandered in from a children's show instead of a competitive card master tournament. Yoriichi Tsujikuni appeared beside Russell, slowly turning to look at his master with an expression that clearly said, "Are you seeing this shit?" Russell's eye twitched violently. Yes, that's your opponent. I'm as confused as you are, Yunyi. The Demon Slayer looked back at the golden retriever, then at Russell, then at the retriever again. If he'd had eyebrows, they would have been in orbit. 1 second later, the Paw Patrol vanished in a puff of light and disappointed dog whimpers. Russell had assumed the retriever was a scout card, something weak sent out to gather intel on stronger opponents. But when he saw his opponent's face drain of color faster than a vampire in sunlight, when the boy crumpled to his knees like his strings had been cut, Russell realized with dawning horror that the golden retriever had been the kid's only card. The crowd exploded. Holy shit, someone actually brought a white quality card. Why can't I get opponents like that? Did you see that sword guy? He looked like he could slice through steel. Dude, it was a golden retriever. My grandmother could beat a golden retriever. Your grandmother's scary, though. Fair point. Russell walked off the field, feeling like he'd just kicked a puppy in front of a crowd of children. His first match was over before it began, and he wasn't sure if he should feel victorious or guilty. 1 down, he thought, however many thousand to go. Meanwhile, in a room that looked like it had been decorated by paranoid spies, several observers monitored dozens of screens showing preliminary matches. That one, observer number 1 pointed at a screen showing Jansen Crow flexing after obliterating his opponent. Gold quality card, minimum. Maybe higher. Tag him as a seeded player. Click 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 went the keyboard. I can't read this guy at all, observer number 2 muttered, rewinding footage of Yoriichi's 1-second victory. What kind of analysis can you do on a fight against a Paw Patrol? It's like trying to judge a sports car by watching it outrun a bicycle. Flag him for continued observation, observer number 1 decided. Next round should be more revealing. Assuming his next opponent doesn't bring a hamster. As the first day of competition wound down, a comprehensive report landed on the desk of Golden Talent Credits chairman, a man whose office was so dark it seemed to absorb light. He scrolled through the talent assessments, his fingers dancing across the tablet screen. Jansen Crow. Cole Kong, impressive cohort this year. New Metro's really outdone itself. He leaned back in his chair, and for a moment, something almost like genuine appreciation flickered across his features. Then it died. What a pity. His laugh echoed through the office hollow, mirthless, and somehow wrong, like the sound of breaking glass wrapped in silk. Outside his window, the city of New Metro sparkled with electric life, unaware that its brightest young stars were being catalogued like specimens in a collection. The game was about to begin. End of chapter. 1000 POW stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 42, Chapter 41, The Definition of Genius. The preliminary rounds of the Prodigy Cup passed in a blur. Russell didn't encounter a single challenging opponent, the strongest he faced possessed a lone, blue-quality black iron card. He breezed through his matches using only Yoriichi, never once needing to call upon Kaneki, let alone his new trump card. Now, the main competition of 64 players was set to begin. As Russell looked at the tournament bracket, he couldn't help but notice how the seeded players, the ones who had made a big splash in the preliminaries, were all conveniently placed in separate divisions. They wouldn't face each other until much later. So much for fair play, Russell thought with a cynical smile. There's definitely a shady deal here. The guest seats in the grand arena were already filled. It was a prestigious crowd, featuring not only representatives from the New Metro Card Makers Association and senior executives from Golden Talent Credit, but also a number of local celebrities. It was clear that the city placed a high value on this tournament. Or at least, they had before. Now, it was hard to say which party was paying more attention, and for what reasons. In the VIP box, a Golden Talent Credit executive leaned toward the association's representative with a sycophantic smile. Director Whitemore, I didn't expect the association to send you as their representative this time. You truly honor us at Golden Talent Credit. The representative was, of course, Jonathan Whitemore. It was a logical choice. The fewer people who knew about the Spirit Begging Society's plot, the better. Letting Jonathan, who was already fully briefed, act as the official liaison was the safest move. Hello everyone, and welcome back, a voice full of energy boomed through the arena's speakers, eliciting a wave of whistles and cheers from the audience. This is your commentator, Moby, and you're watching the Prodigy Cup, brought to you exclusively by Golden Talent Credit. Russell recognized the name. Moby was a huge streamer, famous for his live commentary on high-level card maker duels. Golden Talent Credit had spared no expense. With Moby's charismatic opening, the main competition officially kicked off. Russell's match was number 7, so he had some time to wait. He settled back in his chair backstage. And our first match is underway. Moby's voice echoed. On the left, we have Jansen Crow from Metro University Prep. And you can see our contestant Jansen has gone with a very unique, dyed blonde hairstyle today. Hearing the familiar name, Russell opened his eyes. Sure enough, there on the massive television screen was Jansen, waving dramatically to the crowd. Jansen has let it be known that his ace card is the Black Iron, gold quality Sea Warden Yaksha. Moby continued. A true hero emerges from the youth. Familiar formula, familiar taste. Russell wasn't surprised at all that Jansen would boast about his card before the match even started. There's nothing interesting to see here, he thought, closing his eyes again to meditate. The 7th match will be held next. All contestants, please prepare. The announcement over the backstage radio pulled Russell from his meditation. In the brief time he'd been focused, he could feel his mental power growing stronger, more refined. He had an extraordinary talent for this, he was sure of it. He tidied his clothes and walked toward the waiting area. As the large doors slowly swung open, a brilliant beam of sunlight pierced his eyes, followed by the deafening roar of the crowd. Taking a deep breath, Russell walked forward with firm, steady steps. And here comes our contestant from the right. It's Russell from New Metro First High. Moby's voice announced. Russell had a very strong showing in the qualifiers, and we're all expecting great things from him in the finals. As he spoke, the massive screen in the center of the arena began playing a highlight reel of Russell's qualifying matches. The audience was treated to the image of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, with a single, swift slash, cleaving a large golden retriever in two. Laughter erupted from the stands. The golden retriever. What did the Paw Patrol ever do to you, man? I mean, he's definitely powerful. To take down the golden-haired emperor in one hit? I'm convinced. Many ordinary people made Paw Patrol cards to act as house guards. To see one actually used in a serious competition was absurdly funny. At that moment, Russell's opponent took her position opposite him. And our contestant on the left is Hannah from Transit University Prep. Moby announced as the referee stepped onto the field. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Russell's thoughts moved like lightning. The association needs me to win, which means they need me to attract as much attention as possible from Golden Talent Credit and the Spirit Begging Society. In that case, a boy wearing a straw hat and a red vest appeared in front of Russell, a wide, guileless grin on his face. He had chosen to lead with Luffy. A bronze level, red quality card. That should be enough to get their attention. This wave, he was using himself as the bait. In the commentary booth, Moby faltered, his professional cadence breaking for a split second. He recovered instantly. And it looks like our contestant Russell has summoned a completely different card from the one we saw in the preliminaries. This means he has at least two powerful cards at his disposal. It seems our contestant Hannah is in for a tough fight. From a professional standpoint, regardless of the new card's quality, a 2-on-1 situation was a massive advantage. The audience, however, had a different take. It's a scout card, right? Just for a show. Yeah, probably just trying to get some intel. Cannon fodder. But in the next moment, Luffy casually moved his right hand, and an overwhelming storm of fist shadows instantly covered the entire battlefield, pummeling the ground into a cratered mess. The scene suddenly fell silent. No one would question Luffy's strength now. The director, with a keen sense of drama, gave the audience a lingering close-up of the ravaged arena floor. No one in the audience thought their face was harder than solid rock. Across the field, Hannah's face was chalk white. A sheltered flower from an elite school, she had never witnessed such terrifying, overwhelming power. Her own card had been obliterated by the storm of fists before it could even fully materialize. Russell wins. The referee's call broke the pin-drop silence in the venue, which immediately erupted into chaos. What the hell did I just see? Her purple card was instantly killed. Okay, I take back everything I said about a scout card. Russell's card has to be gold quality at least. Does anyone know where that card is from? I've never seen it in any of the mythology atlases. He's so cool. I want one. The audience was completely shocked. It was, by far, the most crushing, one-sided battle of the main competition so far. In the VIP box, the guests could naturally see what the general audience couldn't. Luffy was a bronze-level card. A monster, someone murmured. The executives from Golden Talent Credit were just as stunned. After a moment, one of them casually turned to Jonathan Whitemore. Director Whitemore, I remember you mentioning your daughter attends New Metro First High, correct? Jonathan glanced at him, a placid smile on his face. Yes. This Russell is one of Nancy's classmates. He paused, then sighed theatrically. He's a very proud young man. Achieved all this on his own, as an orphan. The executive's eyes lit up, a flicker of hungry excitement in them. Is that so? That's truly a talent with a very promising future. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Chapter 42, All the World's Heroes. Bonus chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. The day's matches had ended. The senior executive from Golden Talent Credit, who had spent the day smiling and applauding in the VIP box, now stood in a dimly lit office, bowing respectfully before a large desk. Director Valerius, that is the summary of today's events. After delivering his report, the executive stood in silence, awaiting a response. The man he addressed as Director Valerius sat in a large leather throne-like chair, his back to the room, looking out at the glittering skyline of New Metro. "Are you certain he is at the bronze level?" A faint, calm voice emanated from the shadows shrouding the chair. A single drop of cold sweat trickled down the executive's forehead, but he kept his voice steady. "Yes, Director. I saw it with my own eyes. There is no mistaking it. And according to Jonathan Whitemore, this Russell is an orphan." At the word orphan, the chair swiveled around instantly. Director Valerius's face was still cloaked in shadow, but the curiosity in his voice was palpable. "Are you sure? Have you had his background checked?" "Of course, Director," the executive replied. "We would not make such a low-level mistake. I had it checked immediately. His background is clean. There is one thing." The executive's hesitation drew a sharp response. "If you have something to say, say it," Director Valerius snapped. Startled, the executive spoke quickly. "It's just that when my people were investigating near his previous residence, they heard he had a minor conflict with some of our people before. It appears to have been the private actions of some new recruits." Director Valerius chuckled, a dry, unconcerned sound. "Is that all? It doesn't matter. In fact, a background that is too clean can be a problem in itself. For now, all that matters is that he continues to participate in the Prodigy Cup. Go. Make the arrangements for the next round. And remember, keep these top talents from colliding with each other for as long as possible." "Yes, Director," the executive responded, bowing his head before quietly exiting the room. Silence fell upon the office once more. After a long while, a low, mocking laugh echoed in the darkness. "Geniuses! Ha!" The next day, the round of 32 began. After a full day of competition, the audience and guests now had a basic understanding of the main contestants' strengths. "Hey, did you notice?" someone in the crowd remarked as the match list for the day was projected on the big screen. "None of the top players from yesterday are facing each other today." "Well, another retorted. "If you were the organizer, you'd want to keep the hype going for as long as possible. Why would you let your most popular contestants knock each other out early? I protest. This is obviously rigged. It's Golden Talent Credit's money. Protest all you want, it won't change a thing." Amidst the noisy chatter, the first match began. Our old friend, Jansen Crow, was the first to appear. As his Sea Warden Yaksha materialized, a discussion began in the VIP box. "It's a shame for a kid like Jansen. In any other year, he'd be a guaranteed top 3 finalist. Yet, it's a pity there are so many monsters this year. I think Russell is going to win this whole thing." "Should? It's a definite. It's only been a month since these kids became iron-level card makers. Who would have thought one of them would already be creating bronze-level cards? They're all just unlucky to be in the same tournament as a monster like Russell. But you have to admit, New Metro has made incredible progress this year. It's rare to see so many promising talents at once." Soon, Jansen inevitably defeated his opponent. At that moment, a chorus of screams erupted from a corner of the audience. "Ah! Jansen, Mommy loves you! Jansen! Jansen!" The tournament director, ever the showman, gave the group of fangirls a close-up on the big screen. Seeing themselves on camera, they excitedly held up their homemade banners, "Jansen Crow is number 1." Backstage, Russell watched the scene, his eye twitching. He had no idea card maker showdowns had developed their own fan culture. Then again, it was probably due to Jansen's flamboyant personality. Russell was fairly certain he didn't have a fan club. Time passed quickly, and soon it was his turn. Today's opponent was obviously a cut above Hannah from the previous day, but the difference was negligible. Under Luffy's relentless assault, the match ended just as quickly. The next contestant to watch was Cole Kong, a student who, before the main competition began, had been considered a favorite to win the whole thing. Now, at least among the guests in the VIP box, no one believed he stood a chance. The general audience, however, only knew that Russell's Luffy card was powerful, they had no idea it was an entire tier higher than the competition. Russell watched Cole's match with interest. After several days of competition, the cards of nearly every major contestant had been identified and analyzed. Everyone except for Russell, whose cards remained an enigma. Cole Kong's card was a black iron, red quality creature, armored beast bow. The creature came from the ancient classic of mountains and seas. The lore described a beast named Bow, a creature like a white horse with saw-like teeth that could devour tigers and leopards and whose hide was impervious to swords and weapons. The classic of mountains and seas was a popular source for card makers, but its stories were often brief and fragmented, meaning the power gap between cards from this category was immense. The upper limit could produce godlike beings like the Torch Dragon, whose closing eyes brought night and whose opening eyes brought day, or the Queen Mother of the West, matriarch of all female immortals. The lower limit produced comical oddities like the One-Armed Citizens and the Hairy Citizens. It was obvious that Cole Kong's card was no joke. What appeared on the field was a ferocious beast, its white equine form covered in armored plates, a sharp horn on its head and a mouth full of savage teeth. A phantom aura of swirling swords and blades surrounded it. Under its fierce assault, Cole's opponent was quickly and brutally defeated, unable to put up any decent resistance. No one knew its specific skills yet, but its raw power was undeniable. Russell frowned slightly as he watched. Blade attacks were not friendly to Luffy's rubber body. Fortunately, Cole's beast was still only a black iron card. If it were bronze, the outcome would be much harder to predict. It was now the third day of the Prodigy Cup, the round of 16. Finally, Russell felt a hint of intensity. After his opponent's first card was defeated, a second one was immediately summoned. So you can't underestimate anyone, Russell thought, a flicker of respect for his opponent. But as his bronze-level mental power spread out, sensing the aura of the new card, he relaxed. It's just black iron gold quality. Luffy can handle it easily. His opponent, meanwhile, was gritting his teeth in despair. Damn it, what's with all these monsters? He thought, his confidence shattering. I thought making a gold card meant I was a shoo-in for the championship. But first there was Cole Kong, and now this Russell guy. He, who had been so proud of his creation, was now beginning to doubt his entire life. Has New Metro always produced so many geniuses? Unfortunately for his morale, he had no idea that Luffy was a bronze-level card. If he knew, he would have been even more devastated. But his annoyance didn't matter. Luffy was already moving into attack. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Chapter 43, King of the Cup. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Russell's latest opponent didn't just lose, he disintegrated. The poor bastard's strategy crumbled before Russell even bothered to look interested. Another body for the pile, another step closer to the inevitable. Quarter-finals. Semi-finals. Each match lasted barely long enough for the crowd to settle into their seats. Russell carved through New Metro's finest like a scythe through wheat, leaving behind a trail of shattered dreams and confused teenagers wondering what the hell had just happened to them. The whispers followed him everywhere now. Monster. Freak. What kind of high schooler fights like that? But whispers were all they were. The truth that Russell operated on a completely different level remained locked away in VIP boxes and directors' offices, a secret too dangerous for the masses. Finals day arrived like a fever dream. New Metro had gone completely insane. The Prodigy Cup wasn't just a tournament anymore, it was a cultural phenomenon, a citywide obsession that had infected everyone from corporate executives to street vendors. The grand arena didn't just host a crowd, it contained a living, breathing organism of 60,000 voices, all screaming for blood. Cole Kong's gonna rip him apart. A man in Aurora high colors nearly fell from his seat, beer sloshing everywhere. Russell's undefeated. Undefeated. The new Metro First High section roared back, their chant building like a war cry. The noise was physically painful. It pressed against your eardrums, crawled under your skin, made your teeth ache. This wasn't just excitement, this was mass hysteria. High above the chaos, the VIP box floated like a serene island of privilege. Mr. Sterling, Golden Talent Credits silver-haired executive, accepted congratulations with the weary smile of a man who'd seen the future and found it boring. Already ordered the victory champagne, Sterling. A guest's joke fell flat. Sterling's smile never wavered, but his eyes held secrets. He'd sat across from Director Valerius, had seen the files, knew what was coming. Cole Kong was a genius, sure the kind of once-in-a-generation talent that would dominate any other year. Unfortunately for him, he was about to meet God. The arena's iron gates didn't just open, they groaned open, like the mouth of some mechanical beast finally ready to feed. Spotlights carved through the artificial twilight, and the crowd's roar reached a pitch that seemed to crack the very air. 60,000 screaming fans. Moby's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. 2 weeks of carnage. One night to decide everything. The cameras found their targets. Russell emerged from the shadows looking like death itself, calm, inevitable, utterly untouchable. Every step was measured, every breath calculated. He wasn't walking to a fight, he was walking to a coronation. Cole Kong burst from the opposite gate like a man possessed. Nerves had transformed into something harder, more dangerous. His jaw was set, his eyes burning with the kind of desperate intensity that either forged legends or destroyed them entirely. The microphones caught every breath, every heartbeat, broadcasting their souls to the world. Russell. Cole's voice cut through the arena like a blade. You are strong. But this championship belongs to me. Before Russell could even process the challenge, Moby exploded. Fighting words. Cole Kong is ready to bleed for this crown. Russell's eyes flicked toward the commentary box, one brief moment of pure, undiluted annoyance. The cameras caught it. Magnified it. Broadcast it to every screen in the arena. Oh! Did you see that death stare? Russell's not impressed. This is going to be nuclear. Fucking showman, Russell thought, forcing his face back to neutral. The whistle didn't just blow, it screamed. Luffy materialized like a grinning nightmare, all rubber limbs and impossible confidence. But Russell's certainty wavered as Cole summoned not one card, but two, their combined presence making the air itself feel heavier. The crowd knew the first monster armored beast bow, a walking tank of iron and fury that had demolished every opponent it faced. But the second card sent whispers rippling through the stands, a humanoid figure with skin like wet clay and a heartbeat that pounded through the arena like a war drum, making everyone's pulse synchronize with its rhythm. Breaking intel from the commentary desk. Moby's voice crackled with excitement. That's the Unbegotten, another legend from the classic of mountains and seas. And sources tell me it has a special bond with the armored beast. Cole's voice boomed across the battlefield. Russell, you are very strong. So I won't be holding anything back. What happened next redefined impossible. The Unbegotten leaped onto the armored beast's back with fluid grace, transforming into a cavalry unit that belonged in humanity's darkest nightmares. A ghostly lance materialized in its hands, crackling with otherworldly energy, as the beast charged forward like an avalanche of steel and fury. But that wasn't the real surprise. The ground beneath Luffy's feet suddenly became a bubbling swamp of viscous mud, trapping him in place like the earth itself had turned traitor. This is my special combination skill. Cole roared, his voice cracking with triumph and desperation. Luffy stared down at his trapped feet with the kind of innocent confusion that belonged in a children's cartoon, not a battle to the death. Hey! He tried pulling them out with his hands, tilting his head like a confused puppy. The ethereal lance hurtled toward him. 60,000 people held their breath. Then Luffy began spinning his legs like a propeller. The arena erupted in laughter, not polite chuckles, but the kind of hysterical, disbelieving laughter that happens when reality breaks down completely. Luffy helicopter lifted himself into the air, mud flying everywhere, his expression one of mild satisfaction. Unbelievable. Russell's card can fly. I've officially seen everything. But Cole wasn't finished. The lance dissolved, reforming into a massive longbow that hummed with dark energy. A jet-black arrow materialized, crackling with malevolent power, and shot toward the airborne Luffy like a meteor. Luffy leaned casually to one side, the arrow whistling past his ear close enough to ruffle his hair. He wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead with theatrical flair. Phew, that was a close one. His voice, amplified by the mic, sent another wave of laughter through the crowd. But underneath the humor, something else was building, a sense that they were watching something impossible, something that didn't belong in their world. Russell sighed audibly, the sound carrying across the arena like a judge's gavel. Okay, Luffy, stop playing around. Solve this quickly. The arena fell silent. Not quiet silent. 60,000 people stopped breathing at once. What did we just hear? Moby's voice cracked with disbelief. Did Russell just tell his card to stop playing around? Cole Kong's face flushed crimson, then went pale, then flushed again. His cards responded to his emotional storm. Phantom swords shot skyward like accusations, while the Unbegotten unleashed a barrage of arrows that turned the air itself into a weapon. Luffy's grin widened until it split his face in half. Gum gum. Bazooka. Time didn't slow, it shattered. Luffy's arms stretched impossibly far back, gathering power from dimensions that shouldn't exist. Then they snapped forward with the force of a collapsing star, two massive fists descending from the heavens like the judgment of an angry god. The shadow of those fists engulfed the entire battlefield, plunging everything into darkness. Cole Kong's cards, his pride, his strategy, his dreams looked like toys beneath the approaching annihilation. The sound of impact was beyond description. It wasn't just loud, it was fundamental, like the universe itself was coming apart at the seams. The arena shook. Windows cracked. People grabbed their seats and held on for dear life. A mushroom cloud of dust and debris erupted skyward, obscuring everything in a grey-brown apocalypse. The crowd fell silent, their minds struggling to process what they'd just witnessed. Then, from within the chaos, came Cole Kong's voice. Not the confident warrior who'd entered the arena, but something broken, something that had just watched its entire worldview collapse. You're bronze level. The revelation hit the crowd like a physical blow. Bronze level. Not iron. Not even advanced iron. Bronze. The dust began to settle. Through the clearing haze, they could see Russell standing exactly where he'd been before, untouched, unmoved, unimpressed. Cole Kong's cards had been reduced to scattered light particles, his dreams to vapor. And in the sudden, crushing silence that followed, only one sound remained: the slow, deliberate clapping of a boy who had just claimed his throne. The King of the Cup had been crowned. End of chapter. Author note: are you guys okay with our 1-8 chapters? As first one will come in chapter 78. I have posted two versions on Patreon, one normal just mentioning his doing and another with R18. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 45, Chapter 44, A New Standard. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Your bronze level. The words tore from Cole Kong's throat like a dying scream, his voice cracking with raw disbelief. The connection to both of his cards had shattered simultaneously, the psychic feedback hitting him like a sledgehammer to the skull. He staggered backward, his vision blurring as the reality crashed over him in waves. A single strike. One devastating, impossibly perfect strike had been enough to obliterate both his purple quality the Unbegotten and his prized red quality armored beast bow. The cards that had been his pride, his ticket to glory, reduced to smoking fragments in the space of a heartbeat. Silence. A stunned quiet fell over the arena like a suffocating blanket, 20,000 spectators holding their breath as one. The air itself seemed to crystallize, thick with shock and disbelief. Even the ambient hum of the arena's energy systems felt muted, as if the world itself was struggling to process what had just happened. After what felt like an eternity, Moby's voice crackled over the speaker's usually smooth and confident, now trembling with barely contained excitement. Our contestant Cole Kong has just claimed that Russell is a bronze-level card maker. I wonder what the basis for that claim is. The commentator's words seemed to come from another dimension. Cole wasn't listening, couldn't listen. His entire world had narrowed to Russell's calm, almost apologetic expression. The boy who had just destroyed his dreams stood there like destroying people was an everyday occurrence. Russell's response came like a judge's gavel, final and absolute. Yes. The single word hit Cole Kong like a physical blow. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles went white, his entire body tensing as if preparing for another assault. But then, like a marionette with cut strings, all the fight drained out of him. His shoulders slumped, his head bowed, and for a moment he looked like a broken doll. "You win, Russell," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of shattered dreams. "I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better fight." The words echoed with devastating honesty. He had truly believed that with the bond between his two cards, the championship was his destiny. The crown had been within his grasp, so close he could taste the metal. But then Russell had appeared like a force of nature, a wall so impossibly high that Cole couldn't even see the top. For someone who had always considered himself the most talented high school student in New Metro, who had been called a prodigy since middle school, the feeling was nothing short of soul-crushing. His entire identity had been built on being special, being the best, being the chosen one. Looking at Cole's broken expression, Russell felt something twist uncomfortably in his chest. Did I just destroy this kid's spirit? The thought gnawed at him. He had won, yes, but at what cost? Was crushing someone's dreams really worth a tournament victory? But then, something extraordinary happened. A spark flickered in Cole's eyes, small at first, like a candle flame in a hurricane. But it grew, fed by something deeper than pride or ambition. Pure, burning determination. The kind of fire that could forge legends or consume everything in its path. Cole straightened, his spine snapping rigid as if pulled by invisible wires. The dejection melted away, replaced by something far more dangerous, resolve tempered in the crucible of absolute defeat. Russell. His voice rang out across the arena like a battle cry, strong enough to shake the rafters. He clenched his fist and thrust it toward Russell like a sword. "I will catch up to you one day. I swear it on my name, on my cards, on everything I am." The raw emotion in his voice sent chills through the audience. This wasn't just a promise, it was a vow written in blood and fire. Russell studied the transformed boy before him, seeing something he recognized in those blazing eyes. The hunger of someone who had tasted defeat and found it wanting. He wouldn't be the one to undermine that beautiful, terrible determination. "Well, good luck," Russell said simply, but his nod carried weight, the acknowledgement of one warrior to another. Boom! Moby's voice exploded through the arena like a sonic boom, the commentator's usual professionalism completely abandoned. "Incredible! Unbelievable! Earth-shattering! You heard it here first, folks. Russell has just confirmed that he is a bronze-level card maker." The words ricocheted off the arena walls like bullets, each repetition driving the reality deeper into the collective consciousness of the crowd. I have been commentating on duels for 15 years. Moby continued, his voice rising to a fever pitch. 15 years of tournaments, championships, and rising stars. And I have never, ever seen a bronze-level card maker this young. The statement hung in the air like a thunderclap. It wasn't entirely unprecedented in years past. Legendary geniuses had appeared in the Federation like shooting stars, reaching the bronze level in their senior year of high school. But that was after half a year, sometimes longer, of intensive study and practice. The current school year had only started a month and a half ago. A month and a half. 45 days to achieve what most considered impossible before graduation. Roar. The arena erupted into chaos. 20,000 voices rose as one, a tsunami of sound that threatened to bring down the roof. People were on their feet, screaming, crying, some looking like they'd seen a ghost. Oh my god, what's that saying? Before I saw a true genius, I was a frog in a well seeing the moon. Now I'm an ant seeing the sky, a student shouted, tears streaming down his face. Damn, dude, you've got away with words. But you're right. This Russell is probably the greatest talent we've seen in years, his friend replied, voice hoarse from screaming. It should be. At least, I've never heard of anyone hitting bronze in just over a month. That might not be true. Have you forgotten Yves St. Clair? And he's only in his 30s now. Haha, you're comparing Russell to Yves St. Clair? Now that's high praise. Russell? Forget Russell. We should be calling him a god in the making. Russell the Great. The name began to spread like wildfire through the crowd, picked up and amplified until it became a chant, Russell the Great. Russell the Great. As the finals were broadcast live across the city, similar eruptions of shock and awe exploded everywhere. In corporate boardrooms, university offices, and living rooms throughout New Metro, people watched history unfold in real time. Ring! 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 A director of a private high school frantically hammered his phone, sweat beading on his forehead as he screamed into the receiver. Is it possible to get Russell to transfer to our school? I don't care what it costs. Whatever number he names, 10 million, 50 million, as long as it's in our budget, we can accept it. Similar scenes played out across the city. University recruiters, watching the match with hawk-like intensity, silently placed not just a star but an entire constellation next to Russell's name on their lists. Pay special attention to this one, a dean whispered to his assistant, his voice tight with barely contained excitement. As long as his scores in the provincial unified exams aren't terrible, we should consider a priority recruitment. Full scholarship, research opportunities, whatever it takes. At home, Nancy Whitemore sat frozen in her chair, her cup of tea growing cold in her hands. She had returned from her own secret realm mission some time ago, flush with victory and rare resources. Her father had explained why Russell had come back so quickly, and she had understood that he likely hadn't obtained many resources there. She had hoped that with the rewards from her own successful mission, she might finally be able to catch up to him. The gap had felt bridgeable, surmountable with enough effort and determination. And now this. He was already a bronze-level card maker. You really know how to make a person feel hopeless, Russell, she sighed, her voice carrying a complex mix of pride and despair that only someone who had chased an impossible dream could understand. In an abandoned factory somewhere in the city's industrial district, a group of thugs watched the match on a flickering screen salvaged from a dumpster. The picture quality was terrible, but the audio came through crystal clear. These damn geniuses! It's really something to be envious of, one muttered, taking a swig from a bottle of cheap liquor. That's for sure. If I had that kind of talent, I wouldn't be stuck in this hellhole, another replied, his voice bitter with years of accumulated failure. Ha ha ha, watch your mouth. You don't want Mr. Hemlock to hear you talking like that, a third warned, glancing nervously at the shadows. Tisk, these geniuses only get to show off for a little while. I don't believe for a second the society is holding this tournament just to help the enemy. It's hard to say. Maybe in 2 years, he'll parachute into the association and become your boss. The thought sent uncomfortable chuckles through the group. In the world of card making, talent was everything, and everything else was just noise. In the crowd of thugs, a shiny bald head reflected the light of the bare electric bulbs hanging from the ceiling. Brother Tiger squinted at the screen, his face scrunched in concentration. Russell? Why does that name sound so familiar? He muttered, scratching his scalp. I remember. Just as a flicker of true memory was about to surface, a memory of a young man's face, of a transaction that had gone wrong, of consequences that should have been severe. The shadow of a white six-tailed fox in his mind pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible light. Pulse. The memory dissolved like sugar in water, leaving only vague impressions and false recollections. Oh, Brother Tiger said, his confusion clearing like morning mist. I remember now. Isn't that the kid who was one of our clients before? Good customer, paid on time. He put the thought aside and continued to watch the post-match ceremony, completely unaware of the manipulation that had just occurred in his mind. In a dark corner of the factory, unnoticed by the others, a man in a black suit watched Brother Tiger with a knowing, predatory smile. His eyes glowed with an inner light that seemed to shift between colors like oil on water. Back in the arena, amidst the thunderous applause that showed no signs of dying down, the guests from the VIP box descended to the field like vultures to carrion. The other top 8 finishers followed, their faces a mixture of congratulations and barely concealed envy. Mr. Sterling, the executive from Golden Talent Credit, took the lead with practiced ease, his smile so perfect it could have been carved from marble. He extended his hand to Russell with the fluid grace of someone who had done this 1,000 times before. Congratulations, Russell. A well-deserved first place, he said, his voice carrying the warmth of genuine admiration mixed with the calculation of a shrewd businessman. It was just luck, Russell replied with a polite, practiced smile, but his handshake was firm and brief, a subtle message that he wasn't impressed by titles or flattery. Congratulations, kid. When you have time, you should come by the new Metro Star Battle Club, another guest chimed in, practically radiating eagerness. A true hero from the youth, added a third, his eyes gleaming with the dollar signs of future investments. The other guests crowded around like moths to a flame, each eager to offer their own congratulations and plant the seeds of future business relationships. For a talent like Russell, with a future as bright as his, a smile and a handshake were small investments that could pay enormous dividends. Jansen Crow, one of the other finalists, stood apart from the crowd, staring at Russell with the shell-shocked expression of someone who had just watched their entire worldview crumble. Less than a month ago, at the joint exam, they had been on relatively even footing. Russell had been better, yes, but not impossibly so. Now, Russell was in a different league entirely. A different species. After a long moment, a wry, self-deprecating smile touched Jansen's lips, the kind of smile that came from finally understanding just how small you really were in the grand scheme of things. It seems, he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the crowd, that I should dye my hair back to its original color. The rainbow streaks that had once seemed so bold and rebellious now felt like a child's costume in the presence of true power. After the congratulations came the award ceremony, a spectacle of lights, cameras, and corporate branding that transformed the arena into a photographer's paradise. Flash! 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 On the podium, Russell held a giant, novelty check for 1 million credits in one hand. The plastic was so large it was almost comical, and shook hands with Mr. Sterling with the other. The constant strobing of cameras nearly blinded him, each flash accompanied by the mechanical whir of professional equipment. The million credits felt surreal. A month ago, he had been worrying about textbook costs and meal plans. Now he was holding enough money to buy a small house, all because he had made some cards and won some fights. After what felt like an eternity of forced smiles and repeated handshakes, the ceremony finally ended. Russell's face hurt from maintaining his expression, and he was looking forward to nothing more than a quiet corner and a moment to process everything that had happened. But as he began to step down from the podium, Mr. Sterling's voice cut through the crowd like a blade. "Students, if I could have you stay for just a moment," he said, his smile somehow becoming even more perfect and therefore more unsettling. "Our president from Golden Talent Credit, Director Valerius, would like to meet you all." Russell felt his blood turn to ice. The name hit him like a physical blow, and he didn't even have to look at Jonathan Whitemore standing behind the executive to know what was coming. "Please, rest assured," Mr. Sterling continued with the smooth delivery of a practiced salesman, "he simply wishes to meet you young heroes in person. And, by the way, he would like to offer some financial support to you all, as a token of his appreciation." The pause before financial support was loaded with meaning, and Russell's enhanced senses picked up the subtle tension in the air. This wasn't a celebration anymore, it was a trap, and he was the primary target. Russell's heart hammered against his ribs as the pieces of some larger puzzle began to fall into place. The tournament, the timing, the convenient appearance of corporate sponsors, none of it was coincidence. The main event was about to begin, and Russell had the sinking feeling that everything up until now had just been the opening act. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter.